Whether or not you win this thing, you've got to decide how you're going to walk out of here when it's all said and done. Because the game is going to go on. And there's only one rule you're going to need to know about. There are no is you. It's you versus them. You versus no. You versus can't. You versus next year, last year, statistics, excuses. It's you versus history. You versus the odds. It's you versus second place. Clock is ticking. Let's see what you got.
Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Experience.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Golden ticket seats headed this way. If you are, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours from now. Lord of the Jacket, he's your TV intern right now in the kickoff hour. Super P getting show prep ready, getting things settled for the show as well. So they're your two interns today. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now. So we got a lot going on today. Hey, a busy weekend ahead. We'll look to that and the crazy old world we still live in every day. But without further ado, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
What's happening?
What's happening, boys?
How are y'all?
Good.
Friday.
I'm fired. Yeah, ready to go.
How about Friday?
Friday.
Freshly Fit Friday.
Come
That's
on.
it. Come on.
Come
Bring
on
it
with
on back.
Yes, sir.
Golden ticket seats today.
You know,
Fired up about that, Greg?
That's right. I like meeting people.
What if one of them could bring you like your favorite little snack? What would it be?
Let's see today. What would I be in the mood for?
Yeah,
I'll take an apple fritter.
Really?
Put it in the microwave, heat it up.
Did you get you a cup of Joe with it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You scared of that?
All right.
who's scared?
Speedy, you got something you'd like the golden ticket seats to bring you today?
Joy. Just
Okay.
great attitudes.
Wrap it up in a big
Okay.
package
Yeah.
and bring it.
Yeah,
Just
a lot
a big
of
bundle
laughter.
of joy.
This one
Positive-
here has got good
positive-
willpower when it comes to
Yeah.
sweets, but if he ever sticks his
Yeah.
toe in the water on sweets, you lose him.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, he'll just start destroying them.
I want positive energy from him is what
Positive
I want.
Okay.
No, yeah, it's tough, man. It really is. You can't you can't put your toe in the water because it's a bad little road. So I just don't go there. But anyway, thank y'all for the interest as always for the golden ticket seats. We open them up on Fridays for 2 hours. You can find a link there at rickandbubba.com. We normally open them up about a month prior to each month from when they are available. So keep checking that, and if you have any doubts, just ask some of the norms that come on in here because they've apparently Penny Miller and others have got a plan.
We have a Penny Miller rule now. We've
Yeah.
had to create. You know how
The penny rule.
Yeah.
We have rules we have to create after people and their actions, and so we do have a Penny Miller rule, which means you can't come. You can only come once in 6 months.
It's going to be tough to enforce.
Yeah.
Well, no, we've enforced it though.
Wow.
Several people actually.
There's a couple of sports stories today. One I
penny
love,
rule.
and it's just all about what you're into. And now that
Yeah.
I've had boys that play and still have one college baseball. The regionals start today. The road to Omaha. there's games, y'all, that start at about I think 10 or 11 a.m. Central, and they go all day. And so you got your regionals going on, and you got a number of Rick and Bubba markets that are hosting regionals. So good luck to all of y'all. And I know that's a big deal for most of you that are in that world. But there is some local teams from the flagship market, and like I said, others that just have been staple Rick and Bubba markets for a long time. You're hosting teams. I saw where at Kentucky is hosting this year for regionals, and congratulations to them. But the teams couldn't find hotels because there's some type of convention or show that's a big deal there.
Is it a horse convention?
No, it's I don't. I can go back to it. It is it's a crazy little thing, but it's one of those situations where the teams are now having to stay in the dorms on campus.
See, it's kind of like the Janet Jackson situation we had in Atlanta when they had these events. Remember when the Hawks Taylor and all that, and the Hawks and. I know, a lot of things got to fall in place for it to be a problem, but you would think you'd look a little bit ahead and go, hey, now look, there's a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a story here from about a day or two ago, but participating teams that are searching for hotel rooms in the tournament regional at University of Kentucky in Lexington this weekend are striking out, leaving teams to choose between hotels an hour away or on-campus dorms.
If you're a player, which one you go with?
Boy, probably it's the Railbird Music Festival.
Oh,
it's the same weekend this weekend. It's a massive event.
I was going to say, I wonder who's playing it. I'm curious who's playing.
Tyler Childers, Zach Brown.
Okay.
Brian, I should say not Brown. Zach Bryan.
Yeah. And that guy's name's too close to
it. Is.
I would have changed it.
I like it.
We got the
state.
He's
getting kind of popular.
Yeah. We got the state high school playoffs for softball,
got that,
baseball, and track and field all going on.
Okay.
There's also the Great American Brass Band Festival in nearby Danville, which draws more than 40,000 people each year.
Now, let me ask you, you had that many events possibly landing on this week.
Yeah. And so
it sounds like they all.
Yeah. They say as a result, there's limited availability for hotel rooms within 30 miles of campus. West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, and Ball State will all be participating in the regional there beginning today. And so I'm sure all the teams have figured out where they're staying, but this has been a handle for them all week. It says, per a Kentucky official, the dorms that the teams will utilize are actually closer to an apartment-like suite, and I've seen some of those, the stadium suites at Jacksonville State. Yeah. You walk in there, and you're like, these aren't dorms. These are suites.
I would rather be convenience on campus.
Yeah.
I would want to be close, but, we did this with our guys at our conference tournament where we stayed on the outskirts, like 25, 30 minutes away. They didn't care. It didn't matter to them. They actually were like, yeah, this is kind of cool to be out here. So they don't care much about the convenience side of it because they're going to get in a nice van or bus and look at their phone the whole time anyway. So I don't think they really care. But as a coach, as an adult, I would want to be close. I would want the convenience, even though it's a dorm and it's probably real nice.
If you go, we got this going on. Yeah, but you got to allow an hour drive.
See, I don't
forget.
I don't want to do that.
No, please don't think of a dorm where there's a bathroom at the end of the hall that everybody's sharing. That's the old classic
public
dorm.
Shower.
These are a little bit more like suites, where you got a couple of guys to each suite, and I think they'll be all right. But it has left a handle there in Lexington with Kentucky hosting a regional. But I guess it's a good problem to have. Congratulations to them.
What's the first two things you think of when you hear Kentucky?
Obviously, the horse
racing.
And the second thing is basketball. And so when you brought this up, I thought, it's not basketball season. The NBA's wrapping up, so they're not playing college.
Or fried chicken.
Yeah, there you go.
Kentucky fried chicken.
Also, a little shout out to Bubba today. Today is National Bubba Day. And I thought it, ironically, I thought it was kind of funny. You want to know what else today is?
What?
National Leave Work Early Day and Donut Day.
Hey, that sounds like somebody that actually has researched.
Is that not a better day for Bubba?
Yeah, I was going to say that's
is that true?
I'm looking at it. A National Donut Day and National Leave the Office Early Day and National Donut Day.
Wow. And National Fishing Shirt
And
Day.
it's National Rocky Road Day.
Well, should we get him donuts and allow him to leave at 8:30?
Why not? We might as well.
Yeah, why not? Come on in, Bubba. Give us a couple hours.
In celebration.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need. From seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar or a s'mores bundle for the kids, HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. So relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Before you pack your bags for vacation season, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. say.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
21 minutes past the hour. What's up? It's the kickoff hour. We are off and running for this Friday edition if you're listening live. And I know with Memorial Day, it's thrown us all off. It is Friday, the 2nd of June already. If listening live, we thank you for being with us. Have headed to the Golden Ticket seats. Drive safely. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Right now, it's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. And we have Lord of the Jacket. He's your intern handling the video side of things this morning. And then Super P is your intern pulling out show prep and answering phones right now. I saw something yesterday, and Greg, I know this has been kind of on your radar and something you'd like to discuss. And it's something that Helmsy's doing. And I saw it yesterday when he, out of his pocket, pulled a bunch of cards. It looked like credit cards that had no wallet at all.
He made me nervous with
and
that
it was like 4 or 5 credit cards. How, Helmsy, are you not losing one? Because I would
carry it. I've been real stupid and chancy this week.
I mean, you put that in your pocket and you got like 4 and they're just everywhere.
Everywhere.
You reach in, one falls out and you don't know it.
Irresponsible. That happened to me yesterday. By the way, Greg, you had just told me you're going to lose one, okay? And then you and I were walking down the hall, and I'd stopped and got coffee or something. So I was a little behind you, and I dropped 2 of them, taking my phone in my pocket. And one of them went halfway under a door that we can't access.
Oh my! See,
like a storage electrical place or something.
Yeah.
And I thought Greg's right.
You were shaking hands.
No, what
danger.
happened is
you can't.
4 fingers.
So I had to get that new phone. I told y'all about that. No sense in rehashing that. But it's a little different size. So my phone wallet case no longer fit this phone. Well, I turned my phone over to Braden. And he was like, "Dad, I want to keep this case." I'm like, "Well, that's fine because I can't use it anyway with this phone. I'll get me another one."
Dang.
And so I got to thinking, and then they give me this case when they gave me the phone, and I'm like, "Well, I don't want to just go out and buy another, wallet case if I've got this case." And so then that leaves me with a bunch of IDs and credit cards that I have to deal with. And so I went online and I ordered a little thing to put cards in because I don't carry cash with me. So I just thought, well, I'll buy one of those little small slick things you buy with put your license and IDs and
something
check cards in. And so ordered that, but there was a 4-day, 5-day Amazon deal where I was having to just carry them around, and I had them scattered everywhere.
You don't have an old wallet you can bring back out?
I don't.
But why did you need that many at one? I mean, yesterday you got to have all 4 of them.
Here's the reason is because
he dealt himself a hand of cards.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, y'all.
It was because I kept misplacing. Like I'd put one here, one there, and I just start misplacing. But I got it resolved right here. It came in yesterday.
Okay, so
I got me a little. It's just slick, thin. And it holds my little cards and IDs and all that.
Okay.
So I'm safe now.
Okay.
And it was silly what I was doing, but I didn't I would leave like yesterday. I had 2 check cards and an ID in my car. And I had to leave. I had to walk out. Y'all have probably seen me the last few days walk to my car during the middle of the show because I think, well, I need to take care of that real quick. Well, it's in the car. Because I didn't want to carry them around. So then I got to where I was like, well, I'm going to start carrying them around because I'm tired of going out. It's inconvenient, inefficient. But, hey, we got it fixed.
Okay,
and I got one more card that I need to get from Amanda and put in here, but it fits. Everything fits pretty good.
Well, good. That's better than cramming them in your front pocket. And
put them in your
y'all like these little things? Or
Yeah.
I mean,
Throw it over here real quick.
It's just thin. And
yeah, it's not bad. I have a front pocket wallet, too. That I use. Of course, you know where mine is right now.
Your truck.
Yeah. Well, don't need it in here.
No,
and
Helms does.
But Oh, I'm sorry.
That was a good hit.
But that's good. That's good there, Helmsy. I like how
I
thin
do
it
like
is.
this little thing. I think I'm gonna change whatever card I use the most. This little thing here help you just push it up.
Oh,
so you don't have to dig in there.
I like that.
So I'll put something that I actually use.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, that helps a little bit because Greg, that's a great analogy. It looks like he's got a deck of cards.
That's what I felt like I had.
And but it was all credit cards, debit
queens?
cards, and
Go
we got
fish.
Go
good
fish.
night. I was like, what are you
Hit me.
doing?
Okay, hit me.
You brought up Amanda, which made me think of Terry, which made me think of something I brought up to y'all off air yesterday. And I'm still getting raised on Terry a little bit from doing. And Terry and I, we'll have fun with each other a little bit. We'll raise on each other in a fun way, like, hey, here we go now. Pick it up, or hey, what you got there? What are you doing? Hey, did you trip? We're just kind of goofing off with each other. Well, I've told y'all about JC moving out of his college apartment, and then now my house becoming a storage unit.
Been there
for 2 months during the summer,
Been
and
there
then.
now.
And so now you go through what's needed, what's not needed. There's not enough stuff to throw away money for a storage unit. That would be ridiculous. And so it's just at the house now. It's at the garage.
Oh, goodness.
And JC and a couple of his buddies went down to see my sister and brother-in-law in Pensacola, which they all play ball and they never get time to just relax or whatever. And so there's a few things remaining in his apartment that were not big items. And we said, hey, man, we're gonna do you right. Y'all go on down. Me and your mom will go. We'll grab just the last few things. Y'all get out of here. Just go enjoy yourself. So it was just the two of us going over to JC's apartment. And there was a few, like a computer chair and a small little table and then some cleaning supplies. And we took a vacuum cleaner and just vacuumed, kind of just backed out. And so empty apartment, it's all done. Get in the car, we come home. Well, we're getting out of the truck, and I don't know if your wives do this. It's like they're just one beat too slow as far as like we'll go to the store, and I'm out of the truck, and 3 cars down, I look back, she's still getting her stuff, trying to getting out of the truck. And I'm like, what are we doing? Let's go,
Step it up.
Well, it was kind of like that. I had to pick up something that I needed assistance with at the front door, and she said, hey, I'll get the door. And I'm like, okay, thank you. So I get it, and I go to the door, and I'm standing at the door waiting on her, and she's still back at the truck.
So you just reach down and open the door.
And I said, and I'm like, hun,
you propped it on your knee.
Hey, could you come on, please? And I told her this, and it was a gamble. I said, I need you to turn it up just one click. It's almost like the music's not loud enough, one click.
Yeah.
It's a little too hot. I need one click of air. I need one click of speed. And so you and I are on the same. We're on the same pace.
How'd she take that?
Well, she glared at me for a second.
Yeah, they'll do that.
And because it was a gamble, but at the time I was holding something that wasn't really light.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. I'm like, I need you right here. Yeah. But she kind of took it. I mean, she kind of took it.
Was she coachable?
Yeah, I think so, because she did start. I'm like, how when we go for a walk, and you go off and leave me, I need that right now. Because right now we're just kind of, and it's not that she was lazy or not wanting to work.
Right.
It's just she wasn't at the same speed. So now she's walking around the house fast, going, "Is this fast enough for you?"
Okay.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer's calling your name, and this year you can actually have the time to enjoy it with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner? Not at the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to the door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to doing, well, whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh ingredients are picked at peak ripeness, and they travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout. And HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. From a finger food snack board to a kid-friendly s'mores bundle, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market are a hit at parties and a cinch to serve. So why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com and find them right there under sponsors.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens, too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We are rolling on National Bubba Day and Donut Day and Leave the Office Early Day, all one day. We just told Bubba about it. We just saw him. He said, well, I think it's a great day. Where are the donuts? And sadly, we don't have any. But hopefully somebody in the golden ticket seats today will bring some. If not, don't worry about it. Don't make an extra stop on our behalf or Bubba's behalf on National Bubba Day. All right. So golden ticket seats today, they're here in a couple of hours from now. RBU is with Congressman Gary Palmer. They'll talk debt ceiling and other things. A great conversation with him. He was able to make it back from D.C. and be in studio with us. So that's happening. We've discussed a number of different things. NCAA Division I men's baseball regionals start today in a variety of Rick and Bubba markets. In the Lexington, Kentucky area at Kentucky, we talked about their problems with hotel rooms and some of the teams having to stay in dorms, which is hilarious because there's so much going on there. But they're really sweet. And we've discussed Helmsy's new little front pocket wallet. It's really thin after he was carrying around cards with him all the time. There's a number of different other things going on today. We will discuss in the main hour President Biden falling yesterday at the Air Force Academy commencement ceremony.
He did.
That was quite the scene.
He went down pretty hard.
Former President Trump, of course, had to comment on it.
Yes.
And so we have a lot happening.
Hey, DeSantis
today.
had a good line on it, too.
Yeah,
if you hadn't heard it, we need to play it later today,
It's
too.
all good stuff, the reaction.
DeSantis handled it very well, but the way what he said I don't want to run it. It's good. It's great.
Yeah, and Biden had made fun of Trump for hanging on to the rail at one time for going down.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and Trump kind of threw back on that.
Well, I'm sure he didn't forget it. You know how he is.
Well,
sure.
Yeah.
He'll file something away.
Yeah.
Well,
I think I think it's probably the right time to say it.
Yeah.
When your president falls.
Yeah, and if you say something like that, you probably don't need to fall.
No, you probably don't. You probably
try to
don't.
back up the fact that you need to walk.
Yeah,
without falling.
In a related video I saw, there's also footage of Bruce Springsteen falling down.
Saw that. That made me so uncomfortable.
Yeah, a lot of falling.
What is it about falling that your natural reaction is, oh boy, first are they okay? But it's just your natural reaction is just to laugh and giggle. And did I see some with the with the Air Force Academy kind of giggle?
They were struggling.
I got to say, yesterday,
camera on them. It's your natural reaction.
How about when the camera's on you, you're trying not to laugh?
Obviously, when it happened, everybody started emailing us and texting us, and Braden even sent me a text. Here's something y'all can talk about tomorrow.
Is that how you said it?
Well, in my mind, that's how he texted it.
Okay.
But I laughed. I wasn't sad, and this is even probably reflects horrible on me. I wasn't sad for him. I was sad for our country. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I was embarrassed.
It represented a lot.
It did. And I was, look, people fall all the time. I'll fall probably at some point in the next 3 days. But I'm not the president.
No.
And I'm not trying, and I don't know, it was just embarrassing to me. I just was like, wow, so that's what's representing our country.
Yeah.
And it just continues to happen. And first of all, and we didn't even talk about this, that there's video that we probably need to watch today where before the fall, before the speech, he's lost.
Oh yeah,
walking around the stage.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, so when you put that together and then we fall, it's just sad.
Yeah. Adler has all that, so we'll have to get into that during the main show today for sure. Now you said we have some more questions. We throw this in from time to time. Questions from the audience, and so what you got?
Yeah, QFTAs. I don't know where to go first, just because some of them are more. Here's where I struggle, because some of these are very thought provoking, and some of them are just, hey, how do you deal with this?
Mm-hmm.
And I have to kind of see what mode y'all are in, because a lot of times y'all think that I've come up with these questions so you make fun of me.
Yeah.
And so I want y'all to know that these are from. I'll start giving their names if you want me to.
Wow.
But this one is just a common thing we all deal with. When you buy a 12-pack of Coke, a Busch Light in your case, Greg.
No, that's the wrong company.
Do you put the whole box in the fridge, or do you take the individual cans out and put them in the
box, and then open the little thing you pull? When they come out one at a time.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Box.
I do both, because the way our fridge is set up downstairs, I'll put we'll have a row in boxes, and then the little side things.
Yeah.
I'll put some there out of the box.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm like you.
I use it
to keep them a little bit more formatted, you know what I mean, to where they're not
reach in there,
falling
pull
all
out
over the
another
place.
rolls down.
Yeah, just open the side of the box. And
now, if you mess
slide
them open
them
the end and don't do it right.
Yeah, it can be a mess.
Didn't know we'd get this question today. Do you currently or have you ever owned a sword?
Let me think.
This is a real question.
Closest I've come is a machete.
Yeah, I do have a machete.
Yeah.
I do not own a sword.
I got a machete too. I guess that doesn't count.
No. It's not a sword.
I mean, do people have swords?
Where do you get a sword? What if you go, I tell you what,
if
I
I
need a
decided
sword
today, exactly. If I decided today I want a sword,
And
where do
are
I
they all
go?
just
I
for
think,
looks, or do you
I think,
actually use them for
I think
protection?
JC came home with a samurai sword from the thrift store or something.
Now, I've seen people with samurai swords.
Yeah. I think it was a couple of years ago. I stumbled on it the other day. I'm like, what's this doing?
Why would we have a samurai
Yeah.
sword?
That's when he was, in that, I'm put it on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
What's that? Why?
And it's in the closet.
Yeah, now it's in the closet, and I just kicked it.
This one's going to make you think.
What
a little
makes
bit.
someone ask if we ever had a sword?
I don't know. I think that's one of his.
No, it's not.
I think
it's actually from Eddie.
Okay. Oh, that's good. That's an
Yeah.
easy
Eddie
name.
Otto.
That's an easy name to
Eddie
make up.
Dottie. I'll give both
That's
first
an
and
easy
last
name to make up.
Now this one's thought provoking. Okay, so y'all gonna have to think about this. Are there any activities in your life right now that make you lose track of time? Is there anything going on that you enjoy doing, or just your circumstances, situations have put you in that you look up and you go, golly, it's 8 o'clock. I didn't realize it.
I can't think of any.
You know what I mean? You lose time.
No.
Well,
I enjoyed this so much. It's just all of a sudden, wow.
Yeah.
Nah.
I mean, yeah.
Just the way you answered it was really good.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I can make something up. I'm trying to.
No, I don't really have anything.
Yeah.
My schedule is so slated time-wise that I don't really I have to be somewhere at the next spot or this. I have to run an efficient schedule, so I really don't have room for that right now.
If anything like this ever happens, it might be later in the evening when we're watching a show or something, and we then watch another episode and then another.
All of a sudden,
and then all of a sudden we
you're
look up and I'm like, crap, it's 9:45.
That's a good one because I do that.
Yeah,
and it's getting better, but also feed 8 puppies with a bottle.
Yeah.
You look and go, God, I've been doing this an hour and a half.
Sometimes I'll be gazing like into Terry's
You'll be
eyes,
what?
and I'll forget how long I've been doing it.
Oh, okay.
No.
You must be in trouble.
So I'll get out there. One of my things to do, and it's relaxing, and Greg is about to make fun of me so bad right now.
Sure.
Is in the backyard when we got this house, it had a built-in irrigation system on both sides of the house in the front, but the back has nothing. And where we live, it's
they said, "Hey, with that grass."
It's been a while since it's rained.
It has.
And that's where the dogs go to pee. And they'll have the brown
And
pee
pile.
spots, you know what I mean? And so we have a little something we give them that's helped a little bit as far as their urinary tract and all that burns the grass and everything. And so I'll get to watering the grass out there, and I'll lose track of time. I'll get out there just watering the grass. I thought you'd make fun of me. I'm glad you're not. But I'll stand
Give
out
him
there,
time.
and then I'll come back in
and sprinkler out there.
and Terry's like, well, sometimes it's a sprinkler time, and then it's like, no, I'm just going to hit it real quick. And then like last night I did that, and I came back in, and Terry's like, I thought you said you're just going to be a minute. And I was like, I wasn't long. She's like, you were 15 minutes out there. And I'm like, oh, I didn't realize I was that long.
You were loving it so much.
It just kind of sitting there. It's very calming, Greg, to water the grass.
You can put your hose pipe on one of these sprinklers. They work good.
Yeah, I know. I have a sprinkler. It just wasn't sprinkler time. Because then you got to change the nozzle out and all that.
Yeah,
and you put your sprinkler on and put your sprinkler
You just want to
down.
get out of the house and do something.
No, it's
just call it.
nice.
All right.
Made me think of it. Time got away from me.
The binge watching thing, you're right about that. I didn't say. I was like, we've been watching this for 4 hours.
I'll want to go to
Right,
bed
what are we doing?
at 8:30 or 9, and I'll look up and it's 10:05.
Yeah.
And I'm like, crap.
And we know how we're going to feel.
I know.
And we don't do it on purpose. We just look up and it's there.
There it is.
Yeah. Wow, you're really sleepy right now, Greg.
I am.
Good night.
Real sleepy.
You thought about some coffee?
Already had some.
Okay.
From Jackie in Fort Payne. If you had to teach something, what class would you teach? You're going to high school today, and you've got to teach a class. What subject are you teaching? It's easy for me.
I know, Greg. Ours won't be math.
Won't be math,
and it won't be English.
Not
Math or
even
English
close.
is out for me.
Yeah.
I'm going history.
Yeah.
I feel like I can get through that.
That or driver's ed. I think I could do that.
PE.
There you go. Roll a basketball out there and say, have at it.
Driver's ed.
Driver's ed. Home ec. Cooking cookies.
This is a weird question.
I don't know how I ended up.
Justin in Mobile, actually.
Oh,
and I don't even know really
Easy to make up.
if the average human lifespan was 40 years.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna change the way he asked it a little bit.
Well, you can't do that. See, now you're asking your
because
question.
it's a more thought-provoking. His is way
correct.
too
See, he's
thought.
changing.
No,
What the
listen.
helms? He's changing.
If the average human lifespan was 40 years, would you be alive today?
No.
Not by your age, but by the way you feel.
Oh.
What?
So do you think okay, if I was,
Yes.
No. If I go by how I feel,
Yeah, you feel fine.
But if the average age of living was different, I probably wouldn't feel this good. Because there'd be a
But
reason.
I mean, do you feel old at 40, or are you just rocking
I don't know.
along and all of a sudden you die?
Confusing.
So like right now, so we talked about this I think yesterday.
Or it's 40,
the day
80.
before.
That's what I need to know.
So
40
75, 78 is the average lifespan, I think.
Uh-huh.
And so, I mean, do you think you're going to make it that far? So if it was 40, would you be alive today? Now, obviously, you're what, 55, 56?
56.
Speedy, you're 54?
Mm-hmm.
And so y'all are caught off guard that I knew how old you were.
Yeah, that was very good.
And so
I wasn't sure how old I was.
so think about it this way: if you're 70 and let's say the lifespan is 70, do you think you'd live to 85? So like right now, you're 16 years past the lifespan.
Yeah.
Would you be alive?
Yep, we all be alive.
So I don't think I
I
would.
don't know.
Yep.
I think he's
so.
convinced.
Yep.
Mr. Paz.
Now, how did he phrase the question?
How would we live our life different? If the lifespan was 40, how would you? And I knew you'd look at me like that if I asked that question.
I can't even go there.
You think you'd be a little nicer?
No, that's got nothing to do with longevity.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right? Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack, so they take it to the next level. They make hiring so simple that it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. And that's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Here's what it's like to use ZipRecruiter. They have so many qualified candidates that it's easier to find the right ones for your roles. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's a lot of needles. So how do they do it? ZipRecruiter's powerful technology sends you candidates who are a great match for your job, and you can even invite your top choices to apply. So if you want less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Dell Technologies Summer Sale event is on with limited quantity deals on top tech. Save on select PCs powered by the latest Intel Core processors like Thin and Light XPS 13 laptops, Inspiron laptops, and 2-in-1s. Plus, get savings on select accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. It's the perfect season to power your passions during Dell's Summer Sale event. Save today by calling 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to U.S. residents by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
This Father's Day, visit Boot Barn for quality gifts and personalized services. Gifts range from durable suede jackets to premium exotic cowboy boots, iconic Western shirts, heavy-duty jeans, and work boots. We provide local same-day gift delivery with gift wrapping and a card included. You can enjoy in-store pickup with $20 off your next order, and our team of experts can help guide you as you shop when you visit your local Boot Barn.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is brought to you by helixsleep.com/Bubba. You know, sleep better this summer it should be a theme for all of us, Gregory. Just get a better night's sleep.
Yeah.
Unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers that are shipped directly from their facility to your door. That's what they do. They ship the mattress right to your door. In a box, you'd be like, how'd that happen?
How did that get in that box?
And right now, you can save 20%. All you we all need a better night's sleep, the ability to relax comfortably. We know that. It's just better health. It makes you happier, Greg.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Helix is a premium mattress brand at an affordable price that provides tailored mattresses based on the unique sleep preferences that you have.
How do you like sleep? Back, front, what?
I mean, come on. Take a little sleep quiz, and then they can find that perfect mattress depending on the answers that you give them. It takes about, less than 2 minutes maybe?
Less.
Then they personalize a mattress, and it's shipped right to your door free of charge. It has 100-night risk-free trial, too. You have nothing to lose, and you can save 20% on this order. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Your new mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll be saving 20%. Again, helixsleep.com/Bubba, and get a truly amazing night's sleep.
Yeah.
All right, as we're moving on
next week, I've already, because when we do that, when I get those QFTAs, I usually get a bunch of them right after we've just done that segment. It hit, and so I've already got a few questions I can't wait to ask y'all next week.
Really?
Yeah,
I wanted to
give
one that's really stupid. So we can
I filter some of them out, Greg. I don't ask all of them.
Right.
I'd like to hear the
and I change some of them too because, like I said, because I know how y'all won't.
So you're smarter than the person answering.
No, I just know. I know y'all.
I'm gonna change
I know y'all.
You do. I'll give you that.
And you're either going to make fun of them and the question, or you're not going to participate in the question. So I'd have to change it in order for you
to get us to engage.
A perfect example a minute ago.
Yeah, to engage.
Yeah.
So there.
So I can't wait next week to ask y'all something.
I don't know that y'all care at all.
Probably don't.
But
fire it up and see.
But I mean, we most of us here like college football.
It's okay.
I like probably it's all right. Watch.
And so just out of the SEC, they have the coaches meetings and everything down on the Gulf Coast.
You fired up about that?
Well, Sankey, the commissioner, Greg Sankey for the SEC, he announced Thursday that the league has approved a temporary 8-game conference schedule for 2024 when it welcomes in Texas and Oklahoma, which is going to feel weird, y'all. It's going to feel so weird. He said that the league will continue exploring scheduling options for 2025 and beyond, but and hinted to possibly a 9-game conference schedule. Now, right now, they do play an 8-game conference schedule, but where this is different is right now they have 6 division opponents plus 2 crossover divisional games right now. Yeah. The way it'll change is the 8-game conference schedule discussed at this week's spring meetings will feature 1 permanent opponent and 7 rotating opponents. So that's how they get to the 8. So that's where it's just a little bit.
So there's no divisions.
No division.
There's no division.
That's the big. And that didn't start till 2024.
That's 2024. Okay. And
then didn't they say they just agreed on that for that season? And
right.
They're going to relook at it. They want to give Texas, Oklahoma a chance to get in and get their feet wet. And
that's
then
when we'll go to the 9-game.
Yeah.
No division. So this year's just the same as it was last year.
Yes. Right. Okay. Right. And he did say, look, we're going to take into account traditional rivalries because we don't want to see those go away.
Like Kentucky, Mississippi State.
Yeah, that one. I mean, the Battle of the Old Boot.
Yeah, that crossover. But there's different things that he'll take into consideration, or they will. Fairness and balance. He wanted to throw that in there too.
Fairness and balance.
What are they, Fox News?
As far as what you know what I'm talking about. The best in the SEC and the worst. They're going to try to make it to where I guess that
there are some teams that have, and that's because teams have been better than others. But there are. You look at schedules. I just mentioned one of them. When let's say Alabama's having to play. Who was it that they was it? It was Tennessee. Or you've got Florida and Georgia having to play each other, or whatever. Who's another one? Because let's just be honest, if Mississippi State has to play Kentucky every year, that's not a big deal. If they had to play Georgia every year, that's a big deal.
And Kentucky's gotten better.
They have. They have.
Yeah.
It's not as funny as it used to be.
It goes back to what I said. It really depends.
That's an old joke.
How the other team.
Yeah, it does.
Is playing at that time. Tennessee's not been really well over the last few years.
Last year they were, you wasn't fearing them at all.
But there are, if you look at schedules, it does, to your point, Speedy, and what they're trying. It does look unfair at times.
Yeah, he did say that the 9-game conference schedule. He kind of hinted at some stuff.
That's what I wanted
that the proposal would have featured 3 permanent opponents, which would preserve long-standing rivalries as well as 6 rotating opponents.
Yeah.
If they go
your Auburn Georgias, your Auburn Alabamas,
if they
Tennessee,
go to 9.
Yeah.
So that's interesting stuff just coming out of the SEC meetings down on the Gulf Coast.
Guys, we'll be playing ball for long.
Yep. And so the SEC commissioner just kind of made that announcement yesterday to the media. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. Your interns today, Lord of the Jacket and Super P. They got things rolling, and they're ready for you. Rick, Bubba, Adler join us next. Don't go anywhere.
Standing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She's banned from seeing certain children's movies,
Ellen.
right?
Yeah.
What are they?
Cinderella, banned, because, she waits around for a rich guy to rescue her. Don't rescue yourself, obviously.
Right.
Ellen, why
So
are you
she's a
clapping?
Republican.
This is the one that I'm quite annoyed about because I really like the film, but Little Mermaid. I mean, the songs are great, but do not give your voice up for a man. Hello? Wow.
So
boy.
that's what others are referring to in the story as well.
I think some of you may be reading too deep into cartoon.
Yeah, guys, it's just for entertainment. That's all it is.
Yeah, maybe they're doing a little comedy on it, too. So.
I think she was serious.
Now, she
was serious.
Go ahead and turn it up, and if you're in the car, turn it up. I mean, this thing's flying all around inside your car.
People of the earth, can you hear me? Came a voice from the sky.
Rick, Carl Wolf was killed in a crash on October the 10th in upstate New York. He was struck from behind by a tractor trailer while he was on a bicycle. A tractor trailer hits the guy on a bicycle.
Again.
He was 74 years old.
You talking about like the guy who was about to be a tattletale about the Saudi deal? Suddenly was in a car crash.
Well,
that killed him?
he was rushed to a medical center where he died later from injuries sustained in the crash. The crash is under investigation, but no charges have been filed to date. Well, what makes Carl Wolf an interesting figure? In 2001, Wolf gained fame when he came forward with claims that he had seen photographic evidence of an alien structure on the far side of the moon. In a video interview, and Speedy has part of it here we're going to look at, he said in the mid-'60s he had a top secret clearance and worked for the Tactical Air Command at Langley Air Force Base in Virginia. He said his job was working as an electronic technician on photographic surveillance and the labs that produce that stuff. He said he spent most of his time working on machines that processed surveillance footage of Vietnam. One day he recalled that a superior told him to report to an NSA facility on the base to help with an issue with equipment used to process imagery from the first lunar orbiter mission around the moon. Wolf said he reported to the facility, which he described as a large hangar-type building with many foreign citizens and civilian clothes. And he said there, in a dark room with another airman, second class, he said this other man told him, he said, by the way, we've discovered a base on the backside of the moon. And this is where this interview comes from.
Yeah, now this is 23 minutes long. Okay, I understand. And some of what he said, Bubba just read, but take a listen.
He starts telling me all of this information, and I knew that what we were doing was classified anyway, and that he could only share a certain level of what he was doing with me because of the compartmentalized nature of our jobs. At any rate, he told me how everything worked. He showed me the equipment where the digital information came in, where it was converted to photographic images. They were doing 35 millimeter strips of film at that time, which were then assembled into 18.5 by 11 inch mosaics, they were called. There was a digital signature and a grayscale on every 35 millimeter strip. And those strips were from successive passes around the moon. And they would take and build up a photograph. They would scan one section of the moon, then another and another, and then they would get a larger image. So this mosaic then would be put in that contact printer, and that was then a print that was issued to whomever, the press, the scientists,
What did it have in it? Get to it.
Was intended to go. So he was showing me how all this worked, and we walked over to one side of the lab, and he said, by the way, we've discovered a base on the back side of the moon. And I said, whose? What do you mean, whose? He said, yes, we've discovered a base on the backside of the moon. And at that point, I became frightened and I was a little terrified, thinking to myself that if anybody walks in the room now, I know we're in jeopardy, we're in trouble, because he shouldn't be giving me this information. I was fascinated by it, but I also knew that he was overstepping a boundary that he shouldn't be stepping over. And then he pulled out one of these mosaics and showed this base, which had geometric shapes. There were towers, there were spherical buildings, there were very tall towers, and things that looked somewhat like radar dishes, but they were large structures. So I didn't say any more to him because I was concerned again that somebody was going to come in at any moment would catch us having this conversation, and we would be in real trouble.
All right, so guys,
Rick, he went on to say that when he left this room and this encounter, he said he thought, well, I can't wait to hear about this on the news, because he wasn't going to leak it, but he thought eventually it would come out. And he said, almost every day when he would leave work, he thought,
1, 2, 3, 4.
Six minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour. She has begun. The national anthem is how we started. Seven and a half minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Everybody ready? Here we go. We will talk about the state of all things today within the show, in our country, and around the world. Your phone calls and your lives involved as well. 866 We Be Big. Super P ready to go. Lord of the Jacket ready to go. Eddie Van Adler on our YouTube channel, ready to go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they're ready to continue. They've already given you a kickoff hour. We thank them for that. Catch that on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. I be Rick, and there sits the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in.
Sure, well, I wouldn't have played it if I didn't have one committed to it. I don't want David Allen Cole coming here and say, what up?
No.
Can you make folks cry when you cry and sing? Have you paid your dues? Can you moan your blues? Can you bend them guitar strings?
northbound. Let me warn you, it's a long, hard ride. Greg, it's a long, hard ride. David Allen Cole.
That's a great song.
The Ride.
Hey, terrific, can you?
It goes over in the category of songs that every time it's on, I'll listen.
Oh, yeah.
Never get tired of it.
Yep.
Never. It's even in a genre that I say, I don't even have to like country to like that.
Oh, I know. It's just a toe tapper.
Yeah, and just the whole thing. I like the feel of it. I like the
especially
story.
if you're riding on the highway
you
between
kidding
Birmingham
me?
and Nashville.
You think I ain't never been out there on that sleepy highway? What about, have you ever listened to it? I would acknowledge you to do it. Have you ever listened to it and found yourself on Hank Williams Drive?
I know.
I know. In there, Montgomery. The Lonesome Highway? You ever found yourself on the Lonesome Highway listening to it? That's a whole different game.
Hey, who else?
Long, hard ride.
Who else gets goosebumps when he goes, "The whole world calls me Hank"?
Oh, yeah.
That's my favorite part.
You can't help it.
I mean, chills.
What about the second round of the course when he doesn't just say moan? He actually moans while saying moan. Can you moan?
Guitar string.
Oh my goodness! You don't have to call
Speedy,
me.
can you make?
Hey, Greg, you don't have to call me Mister. The whole world call me Hank.
What? He was Hank?
That's Hank Williams.
Wait a minute. No wonder.
Flashbacks of Large Marge.
Tell him Large Marge sent you.
Tell him Large Marge
Sure.
sent you.
Of course, I'd have to sit down and have a talk with lots of folks if Hank Williams gave me a ride to Nashville.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, you ain't gonna believe it.
Hey.
Whoever's got a story, whoever's got a story today, just wait. Let me tell mine first, then y'all decide if y'all want to tell one. You ain't gonna believe how I got to Nashville from Montgomery.
That's good.
That's about 4 hours in the car with Hank.
Yeah. You know, my world too kind of intertwines with Hank on a lot of places, a lot of locations. We used to hunt at a place where there was used to be a barn that he visited and played often, and so it's always he's an interesting character.
What about when you're over down at Collages?
Well, I know that too. Yep. He was one of my dad's favorite artists. He loved his song.
He was out there. Let me tell you something. I so lonesome I can cry. Good night.
I still got his guitar and all of his sheet music.
And
a lot of Hank stuff.
We've all seen that horrible picture not long before his death when he weighs about 90 pounds. He's in jail with no shirt on.
And he looks and he's 29. He looks like he's 50.
Hey, the fact that he was 29 blows me. He looked real old to be 29. Hard living.
Struggle.
Hard living. What about when his little skinny self will put on his suit and get serious about it, though?
I know.
Huh?
There it is. Famous.
Yeah.
Alexander City.
He's only 29 right there, Adler. He's only like 29. That's crazy.
Hard living.
Hard living.
Fast. You know, it's so funny we mention that because I ran into a guy who used to own the property who had sold it a couple of times down where we used to hunt. And there was a place there where Hank used to come, and there was a cabin he used to stay in and pitch a drunk and write songs. And then there was a barn where they actually would play, and have folks come in.
Yeah,
pretty funny.
Yeah,
you actually took me to that.
Yeah. And 65 wasn't available then, so a lot of it was 231.
Yeah. Would you rather? Of course, we would never be doing this modern day, but would you rather? Let's just say we would. Would you rather be picked up by Hank Williams, or would you rather stop and pick up Hank Williams?
Well,
I'm dealing with a ghost either way.
Yeah, you got a ghost either way.
Yeah, but I'd rather be driving.
Yeah, I think I would too. I think I'd rather pick him up. I don't know how a ghost is going to drive.
Where you going?
What if a ghost says it's time for you to come with me? And I'm like,
especially a ghost that's been known to take a bump.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And Rick, you're looking over the fact it's a ghost car.
And apparently, right.
I wonder if it has enough ghost
Right, because if a
in it.
ghost driving, I got to have a ghost car. And apparently, David Allen Cole says, even in this representation, he was half drunk in Halloween.
That's it.
Do you want to ride? 15 minutes past One of those things, if you're a veteran of Rick and Bubba, you know periodically we discuss The Ride by Dave and Alan Cole.
Yeah, right. This comes up, Rick.
Well, we like it. We enjoy
Next hour, Woolly Swamp.
it. That's right.
Oh, that's good.
We like it.
I like that one too.
Sure. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh.
Well, is this the day they're going to announce this? This will be really big. He went on later on in life. He became a self-help consultant. He never married and never had any children.
The guy who showed the pictures or the guy who saw the pictures?
This guy who saw it. We don't know who showed it. This is the guy who saw them.
So I agree with him. If what he is saying is true, you would think that would be a pretty big story that we have found a base with people in it on the dark side of the moon. Would y'all agree?
They don't want us to know, Rick.
That would be a big
top secret.
It's a strange story, I give you that.
Does anybody in here recall that we ever covered during that weird Van Halen run when you had new Van Halen, David Lee Roth did his solo stuff, it did okay, then he was kind of fading away. Does anybody recall at the height of Rockgrass that David Lee Roth released a bluegrass album and got on the Tonight Show with Leno with his bluegrass band and performed Jump?
You know, now that you bring it up,
We
I
had
do
it and
remember
named that grass one time, didn't we?
No.
Not that I know of.
Rick, I remember that coming up, and I do remember us looking at it.
Because somebody sent it to me, and Speedy, no way Speedy can watch it. No way.
Oh, yeah.
I'd kind of like to.
Well, let's find it. It is one of the most uncomfortable thing because David Lee is singing Jump like he tries to sing it.
But
and let's be honest, and I'll be honest with you, from somebody, Greg and I, who went to Van Halen concerts when we were young.
Oh, and he was a rock star.
David Lee Roth, though a rock star, was a terrible singer.
Oh, yeah, it was horrible.
Okay, and live, he was terrible. I mean,
but he was so cool then it didn't matter.
You didn't care.
But take that away now.
Well, that's the problem. Now he does the bluegrass thing on Tonight Show, and he's no longer.
What year was this?
Greg?
Is this
and
it?
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
And he's no longer cool. He's no longer cool. Speedy, just leave the room.
Going to work now.
This is on the Tonight Show.
I get up. Baby, nothing gets me down. You got it tough. I see the toughest around. And I know, baby, just how you feel. You got to roll with the punches. Get to what's real. Here's the beat part. Can't you see me sitting here? I got my back against the reggae machine. I ain't the one since you see.
You all right, Speedy?
How long ago was that?
Can't you see what I made? Might as well jump. Might as well jump.
I'm sorry.
Wow. Rick.
Oh, my
His movements.
goodness.
I think I've tampered with the memories.
How about that?
What's wrong with you?
Can't you see me sitting here? I got my back against the reggae machine.
Why would
He don't know what to do with himself. You know?
Right. Yeah, because he's not cool anymore.
Right.
You can sing like that
How
if you're
can
cool.
cutting some guy's hair off have that much effect?
I know it's made him. He's turned into a geek. I mean, he moves around like a geek. Let's just call it.
I don't like this at all.
All right, now, quick, Speedy.
What's wrong with you, Rick?
Quick, Speedy.
Good night.
Even though this is not,
Thank
Greg
you.
and I think this was where Van Halen took a turn in their
Yeah,
own
I didn't
direction.
like this song at
But
all.
it's okay to at least see him.
Band or this group on the pontoon boat to yourself for the afternoon.
On a pontoon boat.
On a pontoon, y'all
It's a
just gonna
big
kind
boat.
of. You're just gonna kind of hang out, have them to
can we kinda
yourself.
tie?
You might do some fishing. You might do just
Well,
whatever.
they're not singing.
Greg's doing some drinking.
No, you just get to hang out
We just
with
hang
them.
out with them. Now, are they gonna? We don't have to hear their political views, right?
No, well,
Are
I
we
don't know.
singing?
You control the conversation.
singing?
You're just hanging out with them.
Do they have the guitars with them?
Do you
Could we
want
do
them
it?
to?
I would like that.
Oh,
yeah.
live show, yes.
Can't we do an
absolutely.
acoustic set or something? out
Yeah,
there?
sure. They're bringing a guitar.
I will tell you this: if Kiss is in full makeup,
No, they don't have to be.
Get it? Well, I'm saying they are. To ride by somebody's place that I know in the pontoon and honk the horn and them come out and see me out there with kiss and full makeup and see their expression. Now, that's got something.
And like Gene show his tongue to him, like.
Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and we thank you for being with us. A couple of things you need to know. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is back this week. And I'll say, a shot rings out. And we have a new podcast this weekend, Rick and Bubba University. If you're new to what's going on here, we do a live show Monday through Friday, most every week. It airs live on various platforms, including the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the TuneIn app, and our YouTube channel. Those are all three live options. And that is 5 hours worth of content, including the kickoff hour. So that's available to you. And then the archive versions of those 5 hours can also be found on the YouTube channel and our podcast channel, and also on the TuneIn app. They run full shows there, archiving till the live show comes back. So, but then we also have a unique podcast. It's not every week. It's probably 40 out of the 52 weeks in a year. There's something called Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. That's a 45-minute podcast that is unique and is released over the weekend. So a new one is coming out, and you get it wherever you get podcasts. A new one is coming out tomorrow, and it was timely because, the Congress just voted on, what's the name of it, the debt relief?
Yeah, the debt ceiling
thing. Limiting thing. And so Gary Palmer, who is a representative out of Alabama, had just voted, because they voted second, the House did, and he came back to Alabama, and we were able to get him in the studio only hours after he got back, and he voted against it, while others who I would say are politically almost identical to Gary voted for it. So,
our delegation in our state was split on it. Yeah. So it was interesting to talk to Gary about that. Mm-hmm. And get some insight on that. It's kind of a deep dive on what's going on.
It is a deep dive. I didn't follow all of it, and that's on me. That's not on Gary. The things he's talking about are important because he did try to tell us what was good about it and what was bad about it. And I think it'll help you, because I'm very confused, because this one is bipartisan in so many ways, but almost in confusing ways.
Yeah, which is something we don't see. Yeah, so we're always concerned.
Now I did listen yesterday. A little bit. I didn't. My wife did. Let me be clear. And she said, and some of y'all may have, I did not hear Hannity, but she said the normal commentators that we all tend to agree with, they were against it. They thought those that voted no were right, and those who voted yes were wrong. So I don't know what that means, because I can tell you the people that there's people I agree with too that voted yes for it. So I don't know. I don't know.
Just to follow up on that, the Senate voted last night and approved it 63-36. It is headed to Biden's desk, assuming he can stand up and get to the desk.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
To sign it, to raise that.
And on the Senate vote, Tuberville was a no.
He was against it, yes.
Yeah, so there you go again. See how this gets
I don't know how our other junior senator voted. I haven't seen the rundown this morning. But, one of the things, and I mentioned this to Gary yesterday, and I certainly understand you have to I think, Rick, he did make a good point about every single member of Congress has their angle on it for a particular reason. Yeah, right. But we've mismanaged the funds in this country for 100 years, and anybody that's been in Congress has some responsibility to that, even people I like. But you can't fix it all in one day, right. And I think you're kidding yourself to think so. Now, should we have a plan to fix it? I think absolutely, but sadly, it's going to have to be a 50-year, 100-year fix.
So tell me, Bubba, make sure I got this right. One of the things that I did seem to take from Gary Palmer of Alabama, who was a no, his no wasn't like some people do. I voted no, and all who voted yes are terrible people, and they're selling out America.
No.
He said, I voted no because I thought we were in a position of leverage, which you did talk about how they're running the House. He said, and I thought we could have got more. He did say, don't hear me saying that we could default. I don't think we can because that affects.
I don't
like my
think
parents
anybody
yesterday.
was on that.
My mother was saying I was afraid we were going to default because we get Social Security. I didn't know how that was going to affect my Social Security.
Yeah, true.
So he said, like Bubba said, this is a long-term fix.
Right.
And he said, I'm not for default. What my no was, I thought we gave in too quick and we could have got more. And he said, but I don't fault the people who voted yes, like they, sold out America, all that kind of stuff.
Well, here's the problem. To have a long-term fix, you got to fix short-term habits.
Right.
Yeah. And that's where we have the problem. You got to fix the year-to-year stuff where we just cannot stay within our means. I mean, I really think we ought to look at the money coming in and say, look, we're going to spend 95% of it and do it across the board if we have to.
Right.
And look, I love a strong military. No one will support the military more than me, but we can't spend at a rate that is going to sink us before our enemies do.
Right, and one of the ways he said we could trim at it, which we totally agree with him, he said, I am a huge proponent and have been fighting for able-bodied people should not be getting checks.
Yes,
they should be working. You should be working. You can't take a check, no matter who you are, if you're mentally and physically able to work. Yeah. And so he wanted
Rick,
that requirement.
Too young, too old, physically or mentally unable, or temporarily down on your luck. I'm fine with that, but temporary means 90 days, not years, not generations.
Right. So anyway, listen to that this weekend, and you can. Then we'll get your feedback on that on Monday.
It was an interesting discussion. It's that's one thing I like about the podcast. We can dive off, and it may not be your cup of tea this week. I mean, it may not be.
Well, the show's that way.
It may be Skinwalker Ranch, and then it may be military, and it may be spending, and then it may be.
Remember that time?
Religious issues or whatever.
Yeah, or it might just be remember that time.
Yeah, hey, remember that time?
It's a lot like the show. Every segment's not for everybody. Bubba, I do want to say this, though, something we can all be bipartisan about and wish you a happy National Bubba Day.
We don't really study this is a so-so National Day.
This was so close, personal.
Helms did for a while. He was updating us on it. But, this is one I think we ought to really put a star by.
Well, I want to say, I give this day people a hard time. Greg gives them a hard time because we used.
That's why I stopped doing it.
So we used to only have important ones.
Yeah.
But I will credit whoever put this together. As far as here has got it right. They have put National Bubba Day, Donut Day, and Leave Work Early Day all on the same day, and they all belong together. All right, let me show you this. This is what I want to tell you.
Rocky Road Day.
It makes me want to sing the national anthem.
I don't want anybody to say I'm making this up. Speedy, will you please get up out of your seat
right now?
Yeah, and I want you to come to this shirt that I have on, and I want you to look at the tag in the back of it and tell Bubba what the brand is. Okay. Okay, and where it came from.
Target.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
All right, it is Bubba's. Is that Junior Bubba's 2?
Yeah, Bubba's 2 is a place in Gunnersville. It's a place called Bubba's, and that's where I got this shirt, and this is their brand.
How about that?
So I'm wearing a Bubba's shirt on National Bubba Day.
Bubba's 2?
Yeah, because
does that mean there's a Bubba's 1?
There's a Bubba's 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is their other location, Bubba's 2.
Cool.
And that's about how we would name it, Bubba's 1 and Bubba's 2.
Why not?
So on National Bubba Day, I'm wearing a Bubba brand shirt.
No, thank you, Rick.
How you like that? And picked it on purpose because it was National Bubba Day.
In honor of
Bubba. Yeah, and putting donuts and leaving work all on the same day. That's every Bubba you know. Huh? What a day.
What a day.
Well, someone who didn't have too good a day yesterday, the president. You want to go ahead and jump into that?
Can we have the theme music stumbling in?
Stumbling. Wasn't that by Harry?
Susie Quattro.
Susie Quattro. That was it.
Some guy.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll come back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, Jackson's.
Oh, you could let that go.
Sure, I could have.
That was a good
I
one.
know,
Huh?
but you can't let it run. You got to run it. It had a hold of us. It was telling us what to do.
It did. It commanded.
Well, we will jump in to a number of stories today. Your phone calls, part of it as well. But I tell you, anytime there's steak and eggs ready to go here on the program, I'm really looking forward to that. One thing, there's a lot of places that I might need to go to people and say, I'm so sorry, I'm not doing my part. Going out and eating beef on behalf of cattlemen everywhere, I want all of you to know I do my part.
I'm willing to sacrifice today, Rick, and enjoy a delicious steak and eggs this morning.
Yep.
And you know what? Somewhat of a celebration for me today. So, You know,
Yeah.
we got our test results back yesterday, so everything's good.
Yeah.
Blood work looks great.
It
so.
does look really good. You know, when
Fired up.
when I look at you, I think healthy.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
and
sure.
and
I hear that a lot.
Yeah, a picture of health,
Yeah.
and I thought to myself yesterday, what could I do to be more healthy like Bubba?
Right.
You know, and,
Healthy and get after it.
And I made, you know what I did? Shoved a handful of peanut M&Ms in my mouth.
There you go.
Well, you know what? They are good for you under certain conditions.
Somewhat healthy snack.
Apparently so.
Somewhat. It's a somewhat healthy.
Can I tell you, if you don't start a campaign on that, I want you to do an entire. I'm talking about a website. I want the whole thing where you go there and you say,
You want to do a podcast on it?
yeah, a podcast, throw it in there, and all the stuff we're doing every day.
Right.
Maybe once a week, Bubba's health tips.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
That would be.
Remember that time we did that little fake commercial
Oh, yeah.
about it?
Yeah, sure.
I'm telling you, I think you got something there.
Well, that's when I was going to class, learn how to eat better.
You could do. I mean, it could just be a half hour. Wouldn't
Your
have to be-
favorite one was pizza, Satan's little party boat.
Golly, that's good. That's so good.
And of course, kumquat, difficult and uncomfortable to say, but great to eat.
Right,
boy.
That is one fruit that I just cannot eat because of its name. That's it.
It's just
I
hard to
can't
say.
order it. I'll tell you that.
No, I can't. I mean, if
Not
it,
in public.
if and somebody's saying you don't like the taste of it, I don't know. I just can't eat anything named that.
Right.
I just, it has nothing to do with the taste. I don't know what the taste is. You know why? Because I ain't gonna eat one.
Nope. You know why they'll go with that?
I don't know. There's,
Whoever names food.
I've noticed, in this world,
Who names a lot of things that we run into?
if you've ever
Think
spent
about
any
it.
time in produce, there's some weird foods in there.
Yes, there is.
You ever go in there and see something like other day I went over and there was something parading itself around. I didn't want it. It was almost like I was walking through a museum and I wanted to figure out what it was. It was.
What's that star fruit looking thing?
Yeah, well, this.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. I do know what
What
you're
is
talking about.
that?
I don't know. Have you ever seen like an Asian persimmon? Like not those kind like we grew up with when you had the little ones on the tree, but the thing's about this big around.
Really?
Yeah, and I mean, everybody raves about them there.
Really?
But it's the I saw something the other day, and it was some sort of.
Every now and then you see some fruit and it looks alien, and I think that's what you're talking about. That starfish.
What's that other banana? It's got a name.
The little tiny banana?
Yeah, what's that called?
Little tiny banana. Huh?
Plantain.
Yeah, plantain.
Okay.
Thank you,
Ed.
That's the one I was talking
That's
about.
planned craps. What that is?
Planned.
But anyway, it was a squash looking thing, but it wasn't as pretty as a squash. Squash is beautiful to look at. As far as
didn't know you felt that
its
way.
yellow color is just. I love its yellow color.
Yeah, yeah.
But this
it looks like a Viking horn.
Yeah, this was in some sort of squash family, but I kid you not, it was this long.
Wow.
And I mean, I'm holding out. How much am I holding out?
Big
about?
old squash.
That was
Was it yellow?
Kinda. It was yellow with some green going through it, and it was
2 feet.
I don't know.
It was about 2
Yard,
feet long.
maybe.
I
don't know,
couldn't
3 feet?
believe, and I was like, who eats this, and where would you even begin?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you what, though, Rick. Grilling okra has been a life changer for me.
Yeah,
I
you're
tell you,
welcome,
that's-
sir.
That is number one.
Mm-hmm.
I find myself craving it now.
Oh yeah,
It's like okra taste times 10.
and there's nothing to it. I mean,
I
it
know,
takes
I know.
minutes.
Let me tell you what I want.
Do you have to roll it in the oil before you grill it?
No.
Betty likes to do that. I think she just thinks
There's
she
nothing
has
wrong
to.
with that. Yeah.
I can just wash it and throw it on there. Can
I tell you can pan fry them too. But just like they are, just throw them in the pan if you don't want food with the grill. Comes out, it's pretty close.
As soon as you see something black, then you take them
It's
up.
pretty close. It doesn't take anything.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I won't eat. That's an eggplant.
No.
I don't
No,
want
I've had
nothing to do with
out-
an eggplant.
I've had eggplant growing up.
Why they call it eggplant, I don't know.
Well, it doesn't look like an egg.
No. Whatever.
I really didn't like a plant.
Whatever animal laid that,
Yeah.
I wouldn't
yeah.
want to be near.
No, I wouldn't want to be around it, especially in the spring.
No. All right, so we got a lot to do.
You got to batter them and fry them, Greg. And
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're real good. They're good.
Good.
Bubba, I don't know what you've done to us with this guest you have later on. Not only can I not say his name, I can't even pronounce what he is.
Okay, we have a guest coming up, and we can't tell you what he does or say his name.
Right.
So that'll be a great interview.
It really will. So we'll be back 16 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, I know that we have this. I hear a lot of lottery talk right now. I know the kickoff. back. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So, all right. Here we go. Here's our Biden update. Boy, how many times were all of you sent this yesterday? How many times? A Basement Joe. So this was the number one email, the number one, hey, have you seen this on Twitter, Instagram? I mean, everybody was talking about this yesterday. And I know that everybody can say, well, look, people fall. And that is true. And we all talked about that in kickoff hour. People fall. We fall. But this is not that. Anybody who cannot acknowledge that our current president is fading away due to the aging process and who knows what else, you're just living in that fake world that everybody keeps marketing to, and then of course it's a disaster in the real world. This man, the way he moves, he's feeble. Like I think Speedy saying on the kickoff hour, and I've heard others saying, he was so confused before he ever fell. I mean, the fall was just almost like the climax of the confusion. And
there, he doesn't know where to go.
Again, it starts with a speech where he was claiming, he gave the same. He addressed this crowd. Was it last year? And told them totally something different about. He said, and we've got the clips. He tells the Air Force graduates he applied to the Naval Academy after graduating high school. But the year before, he told the Naval Academy that he was appointed to the Naval Academy in 1965.
Right.
There is no record of either.
Unbelievable.
I mean, just up there telling tales. I mean,
so you
when
showed.
I was graduating from high school 300 years ago.
Ooh, Paul.
I applied to the Naval Academy.
Boy, he really needs the sunshades again.
And I was picked by the senator. There's two ways senators can pick. You can pick individually, or they can name 10 people and let the Academy choose. I was a relatively good football player, so I had a shot.
Okay, buddy.
I remember the day that a guy named Steve Dunning from my class was also nominated. Drove up, was about 7 in the morning. We were going to drive down to Annapolis. And I had just heard the night before they had a halfback named Joe Bellino, won the Heisman Trophy, and a quarterback named Roger Staubach. I went to Delaware. When I was
All right. Well, can you play that one more time? Not the whole clip. Watch the guy in the audience off to his left. Does the guy do a thumbs down
yeah.
when he says, I applied for the Naval Academy?
He did.
Yeah, he's at the Air Force. I mean,
in the morning, we were
I
going to drive down to Annapolis. And I had just heard the night before they had a halfback named Joe.
Further back,
was
very
also
beginning.
He's on the very back
When I was
row,
graduating from high school 300 years
Watch the
ago,
guy to his left, our right.
I applied to the Naval Academy.
Right, this guy right.
And I was picked.
Yeah, okay, so he is doing it. He
yeah.
is doing a thumbs down, yeah. Yeah, he's like, hey, you're at the Air Force, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's wandered around. Like you said, Bubba, he said the exact opposite of
Went to
last year,
Delaware.
and come to find out neither one of these are true. And then he this thing where he gets angry.
Let's hear that one scene, and then we'll work our way
Yeah,
up.
then we'll work our way to the fall.
Your class
Oh, no.
is one of the most diverse classes in the history of this academy or any academy to graduate. That's why we're strong. That's why we're who we are. That's why we'll never give up. That's why.
A few moments later.
A few moments later. That's funny. Yeah. By the way, President, can I tell you something? You are 100% wrong. Our military force is not considered to be the greatest for the sole reason of diversity. That is incorrect. Now, we believe that the military should not lower the standards on anything, and it would still be diverse. What you think is you do anything you have to do to accomplish diversity, and that by some mystic power makes you stronger, and it doesn't. The military is strong when it is prepared and it's funded, and we have the best of the best. Which, by the way, they still will be diverse, because I don't see the world the way you and your party and your worldview sees the world, that somehow we can only be diverse by lowering the standard. That in and of itself is racist, bigoted, and also has that privilege feel about it, okay? No, we can still be excellent and still be diverse. They are not You don't have to change either one of those to accomplish that goal. That's not what makes us great. Diversity is not what makes us great. Excellence is what makes us great, and excellence still features diversity.
I think if you get true excellence, diversity takes care of itself.
100%. Do you realize how racist and bigoted you are if you don't believe that? All right, so here we go. Now, after all this, he's going to get angry and passionate and try to throw meat to the woke left, as he just did, and then this happens. All right, down he goes.
Wow, he went down hard.
Y'all see what he was about to do, don't you?
Yeah,
His little jog. He's doing his little jog. He's going to do his little jog.
Oh, wow.
Well, he played at
And
Delaware.
he pointed back at what he felt.
But it wasn't in the middle of the stage. It was a sandbag holding that little thing up.
It was holding his teleprompter.
Yeah.
But you know why
He
that
was about
happened.
to march or something.
But listen, you know why that happened, Bubba. You pointed this out before anybody else because we have had parents and been around people. He shuffles, and when you shuffle, you don't pick your feet up.
Nope.
And so he shuffles into that sandbag because he's not picking his feet up. You see the shuffle? He shuffled right into it, and he's about to try to go into his jog.
Yes.
And
Purple suit took a beating.
Yeah. And by the way, I still believe that he thinks he's at the Naval Academy. I still believe that.
Yes.
And because he rambled around in the speech, they say too, which there's no need to go through all that, but he can't read. Some guys said he can't read a teleprompter. He doesn't know where he is. He's falling down, and of course he added something else that I won't say. How much longer are we going to let this go on? I mean, you know how you've got something like for instance, you've seen all these. It was in Star Wars. It's been in movies where they'll have some airplane or craft that they trust, and it's getting all beat up, and they're saying hold together, hold together.
Yeah.
I feel that way about this president. We're all screaming hold together.
Yeah, you've been shot up.
Right,
your wing is hanging off,
yeah.
and you're just trying to get back to the airfield. Now we have reaction to the fall.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have time? Do you want to start with Biden's reaction to it?
Sure. Yeah, let's start with
1E, and then
1E.
we'll work
Yeah,
our way
it's
out.
short. Yeah.
It's really hard to hear, but he'll tell you what happened here.
Okay. I got sandbagged.
Yeah,
You sure did.
He's about to jog. He's about to jog again.
So would we.
Yeah.
So would we.
Yeah, we sure have.
Yeah.
But then we have Trump reacting.
Yeah,
to Biden
yeah.
following.
We've got time. We still got about 3 minutes. So here's.
Let's hear it, and we'll have DeSantis.
He's a little skip.
Yeah, see his little skip he's trying to do.
Skippity skip. Skippity skip. I got sandbag with hairy legs.
So you want to hear the Biden mocking Trump, then Trump's reaction?
Yes,
2A and B.
yes.
All right, here we
Okay.
go.
All right, here is this is Biden in 2000.
Yeah.
What is it?
He's mocking when Trump had to go down the steep ramp, and he was trying to be careful.
Yeah.
Look at how he steps and look how I step. Watch how I run up ramps and he stumbles down ramps. Okay.
By the way, let me make a note of this because this was the same way when I was in church. When I was in church and everybody was screaming, "We're no longer slaves to fear," while wearing masks. Here's a guy trying to be a hardtail, okay, and I'll be nice. He's trying to be Billy Bad, okay, and he's wearing a mask, terrified of that we all know doesn't work anymore. He didn't have his nose covered, and he's trying to show us how brave and fearless he is, and how much veracity he has, and all of that, and making fun of Trump. But now Trump has waited on this moment, and he is.
He's at the Air Force Academy. He actually fell down. Well, I hope he wasn't hurt. I hope he wasn't hurt. But the whole thing is crazy. You got to be careful about that. You got to be careful about that because you don't want that. Even if you have to tiptoe down a ramp, you got to
He didn't forget.
No, he didn't.
And one of your favorite things that people always do on social media, 2C. This is one of Bubba's favorite bits, and it works every single time. All right, so here it is.
Oh, it's excellent is what it is.
Yeah, they've done this before. But
Yes.
it's the same one we did when he fell down. Here, the real. Isn't that one of your favorites?
Trump-
No, look, watch the ball.
Trump
hit him
golf ball hit him in the back of the head.
Who
does that?
Does that ever get old? Ever?
No, I
Ever?
can see Trump hitting somebody with a golf ball all the time.
All right, and here's DeSantis. He's also going to
love
respond.
this.
Here's DeSantis. All right.
All right, hold on. I just
right.
need about 2 more seconds.
No problem, man.
Generally
So.
Now, he did see, I think a lot of people saw, he had a fall at this Air Force event, and I don't know if he sustained injuries, but I just want to say that we hope and wish Joe Biden a swift recovery from any injuries he may have sustained. But we also wish the United States of America a swift recovery from the injuries it has sustained because of Joe Biden and his policies.
Amen. Amen. 15 minutes to the top. Your phone calls are next. Super P's ready.
Super P.
All 10 lines are available. If you dial right, go. He's ready to take your phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Any comment you want to make on what we've covered today or whatever's on your mind when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This weekend, Rick. One that is, total together, there's $1.3 billion up for grabs. $900 million in the Mega Millions jackpot. So there's 1.3 though up for grabs this weekend, and there'll be a couple of drawings as they try to give those away. Now, I think this is the appropriate time that we remind the listeners and viewers to the show that it's customary if you win over $600 million in a lottery that you tip your favorite radio/TV show.
Yes. No doubt.
I think I hope everybody knows that rule. It's kind of unwritten, but we're very aware of it.
Right.
Well,
and I hope all of you are.
Like I've said, Bubba, we love what we do for a living, but there's a lot of cost. Yeah. I mean, this costs a lot to keep.
A lot of wear and tear.
Yeah. I mean,
so I would say that if you tip this show $6 million, $1 million for everybody that works here, that would be fair and very appropriate.
That's
for
extremely
your
fair.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
you won't miss it. You will not miss it.
No.
Yeah,
it's nowhere near what the government's going to take from.
And
it.
I told Greg, I said if I had a windfall, of a lot of millions, I would want to share with all of y'all. It'd have to be. We were trying to figure out exactly how much it would have to be. I think if it was $30 million or more, I'd give all of y'all $1 million.
Would you really?
Yeah.
Well, Big Hearted Bubba at first come in and say, "Hey, if I win this, I'm giving y'all $1 million." I said, "So it takes $1 billion for you to win." To get us $1 million.
No. I would go down. I mean, about $30 million.
What's your
now?
number?
If it's lower than 20, I'd probably just give y'all a trust fund and let you have interest off of it.
That'd be good.
Greg, what about you?
That'd work.
How much you got to get for us to get some money?
How much do I have to get? $500 million.
Well, you just on me.
Yeah, but I'm way behind. You're a little further ahead of that.
You got more catching up to do.
Yeah.
Now, is that what you bring home or what the government? I mean, you splitting it.
That's gross.
It's gross. Look, what you do after that, I have no control.
Now, don't
over,
forget
so.
there are where there's a scenario where I'll throw you maybe $250, $500.
We're not going to get $1 million from you.
Well, if it's real big, you will.
Okay.
Now that's just the main six.
Yeah.
You're saying as you go down, maybe interns might get $100K
we'll
or something.
Oh yeah, throw them $100,000.
Yeah.
Start your little nest egg.
Pay off that student loan.
There it is.
Hey, MC Hammer, be real careful over there.
Yeah,
right. I know this all sounds like a ton of money, but if you start handing out big chunks, it goes away quick.
Yeah, it does. But again, what is the odds on this one? It was something. I read it, and because it's been every day, because every time they draw, they don't have a winner. Here we go. But the odds now have gotten to just an unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, all I think about is countdown to someone's life, thinking that it's really turned around only to destroy it.
Now, I'm going to be completely honest here, because I'm not, a $2 investment in a card is not going to put me over the edge. When I stop and get gas in Georgia today on my way to the ball game, I may grab a couple. You don't ever know.
Well, okay.
I mean, I'm not saying I know the odds are high, but I mean, I ain't going to win if I don't buy one.
Right.
Then we'll test this theory if I win. Y'all make fun of me. They go, "That's son of a gun won this thing. Where's my million?"
Would this not be hilarious?
I mean, I'm not making a trip.
Greg
but I am
won.
going
I'm not
to
talking
Georgia.
about winning all of it, but what if he pulled about $25 million and we were all like, "Hey, are we gonna get our meal now?"
Guys, let me look at it. Wait a minute.
Let's get to bookkeeping.
My kids are getting on me. They want some.
I'd like to throw out a theory concerning Greg Burgess because, no one knows him better than I do. I've studied him longer than anyone. And I think, Bubba,
day one, by the way.
Bubba, and I think you're going to agree with this. And I know Speedy is. I feel pretty strong he will too. I think there's a certain struggle that Greg must always be in to truly be Greg. I think if the struggle stops, we will lose Greg Burgess. He will cease to be the Greg.
That's a good
that
point.
we
Are
all
you
love.
saying the struggle is the drive?
That's it.
Yeah, maybe right.
There's something about the fact you look at him. His face looks like he's struggling all the time.
Or if I,
you know what I mean?
He's at war.
He's
at war with something.
Trying to get it all together.
If I had everything covered, it'd be kind of boring.
I know, and I think you would become this person we don't know and may not even like.
He'd become clean shaven.
I'm with you on that, Rick.
This happened. I watched.
Yeah, Rick, that's a good point.
Yeah, I think the struggle is what makes you you.
Sure. Yeah.
You know,
and look, when we say struggle, we know there's people with real
No,
but,
I'm not
but
saying
you're
that.
ready for the emails. I'm ready for the email.
Oh,
Greg,
you know what I mean. Our version of it.
Greg, can I quote the song? The thing that kills me makes me feel alive.
Right.
There you
Listen,
go. Listen,
I saw it, Greg. I saw it as deadpan, and there's a lot of people that are about to nod in their automobiles or at their homes right now. Okay, they're going to go, "Wow, I've never thought about it that way." And some who've already thought about it, y'all. It was deadpan. You know how somebody says something, you realize that was real, right there.
Oh yeah.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. The old show that has made a living, headed into the end of our 30th year by basically living off the fact that the show's not as bad as you thought it'd be. Low expectations are key. Remember, under promise, over deliver. All right, so as we come back, Field of Greens has been a big hit, and we're going to get to some of your phone calls. The lines are available right now if you want Super P to line you up and get you ready to go. So Field of Greens is just sweeping the audience, and I love getting these emails. I had one yesterday that actually sent me the picture of the Field of Greens, saying that they learned from me, and they're traveling around the world. Looks like they're in some beautiful city, maybe in Europe, and they're holding out the canister of Field of Greens and said the only thing better than learning from something actually happening to you is to learn from somebody else after it happened to them not to put this in your carry-on luggage. So they actually checked their Field of Greens because they wanted to have it with them, and they said the reason why, they cannot believe how great they feel. So even when they travel, hey, it goes with them. But be sure and check that. They won't let you carry that on. So anyway, go to fieldofgreens.com right now and get yours. And it's really not complicated. The science is pretty clear. And that is that our bodies are designed, however you think we're designed, needing certain fuels in order to operate at peak efficiency. And those things can be found in Field of Greens. Maybe you get them in your own diet, but I'm going to tell you I had a hard time doing that. With this, I've done it, and the way I feel is so much better. I'm seeing the results. So are so many of you. And, you know, these are scientifically chosen. Each ingredient, you know, the fruits and the vegetables that are there, and all the different biotics that are involved in it as well, are all designed to support heart health, lung health, kidney health, metabolism, blood pressure, and immune system. All of this are incredible benefits, and you'll love this product. So get yours now at fieldofgreens.com and join those of us that are seeing the benefits. Save 15% using the code BUBBA at fieldofgreens.com. To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's start with Northport. Charles. Charles, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Green Acres, but first. The question.
Thank you, sir.
The question that you were saying earlier about Biden, I think Biden needs to be impeached.
Well, that's never going to happen. I think the thing that we need to do is just make sure that he doesn't get reelected. He's not going to be impeached. That's not going to happen. But it is.
You got a good opportunity to get rid of him.
Yeah, I think that.
Well, they have this investigation going on. The Republicans have subpoenaed the evidence from the FBI. Christopher Wray has refused to turn it over, but he said he would let them see it. So I don't know how, and it's into bribery, dealing with the Biden family. Right. So, again, I think what happened with Trump, eventually you will see that come to fruition with Biden too, because, you know, you get back in D.C., that's how you operate. So that's why we were kind of hating to see us go down that path.
Yeah.
Because you know it won't be a one and done.
What do you think? What is don't we have a clause that says if the person who's president doesn't have the cognitive or physical ability to
25th,
continue.
isn't it the 25th amendment?
What amendment is it? That's to me, that's your best hope. Now, they may keep protecting him where you can't ever make that case. But
the problem is the people who have to vote to do that is his cabinet.
Right, yeah.
And that's the people who he gave them a job. So it's going to be hard for them to do that.
Well, plus then his brothers and his son will come after you.
Right. But at some point, it's going to be so obvious. I hate to say this, but I'm disappointed in Jill a little bit that she's not protecting her husband better than she is.
I actually saw someone post yesterday, and they weren't joking. If this is not a definition of elder abuse, I don't know what is.
Right.
That they keep this man propped up and keep putting him in these positions. Thomas, welcome to Rick and Bubba out of Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Go ahead.
Hey, happy Friday, guys. How are you?
Thank you. We're doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, and you're right. It is absolutely elder abuse. Knowing what we do about his family and the connections to China and all that. I saw that video, and I didn't send it to anybody. I just sat there and just boiled with anger about this is for all the, are they called cadets at the Air Force Academy? I don't know, but for all those. Anybody in that situation, thinking this is the commander-in-chief and just projecting an image of just weakness and ineptitude to the rest of the world. I mean, and that's what just burns me to a crisp.
Yeah, it's not very inspiring, is it? It doesn't embolden you to say, "Here's our leader." I mean, we're a laughing stock around the world right now. I mean, we've played y'all clips of other countries making fun of us. That we are allowing this to go on. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, I'm getting ready to take my grandson to Byron's down in Auburn, but just want to talk about the debt ceiling for a minute.
Okay.
I just, I know they passed it, and I get why they passed it, and some said yes, some said no. And, the real point's going to come in when they start appropriating the money. But the problem is like y'all said, they keep spending more than they take in, which nobody else can do except the government, who just takes from you. And I just hope that the Republican senators can get a spine when it comes to appropriations, because they can still bring this money down, and they weren't going to default. They can still pay interest. They can still pay the military, Social Security. Money's still coming in from our taxpayers. So there was a lot of stuff they could have done, but the ultimate problem is they just don't know how to spend money properly.
Yeah. And here's the thing, and this is what I addressed with Congressman Gary on our podcast, that the House of Representatives, all spending bills have to start there. The Republicans have control of that. So you got control of that. Do what you can do. If you don't think we ought to be doing this, don't fund it.
Right.
You can cut out the funding for it.
Right.
The margins are close, and you have to have some help from across the aisle on some of the issues.
Yep.
But I don't think you can sit in the House of Representatives and complain
about
the money, because you're you have the purse strings on all of it.
Well, he also said, which we've been proponents for years, the best way to bring the revenue in is a flat tax with no deductions.
Right.
And get a percentage that is straightforward and everybody pays. And because he said a lot of the money that is squandered is also writing checks to people that didn't have those checks coming. And then big corporations skirting paying taxes at all.
Yeah.
And if you flat tax, nobody can get around it, and you'd have all the revenue coming in, but then people would also keep more of their own money. It's a win-win. But Bubba, tell them why that's never going to happen.
Well, because you can't buy votes with a flat tax.
No, you can't.
And the first time somebody comes up there and says, well, what about my kids? They've got this problem, or somebody's got that problem, and we need a break and whatever. Yep. And everybody wants to help them. But once you start opening the door to that, you don't have a flat tax anymore.
Right. But see, people don't understand, if we had a flat tax, you'd have more of your own money. You probably wouldn't be in that situation.
If every legal entity paid the same and a flat tax, would be better off.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, guys, you've heard us talk right here on this program about liver health. I'll tell you that. Yep. The old liver takes a beating. It really does. And I will tell you, if you're listening and watching right now, the American Heart Association indicates that adults with fatty liver were 3.5 times more likely to have some sort of heart failure than those who do not. And the American Liver Foundation says that 100 million Americans have fatty liver. Why? Well, we throw everything at our livers: cholesterol, alcohol, toxins, Tylenol, statins, cigarettes. The whole liver's taking a beating. And so many of us have a sluggish, fatty liver that makes us gain weight and lose energy. For decades now, of course, your liver has helped you, and the more we study it, you realize over 500 key functions are related to the liver that your body desperately needs to keep you alive. So it's time for maybe us to go to our liver and say, sorry about that, and maybe help the liver out a little bit. And here's a solution: Liver Health Formula. It's manufactured right here in the United States of America. It has been approved by American doctors, and it contains 12 clinically proven botanicals that help recharge and protect your liver. Things like fat burning, thing about energy. It also helps you with weight gain. Try Liver Health Formula and receive a free bottle of blood sugar formula to reduce sugar cravings when you order today. Here's how you get it. Go to getliverhelp.com/Bubba and claim your free bonus gift, and that will be the blood sugar formula, okay? Getliverhelp.com/Bubba, getliverhelp.com/Bubba. You've been on the show before and all this. Incredible story, incredible testimony. Funny guy.
You need to read his book, too.
Yes. Yeah. So anyway, so we're going along, and so we get back, and I remember where it was vividly. We're in the backstage area behind where they have the stage set up, and Cersei is back there, and there's tables, and we're kind of hanging out. Because if you're doing something out in the middle of a field, there's not really nowhere to go. There's just kind of a backstage area. And he's sitting there, and he starts discussing the show. And this is going to hit a lot of people right now. And he looks at me, and he said, he said, I have something I'm very concerned about. And I said, okay. I got kind of serious for a minute. And his face was so funny. You could see the internal struggle. He said, everything that Greg says is exactly what I would say. He speaks for me, and I don't know what that says about me.
I knew me and Bill had
Look, and he just had that look, and he looked at me almost concerned. Rick, help me. I'm almost like, I mean,
I get this too. Greg says exactly what I'm thinking before I say it.
I'm sorry that
it's like he's the voice in my head.
But I never saw that follow-up look where all of a sudden you
like,
he
was
concerned.
Help me because
at one time Bill looked past me, was just looking off into nothing, and said, I don't know what that says about me.
So he's saying that's a mirror I really don't want to look at.
Right, exactly.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but I'm going to take it as
right. No. So Greg, what I'm saying is, if we take away the struggle,
believe me. Then nobody has a voice then,
right?
I mean, you're for
I'd hate for you to be able to sit here. I'd hate for you to be sitting here, okay, and you get a phone call that your air conditioning unit is completely destroyed, and it don't even bother you. Go, well, we'll just get another.
See, that's a great point.
You know what I mean? It would just.
So
I think it takes away him.
Rick, that's a really good.
Are you asking me?
He's getting other people to put his trees up like me.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Are you?
Now you're not fighting the Christmas tree.
Because I've already been griping about having to decorate the Christmas tree.
See what we lose.
I was doing that last.
So
week.
See what we lose.
Are you, Rick? Are you asking me then if I have some windfall? Because I'm not going to win and play in the lottery. But if I have some windfall, and I get, say, $30 million, you don't want me to give Greg
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
I think
I'll give it to everybody else.
I think,
Bubba, I can fake it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and give it to
Let me
him.
tell you something. As cheap as Speedy is, he'll never have to work again.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, because he ain't going to spend it.
Speedy could turn $250 into $1 million.
Golly.
Rick, everybody thinks of all these grand things. Hey, if I came in that kind of money, what I'd do? Speedy goes, well, I'd probably buy lunch a couple of times. I'd actually pay.
He goes, after Bubba gave me out his windfall, guys, lunch is on me today.
Lunch is on me, guys. I'm over here enjoying the conversation.
Thank you, Speedy, for that $41 you threw down.
Yeah. Nobody didn't tap you out. I'm just saying,
be careful making Greg comfortable.
Well, I'm just saying this, Rick. It may all end tomorrow because if I stop and get gas, I may grab a couple of tickets just for giggles. Just for giggles.
It's a dangerous move for
$2.
Greg. It's a dangerous move for so many people. Bill Cersei alone will have no voice.
Oh, Bill.
Greg, he just looks like this. What does that say about me?
Now, if you get $30 million, Greg, you're not going to quit working, are you?
Oh, absolutely.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank the Alabama Cattlemen's Association. They're cooking us steak and eggs today. That great smell. It's gotten a little smoky in the kitchen in there. It's usually I cook the beef outside, but it's they've put something there, and I'm not trying to say it's smoky in the kitchen, but I just walked in there a minute ago and found Dick Van Dyke dead in the floor. So anyway,
here's something else.
Even he could not stop, drop, and roll through that. But anyway,
I remember him teaching us that when we were kids on that film.
If the sprinkler system goes off, I want you to know that I will laugh hysterically. Now it will ruin all this equipment, and we will be incredible financial dire straits.
Yeah.
But anyway, for a moment, I'll be laughing as the sprinklers come down on me.
Yeah.
Now I won't be laughing when we get stuck in a local studio over on across town and have to do the show from there because this place has been destroyed.
I'll go ahead and step in on a limb.
Minutes past. Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all here. Rick and Bubba University students Super P and Lord of the Jacket here, banging out a degree in common sense. That now a superpower. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we went from things that really probably affect our lives and our country hanging on and the very fabric of it falling apart. I know that will garner no interest. So let's get to something people care about, UFOs. So if you don't believe people have more passion about these kinds of things, just look at the views on something that really matters versus views on UFOs, Bigfoot. We haven't done one on the abominable snowman.
Oh, yeah,
we've done Sasquatch.
Yeah, we did Sasquatch.
Yeah, we've done Sasquatch. I don't know that we haven't done, Greg, what, the Mothman? We haven't done Mothman.
Yeah, I've dipped off in the Mothman.
What about, I know we got Skinwalker, but isn't there when there's some skinny guy that everybody sees?
Slender Man.
Slender Man.
Slender Man.
We haven't done Slender Man.
Skinny guy.
But some people call him Skinny Guy.
Little fan man.
All right, so a NASA panel, Bubba. Now, you remember this? They were formed last year. And this was about, now, I thought we were calling them something different now. We don't call them UFOs anymore.
Yeah, well, I still like UFOs.
I do too.
I mean, they've gone to UAPs and all that, but, this is a committee, Rick, I wouldn't mind being on this one right here, investigating. This is a good one. Huh?
So we're going to hear.
I mean, you don't like committees, but this is a good one.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I like the idea of committees. I just don't want to be on one. And matter of fact, I'm on a board right now that made the arrangement I never have to come to the meeting. I just vote when they send me out what they talked about. All right, so we have the panel.
So this is interesting, though,
Public
Rick.
meeting.
The military has their version. NASA is they have their own group studying UAPs and UFOs, and they held a public meeting. I guess it was at the end of last week or first of this week, and the video is out now. We'll get to look at some of the things they're talking about. And Rick, really, it's kind of bizarre because they're showing you some real life UFO situations.
Oh yeah, we're going to hear.
We have no explanation.
We'll have a little look and then hear them talk, and then after they talk, we'll look at some of the other stuff that they clearly. First of all, we all going to say this.
This is a spherical orb, metallic, in the Middle East, 2022. This is a typical example of the thing that we see most of. We see these all over the world, and we see these in making very interesting apparent maneuvers.
They say they need better data and recording to identify what those things are.
To summarize some of the things that we've learned, the current data collection efforts regarding UAPs are unsystematic and fragmented across various agencies, often using instruments uncalibrated for scientific data collection.
So they're going to release something in July.
July, Bubba.
Oh, boy.
Right around the 4th of July.
By why they got the farmer's insurance guy talking about that? But
the silver orb.
Here we go.
This is the same thing they're seeing at
right here on
Skinwalker,
National Bubba Day.
at Skinwalker Ranch,
Hey,
by the way.
button up your shirt a little bit.
No,
let it flow.
I got a dumb question when you're done.
Well, go ahead. We'll start.
Well,
with
something he said in regards to the research. He said they make maneuvers.
Right.
So is he saying that it's not just some object falling or in orbit or whatever? It is actually making certain strategic movers, and they don't know why or what that is?
Yeah, I hate to go back to the Tic Tac video again, but it's some of the best documentation we have. You've got these things, whatever they are, that are making turns at speeds that we can't do with our current aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because
so it's not a drone. It's real.
Yeah, so I don't know, but I think what he's saying too is, you get these random videos. They need better resolution. They need more cameras.
Yeah,
there's got to be a better effort to record these things if they're going to be able to track them down. And I don't know. I know in the past our government has had things and they've tested them and people have seen them and they thought they were UFOs, but they're saying this is not the case with this. They've checked with everybody. And like I say, they're documenting them all over the world, and they're coming from different places.
What do you think it is, Dr. Bussey?
Thank you. That's where I was going.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
What do you
think?
Do you think
Do you think there is another country out there that has this advanced technology that we currently do not have, and they're flying all over the place?
I think
is that a possibility?
No, I don't. I don't think it's so. I think we're still ahead of the world on most of the technology, and if we can't do it, they can't do it.
Okay.
I can't get to it. Nobody can get to it.
And if you remember with the Tic Tac stuff, these things flew in the atmosphere, but they also went in the water.
Right.
So I don't know. It's very strange.
So this is the kind of breakdown we got to have. Number one, NASA tells us, tell me yes or no, NASA tells us we've checked with our own military and we've checked with allies, and the best checking we can do, we can find nobody getting to it, that no one has these kind of things they're testing.
That is correct.
Right?
It has that capability.
All right, so I'm going to put no by that according to what they said. All right, number two, the other option, of course, is we have someone visiting from somewhere else, and they've been visiting a lot, and they seem to be some of the greatest procrastinators I've ever seen. Okay?
Again,
you talk about somebody can't finish a project.
Think about this. This is one of the theories that is floating around, that we do have visitors, and I'm not saying this is true.
No, I'm just putting all the options out here.
That we have some form of intelligence from outside our world that has been studying us for some time, and that they are not wanting to make a formal connection with us. It's kind of like when we would go into the woods and study, wildlife, and we would try to hide from them so we don't throw them off. But due to our level of technology, we are seeing them, and we're seeing them more because we have more cameras now. And that they travel such a far distance to get here, they probably have a base here somewhere, and they're operating from here now.
I'm putting that under,
and it's in the ocean. Is
another dumb question.
I'm putting that under I'm putting that under universal, extremely expensive safari.
Yes, that is it.
We're just here to observe, and we think it's kind of neat to watch these people.
Well, think about this. Like we went to the moon. We sent landers and rovers there before we landed. On Mars, we're sending rovers and landers there, and satellites that are orbiting.
Taking a close look
and maybe
at Uranus.
Somebody else is kind of doing that to us. Maybe these are drone type pieces of equipment from an alien intelligence.
By the way, did y'all see the drone story today? We'll get that.
How about that?
Did I warn everybody?
We've got Jeff
can't do
Bezos,
that.
billionaire Jeff Bezos, just taking, just joy rides to the edge of space. I think we've got a super rich tourist from planet Bleep Blorp coming by.
Yes, good point.
Coming just to say what's up.
Question.
Of course, if we
Now,
went to
please
any of
ask.
these places and found human beings and everything operating here, we probably would have done more. We probably would have engaged them, talked to them,
No,
did something.
It's the slow.
Well, we don't know
slow
if we
leak.
would or not.
Well, we didn't find
faucet.
anything there.
Well, not yet.
On the
Do
moon.
we have any footage?
I think the moon, we've come to the conclusion the moon's out. There's nothing there.
Right.
Well, at least on the
A
surface.
little dusty.
There are no people.
What gender are they?
Are creatures.
Do we have any
They
footage?
don't have gender.
There's no such thing
Bubba.
as gender.
That's
Do we
right.
have any footage
There's
that
95 different genders.
that picks this thing up and takes it until we don't see it anymore? I told you it's a dumb question, but like we have so many cameras, so when we see this,
I mean, there's obviously
Is
a
this-
sphere there, right? I mean,
right? I got
this
it.
is not a,
so
this
when
is
we
not an
follow
illusion.
that,
Sphere.
what's the end game on this footage? They stop it here, but where does it go? Like, is it going
I think
into
it just
space and
Most of the-
vanishes? Does
Most
it go
of the time,
in the water?
it gets out of the screen. It just
So we don't
goes
have
in
any
the water.
footage that follows its every move to
That's
it till we
TikTok.
can't see it anymore.
Tack.
It's like zoom.
Yeah, they don't know where it goes.
The Tic Tac had stuff going in
that's
the
what I
water.
meant.
They had
Going
things
in
going into
in
the
the
water
water,
at high speeds that
That's
we
where they
can
live.
do.
Rick,
And it's-
on your list,
Now, Rick, here's the thing too. These things are smaller than normal craft that we would fly.
Yes.
So they're either drones or if they're aliens, they're tiny little things.
Little tiny men.
And that may be the case.
And guys, the Tic Tac video, it went from 10,000 feet to 10 feet instantly.
Yeah.
It's defying physics.
Rick, on your little list there, is our own government testing things?
That was number one, and NASA says no.
Okay.
So I put a no by it. That was my number one.
But
dude,
would
I know.
they admit to it?
No, I don't know. Yeah. Number three, of course, the supernatural realm.
Right.
Little
The-
tiny men.
All right. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Look.
Okay, good. Well, this smoke.
So
this,
Greg, how much do you think you would win? What do you think?
Well, it depends on how many people win.
Well, I mean, you're not going. It'll be split and all that stuff. But I mean, if let's just say you came away with $30 million, what do you do?
Look at it.
So I end up with what, about 15? Time
Yeah,
the government
15
gets in it?
cash. Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I may not be able to share much of that. but-
Hey, that ain't enough to be handing around. That ain't enough. You think about how much longer you're gonna be alive.
Yeah. And see, I got to get through family before I get to all y'all. So
I've got to,
but I don't
how
have
about
many
this?
kids. I only have 2 kids.
How about this? I've got to walk away with at least as much as they're gonna have to pay Gus Malzahn to leave.
Exactly.
There
That's a
you
good
go.
one, by the way.
That's
Rick.
a great
Speaking
one.
of winning the lottery.
Yeah.
When he
because
inked that deal last year, he won it.
I've wanted some coffee, and because of the smoke in there, I haven't gone in there yet to get any. And the discussion in the break came up, and the music was coming back to start this segment, and so I got to ask it on air. What is the most cups of coffee you've had in one day? What number? Because I know with him, he's punchy. He's going to be up to about 2 a.m. He's going over to Georgia to watch football, and
Right.
I think I've already seen him have 3.
Oh, I've had at least 3.
Yeah, and is there a certain number you should stop?
Now, when we say cup, we're just saying your average size cup.
Yeah, average
Because
size
you
cup
can get
of
a big
coffee.
mug, and that's really 2.
Yeah.
Right.
That's when we used to get into that. We used to go to them keg parties.
Mine's
You would
easy to
count them, and
answer.
You thought that's 1. It was actually 3.
Yeah.
Speedy, mine's easy to answer. 0. I think I've only just tried to taste it a few times.
Why
I've
don't?
never
Well,
done
let's
Let me
put it
tell
in
you
your
this,
world.
Bubba, there's
How many mellow yellows do you go through if you're struggling? It's the same thing.
Well, it's a whole different caffeine amount, but I would be. I try to stay 2 a day would be what I would like to stay under. If I've had 3, then I'm beginning to worry about myself.
Yeah, I rarely ever. We're about the same, but I rarely ever drink more than 2 cups a day of coffee.
Wait a minute now.
I'm seriously hardly.
Let me say why. You were not a coffee drinker,
No,
like Bubba. Now I've seen you turn into a coffee drinker,
Right.
I thought it was more than that
because I finally drank good coffee.
We've seen him
Exactly.
turn into a coffee investor.
That's true.
Yes.
But you took it to a new level.
Well,
You did.
back to what y'all talking about. I realized that because I was not a big coffee guy, I looked around and realized there's people that if people drink coffee, drink a bunch of it.
That's right.
But what I'm saying is this: so I'd never had good coffee. So when I had good coffee, I liked it, but I still don't consider myself one of these people, like our parents that are going to drink coffee every single day, all day, regardless of the weather. That like if I sit down for people and socialize, coffee for me is pretty much only an AM experience. You don't sit.
I don't mind a good afternoon.
Yeah,
coffee.
but every now and then, like if mom and dad come over and we do a little pot of coffee at the house, I might sit down and drink one. So probably for me, drinking 3 a day is a big deal.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
Yeah.
I'll drink 3 a segment. I'm not going to exaggerate. Let me think. And this is the cup. This size cup.
The old Huskers
On
cup.
a normal day during the show, which for us is from 5 to 10, I will drink about 4 to 5 cups.
During the show or all day?
You go one
During
an
the
hour.
show.
You'll
During
go
the
one
show.
an hour.
How much caffeine does a cup of coffee have?
I don't know. It just depends.
Do you
It varies what kind of coffee
and
it
then,
is, but-
And then I probably won't drink any more. Every now and
Time
then
out,
I'll
Greg.
grab one on my midday drive home just to stay away.
Do you not grab one on the way?
Oh yeah, that's I
Yeah,
forgot
he's
about
got-
that one.
yeah, yeah.
That's a big mug, so that's 2. That's 2 out of the gate.
That's 6.
So you're up to 10 cups a day, probably.
Oh, there are 10-cup days.
Do you think there's ever been a day back with Alabama Power and
Oh.
everything that you had 20 in one day?
Yeah, because
15
day or episode.
Just-
You know what I'm saying? Because
right.
we've had episodes that would go 30-something hours,
Yeah.
before you ever had a break.
Right.
Well, you got to eat. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that, but you were awake for 30-something hours,
right?
And boy, you drank a bunch in that.
Can I tell you an odd thing? And I hate to bring this up again. You know how we've listed before that I have these bizarre superpowers, but they really don't mean anything.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're not anything that really
They're not very useful.
You can't do much with them. You know what I mean? One of them is this: I don't really think I don't get affected by caffeine.
I'm that way. I could have caffeine late and still go to sleep.
I mean, when
and be
I
fine.
meet these people, go, oh, I can't do that right now because if I do that, I'll be up all night. I don't
either.
I never experience it.
I don't either. I will say
Well,
this. Let me tell you my problem.
I don't get jittery, and it doesn't really seem to help me. You know, if I get a lot of sleep, I'm fresh. If I don't, I'm not. No matter what I drink.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think I'm like you. I can drink coffee and go to bed. It don't keep me. But if I'm driving, I may be mental. It wakes me up a little bit. But I drink most coffee here because I see it.
Right.
And I think I'm sharp.
And it's fun.
I just like this. I just like this right here. What I like.
Yeah, I do
I
too.
like holding this cup.
Yeah.
I don't even like coffee. If I sit down and go, Greg, what's coffee taste like? Is that good? I probably go, no, it's not really
Right.
good.
Yeah.
But I can't explain it.
Yeah.
I just like in a relationship with coffee.
I
like to see it in
I
the
do
pot.
too. He likes to
I
prop
like to
up.
smell it.
I do too. Give him a sip.
Yeah.
Whole
Here.
court.
Dilly dilly.
It felt good.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you, baby.
I mean, that's the truth.
Yes.
It is a social event for me.
It felt Congressman Gary Palmer is with us. We talk about the debt ceiling vote, why he voted no, and why others voted yes. All that, catch that over the weekend wherever you get podcasts. Also, don't forget to shop for Father's Day for Dad at the Rick and Bubba store. Remember, be sure you get these orders in. A lot of you are doing this before, say, June 7th, maybe next week, so we can be sure we get them to you in time for Father's Day because of some of the shipping stuff sometimes still a little bit slow, not as quick as it once was. And definitely we cut it off on June 7th if you want a signed copy of Transform, the 31-day devotional that was released in February. If you want that for your dad and you want it signed, you need to get that in, or for anyone, by June the 7th. That link is at rickandbubba.com as well. All right, so let's talk about now you said they're walking back on the drone story now. You know, when I came in today, you said to me there's a story where a drone killed its operator, and you're now saying they're walking that back.
Well, it was a simulation.
Yeah,
it wasn't real.
Okay.
The Air Force said last week that a simulation of an artificial intelligence-enabled drone tasked with destroying surface-to-air missiles, SAM sites, turned against and attacked its human user, who was supposed to have the final go or no-go decision to destroy the site. And they go on and they say the reason it attacked him is because he was preventing it from accomplishing its final goal, and that was to destroy the air site. But again, the programming was that the human in this had the final say, go or no go, on destroying the site. Now, I just saw up on the news channels here a flash where the Air Force is walking this back, saying they have never had any such simulation. So the comments had to be taken out of context.
In the movie, we would all know, because we've seen the movies, the military's lying. Anybody remember War Games? Can't we just unplug it?
Right.
Don't we have the final say?
Unplug the Whopper.
Yeah. And the Whopper said, I'm moving forward with the destruction of our enemies and the world.
Yep.
Tried to shut off the drone, didn't want to listen, came back to kill the one trying to shut it down.
Yep.
Note taken. Mm-hmm.
But it was never real. It was just a simulated test, as we
right. But do you think
about.
anybody, see, honestly, there's going to be any public relations military person that's going to go out and say, "Oh yeah, that did happen. We got trouble.
Of course not.
Hey, we got
No.
problems. Hey, we just did a simulator where the drone came back to kill the operator. Man, we got problems."
Opa-lopa.
Thank y'all for asking me that. You're right. We got big problems.
No.
These things could be really dangerous. You think anybody's going to say that?
They can say, no, it didn't happen.
That
What
didn't
are you
happen.
talking
That didn't
about?
happen. Area 51 to you.
All right, so Rick, this whole thing happened.
Did
It was a U.S. Air Force colonel,
Mm-hmm.
Colonel Tucker Cinco Hamilton.
Mm-hmm. Cinco.
Mm-hmm.
And he spoke at a, let's see, what kind of summit is this he's speaking at? He provided attendees into a glimpse the ways that autonomous weapon systems can be beneficial or hazardous. He wrapped up the conference talking about life-saving automatic ground collision avoidance system for the F-16 fighters. And he said he cautioned too much reliability on AI because of its vulnerability and its ability to be tricked and deceived. He spoke about one simulation test in which an AI-enabled drone turned on its human operator that had the final decision to destroy a SAM site or not.
I know best.
The AI system learned that its mission was to destroy the SAM, and it was the preferred option. But when a human issued a no-go order, the AI decided it went against the higher mission of destroying the SAM, so it attacked the operator in the simulation.
Must destroy the SAM. You are now the enemy.
You're not the boss of me.
You not boss of me. You make bad decision. Me know better.
So he
For some reason he talks like Tarzan. I don't know why.
He goes on to listen. He goes on to clarify.
His grammar's not very good.
You think it'd be better?
What happened in the
Eventually it
simulation?
will.
And this is interesting. Hamilton explained that the system was taught not to kill the operator because that was bad, and it would lose points. Okay, remember, it's just a calculator. It's a counting up thing.
2 points.
So rather than kill the operator, the AI system destroyed the communication tower used by the operator to issue the no-go order.
Not if I can't kill you, won't listen.
Not today, pal. If I can't get to it,
If I can't destroy Sam, nobody can do it.
I'm afraid it used the old "I can't hear you on the cell phone" trick.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I
can't
take
hear
checks,
you.
homie.
So we've got the U.S. military saying that Colonel Tucker Cinco Hamilton's a liar?
I don't have that updated story. I did see it on the screen a minute.
Cinco don't know Jack.
Cinco kid is not a friend of mine.
It wasn't me.
That's Greg's line.
It wasn't me.
Did you see me there?
They say they caught me on camera. It wasn't me.
You're right. I'm telling you.
That was another drone from another game, not me.
We all look the same.
By the way, have we even thought about the fact, since we've developed drones, that some of these things, TikTok and all that, it's a bunch of advanced drones that somebody else has developed?
It could be.
They look like drones, unless we got people that are about 3 or 4 inches high.
Right.
It still could be ours, and whoever has them is just not ready to let everybody know they got them yet.
Yeah.
Richard Branson.
Hey, all this AI stuff's funny, and all these little, hey, robot here, robot there. There's a story out today about the soft tissue advancements.
I saw that.
And they said it's all
Terminator.
Oh yeah,
Cyborg.
They said it's going to look real when you see something coming at you and you don't know if it's human or not.
Well, looking for Sadakana.
You ain't seen nothing yet. I've got golden tickets. Each let me in. I'm here just a little bit early. Bing, bling, bling, I've got Bubba Donuts.
If they can build better, replacement parts like arms and legs, like the $6 Million Man, that would be, that'd be cool.
Yeah, but Bubba, yeah. Until that.
I give you 3 seconds.
Till that new arm chokes you.
Soft tissue.
Down.
Rick and Bubba.
Community, because I always felt like an outsider. These people going in, they'd get that pot going, it'd smell good, and they'd all be talking. They'd get their cup and sit around and talk. And I felt, and I'm sitting over,
it's exciting.
With nothing. So it is very social and it's fun. And as far as doing a radio show where you talk, any kind of warm drink to get it started, I've noticed does make a difference.
Yeah.
It is very helpful. But as far as me going, hey man, I drank coffee today, and I'm just wired.
No,
I've just never been that way. I mean, no matter how much caffeine I take in,
it does help me driving. But as far as like, I can, like I say, I can go home and go to bed. Like if I work late and I'm driving home, I'll drink coffee. The minute I get home, I go to sleep.
Yeah, like a Spark is like 2 to 3 cups of coffee, and so I'll take an Advocare Spark every morning.
I go 3
so
a
I
day
guess
on
that's
that.
like having 2 to 3 cups of coffee, and then I'll come in here, and on my bad days, I'll have maybe up to 2 to 3. I say bad days like I'm really tired. I'm trying to fight through it.
I'll just drink it as long as it's still in there.
Guys, I know this sounds
I mean,
weird.
if I see it, I'll pour it in a cup.
I've even experienced that if I'm really sleepy and I drink something with caffeine in it, it makes me sleepier.
No, it will. It will
okay.
relax you if you're used to drinking it. I've done that too. Just not a lot, but if you just take a few sips, it'll it relaxes you.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that because I thought that was weird.
And it doesn't affect me to keep me up either. I think some of that has to do with the time we get up. You just collapse anyway. You can fight through it.
Yeah.
But to me, it's kind of like the wheels will turn, but with it, it's like the wheels are turning with oil. You know, it's just it does give you a little weight. If I don't have any, I do kind of get a headache about 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I think for me, there's a placebo there too that's helpful.
Yeah.
Because what I've noticed is if I don't pay attention to it and I don't drink coffee or anything with caffeine in it, and also I'll look around and realize if I think I haven't drank coffee, I feel like I'm dragging. But if I've gone through the day before and just didn't realize I didn't drink coffee and didn't drag at all, and I'm like, okay, that's all in my head.
Yeah.
I think I need this to have a certain amount of energy, which I really don't think I do.
Sleep is what you need.
Yeah, that's really it. There ain't nothing beats sleep.
No.
So if you're keeping score at home, and I know what you're all thinking, I can feel it in the audience, especially if you've been around a while here. You know, I'm not on the show. There's certainly nothing handy about me at all. But guys, I want y'all to know that in the last 5 days, I've equipped myself with a machete and a chainsaw. And I know you're scared, and I know you're worried, and you're going to come see me at the hospital, and I appreciate that. But I got to tell you, as we all know, the power of that chainsaw is addictive. And one of the things that we were going to do, and I sent y'all the picture. I finally found a picture of the fire pit, so you have it on your phone. Bubba, I just sent it to you.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
So anyway, I went over and I said first, let me get started here on the wood. And my father-in-law was with me, and he's, all this, and I had dealt with a chainsaw, on certain jobs when I was working from time to time, way long time ago. But I've never owned a chainsaw because normally, like I say, me, I'm a turnkey guy. If I need chainsaw work done, I have somebody knock it out and do it. But I need to have one for things like this because it's more efficient to get your own wood and bring it over there, especially if you got trees falling down.
Got you a good case for it, no?
Yeah, oh yeah.
A little first aid kit to go with it.
Yeah, what I need. But so then there came this moment. My wife is a go-getter. I'm talking about my wife is aggressive, get it done. She's not afraid to work. She's not afraid to get dirty. And I could see that this is the good news, because I know what some of you are thinking, but here's the good news. The good news is my wife, and she said, she, just the way God made her, she's petite, she's small, and she says, to me, I've never been able to crank anything that requires a rope crank ever. She said, my arms aren't long enough. I can't pull anything long enough to crank it. She goes, so I know I won't be able to crank the chainsaw, and she can't. So the good news is the only time she would ever have it, I would have to be there or wouldn't be able to crank it. Okay, so that's good. She can't crank it and just go off on her own with this, even though she's perfectly capable.
Right.
We both agreed it was probably best because I watched yesterday kind of a glossed over look with her when she felt the power of that chainsaw. She was like, I'd like to have a shot at it. And, of course, we were doing the thing about, don't on certain size trees, don't let it clamp. That's you don't want that. If you're cutting through there and all of a sudden the tree clamps down.
Yeah. There's some skill and talent.
And in this position right here, that start underneath and come up. This is not a downward. This is an upward cut. And she really took to it. But guys, just what you said a minute ago, Speedy, which bothered me a little bit because this is when you have to watch yourself when you've
keep monitoring. That's
Come on. 35 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Phone calls open. All 10 lines. Super P ready. 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's your turn. All 10 lines. We're going to the phone. 30 seconds a pop. The old buzzer keeps it moving unless we get a timeout from Bubba and or Helmsy. 2 total timeouts, all we got, so don't depend on that. But if your call needs expansion, that's their call. But they get to do that once apiece. Now, there are no meaningless shout-outs. There are no shameless plugs. No baby predictions or anything like that. This is about getting topics on, questions on, stories on at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We open all 10 lines, and we go rapidly. If you move now, you'll get in. LearBubba.com. Are you looking for a little hedge with all that's going on in the economy? Well, gold, precious metals, that is a great way to go. Always has been. And with every purchase of gold, you get a 1 ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. And, there's a lot of financial analysts that think that gold could get as high as $4,000 an ounce. No way to guarantee that. But at the prices that are still available, if it gets anywhere close to what the predictions are, you're going to do quite well. And we're throwing in the silver bars, too. So this is the time to do it, or at least learn more. Go to LearBubba.com. Or you can call 1-800-707-4575. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find that right there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's start with Shane. Shane is out of Georgia. Shane, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds, sir. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just a quick story. When I was about 20 years old, I was driving home from work one night. It's probably 9 or 10 o'clock at night. And above me, about 300 to 400 feet, looked like a flying saucer. It was blue and yellow, and it had lights blinking around it, and wasn't going very fast. So I reported it the next morning to the newspaper. Well, come to find out it was a daggone blockbuster video blimp headed to Atlanta. How about that?
So they did. So it was a blimp. Okay.
So you were able to identify.
You were
That's
able
good.
to
The
identify.
process worked.
Lamar, Missouri. Dustin standing by. Dustin, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. How are you guys?
Fired up, Dustin. That's all we know.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, I think there's only one person that can figure out what's going on with this UFO situation, and that's Roger Lewis. I think y'all need to get him out there and get to the bottom of this.
That's a good word. His retirement has hurt our news department.
It has.
Anonymous in Huntsville. Anonymous, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, I'm a software developer. I work for a large defense contractor at an Army intelligence base on the Mexican border called Fort Huachuca. I work for a Joint Center of Excellence, which is just a fancy word for basically just an organization that involves all the branches of the military and all the branches of IC, like DIA, CIA, NSA, HSA, all the above. I never saw any alien technology or anything like that. I just wanted to say, knowing defense contractors and the fact that they're for profit and they have virtually an unlimited budget from the federal government, there's a huge financial incentive to not reveal if this is our technology for these companies individually.
Yeah, I understood and
I agree.
agreed.
I agree, yeah.
And we know from history when the B-1, not the B-1, the B-2, the stealth fighter, a lot of those were being developed, how they were slowly shown to the public and measured the reaction to it. So it's reasonable to say that this is the same thing going on. And I don't have a problem with that. I really, if you just look at percentage of possibilities, it's probably the most likely answer.
Yeah, and like you,
honestly, I hope it is.
Well,
yeah, and Anonymous, you would agree. Yeah, this has happened throughout time. That the government doesn't tell us things, and they also will be asked direct questions, and they won't tell the truth.
And when agencies like DARPA, for example, when they come up with something really ingenious, right, there's something state of the art, they just create the prototype or the concept. A defense contractor actually creates the product, and they own it, and the government essentially just leases it.
Okay, so
anyway.
just to inform everybody, explain to them what DARPA is.
It's an agency that develops cutting edge technology, experimental type technology that I don't really know how else to explain it other than they experiment. All they do is research and development. They've got a virtually, like I said, an endless budget. they can do whatever they want to do. So if there's some guy developing some technology in his garage somewhere, we've got these think tanks that are funded by other agencies. Like, I worked with one called InQtel, for example. It's funded by the CIA. They find the Bill Gates of the world that are developing things in their garages and doing weird things. And then, sometimes those people and their ideas, go to places like DARPA. They help fund them and they help these people research, or sometimes they stay within these think tanks and the government will help fund these projects, not only for the government's use, but also for like industry.
Right. Yeah. And I'm glad DARPA's out there. They've had some wildly successful things, and of course they have a lot of things that don't work. So, but that's what keeps us on the cutting edge. I'm glad they're there. I'm glad they're doing their thing.
One timeout gone. Only one remains in the hands of Helmsy. Richard, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So I know y'all seen it. There's no way you haven't seen it, but y'all see Biden try to do his little jog yesterday and slam hard, and then he tries to get up by himself, and he goes back down and has to be helped up.
Yeah, we did that whole bit last hour. Covered it in great detail. So that's why you can't miss it. You can't miss a moment. You can't miss a moment of the Rick and Bubba Show. Not one moment, Richard.
Let me get this straight. So the president failed.
Yes, he did. Let's go to Lexington, Kentucky. Sam standing by. Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, I was calling earlier about, or I was calling that the guys were talking earlier about everything that's going on in Lexington this weekend. We have two baseball fields, and Speedy and Helmsy, it's the finals of the high school baseball tournament. And I live as a stone's throw from UK, and it's already been nuts, and there's no hotel rooms within a 30-mile radius. Plus, these Special Olympics finals are going on. So, I mean, we're up to our elbows in alligators up here, bro.
Do you think
it's a good time for sports?
But when you start assigning these regional hosts, do you not take all that into account?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Well, don't the schools bid on them? And so they're
no.
You got first of all, you got to win.
Yeah,
and so you got to put yourself in that position.
Yeah,
and so that's
yeah, you got to make it. You got to be worthy to host.
But do you think they don't sit down and go, well, here's the thing with Lexington on this particular weekend. If we have them as a regional host, they got no hotels.
Right.
Look at this other stuff going on.
Yeah,
big concert going on.
I guess so. Now the dorms, it sounds bad, but they're suites.
So the team doesn't even have anywhere to play.
So all the visiting teams are having to most of them, unless you want to stay outside that 30 miles.
It sounds
you're gonna
bad,
stay there,
but they're in a nice place.
Sure,
like they're really in a nice place.
A lot going on though.
Yeah,
oh UK.
Good
Matt,
place to be there.
Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Matt, go ahead. Matt.
Me?
Yes. If your name's Matt, yeah, go right ahead.
Who, me? I didn't hear the weird little noise. I was going to say, did anybody notice when Biden biffed it yesterday that the crowd started cheering louder?
Yeah, there was a lot of commotion. I think.
I was hoping they were cheering for the guy in the front that was coming out. That was actually the main attention. He kind of fell in the background.
Right.
See the guy coming out saluting there that they were cheering.
Yeah. Yeah. It's.
Why won't somebody help me?
Help me,
that guy.
Why can't I get any help? I've fallen and I can't get up.
We continue. We go to Trey. Trey, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Hey, you know my dad, Coach Lee, and he always tells me the story about you guys at JSU. It was when y'all played in the snow. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about it.
What about when Jacksonville State played the national championship in the snow?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. So you're Wayne Lee's son.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to hear from you, Trey. It was one of those things that I think, Bubba, you were there. It was a shock to everyone.
I'll tell you that.
They're playing the national championship for Division II that year, 1989, right? And so we all wake up in Florence, Alabama, which is where it was being played, and there is how many inches of snow on the ground? A bunch. And you had these two teams ready to play a national championship game. They had already played. They're from the Gulf South Conference, both of them, Mississippi College and Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State was undefeated and had beaten Mississippi College.
On their field, like 24-7 or something like that.
It was about a 3-touchdown victory, but Mississippi College is very, very good.
Yep.
And his dad said, we don't want to play them again. But then when everybody woke up and of course it's Alabama, so there's no snow equipment. There's really nothing you can do, and both teams could barely stand up and do anything, and it ended 3-0, and Mississippi College won. Because we turned the ball over, and they were close enough to make a field goal. But both teams in the snow, it was
sloppy.
It was hard to operate.
Yeah, it was a shame because I think that would have been a classic matchup of two incredible teams for the second time in the year. But ain't nothing you can do about it.
No.
But it was and Sherry, my wife, was a marching ballerina. She said, I know not as important, but you should have tried to go out there and march in your boots at halftime. So we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The main project, and now you're just knocking down things everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And she first of all, she did not ease in to the chainsaw. Matter of fact, her father said to me and her, y'all know you don't have to have it wide open the whole time.
Right.
I mean, because we're like, man, we're taking something down. And she took a hold of that thing, and we started down this tree, and my father-in-law and I were making sure we're holding it steady, and we were putting logs underneath it to lift it up, but then we would hold it as it was getting. She just started going, boom, 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 and I mean, she started cutting like a chainsaw maniac, and at one point, it's like she didn't even know we were around. It was just her and that chainsaw and her little self, and there was stuff just. There's another, and just another log dropping down, and she was just having. And then it happened. She looked around. I said, she's looking for something else to cut. She's looking for something else to cut. And all of a sudden, she saw some little tree that they had tried to prune or something, and it never came around, and it kind of was a eyesore, kind of sticking. And it's gone. And so then we start having to talk about watch the dirt. Watch the hill. Now you're cutting things that we don't have a game plan for. You know what I mean? Now you're just cutting stuff.
Right.
And
there went a shrub.
Yeah, I said, honey, it's a fire pit that a family will use from time to time. There's no need to cut every tree back here in the backyard.
Right.
This tree fell. Yeah. We've cut it up. Let's go get the wheelbarrow and
that'll do it for
we'll
this
start
year.
moving wood over. Honey, shut it off. baby, put it down. Turn it off. That's the switch. Turn it. And I have to. And then find my father-in-law. Said, "You distract her. I'll go get it." And hey, she was like, she looked at me. She said, "That was wonderful." I said, "It was." Of course, now we got a lot of wood to move, but that was a
lot of stuff laying around now.
And I saw this happen. Because cutting it's fun.
Yeah.
Stacking it. But
picking it up.
Yeah. And so all of a sudden, there's this moment you think about teenage boys where the timing, when we still have living at home. I saw him, and he didn't know I saw him. He was going to pop back there, say hello to his grandparents, see us, and you could see him spot the wood on the ground and spot what was going on. I watched him scan. He didn't think I saw him. And he back in the house like, if I'll just stay in here about another half hour, this is over. I came home from school, was going to come by and tell everybody hello.
They'll forget I'm here.
And then I realized that. And how about this? I'm not trying to say it took hold of us. And I have a huge, and I've already tried to apologize and left some messages. I got so caught up in it, I forgot I actually had things I was supposed to do yesterday afternoon, and I got so in chainsaw world and stacking wood and fire pit. And I'm sitting at the fire pit with my son, who now wants to go sit by it. Now the sun's going down.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
And we got a fire going, and our feet are propped up. And I said, how about this fire pit? I said, you see that wood behind you, don't you? Mom and Dad cut that up today. And we're sitting there, and he mentioned something. And all of a sudden I said, oh, my gosh, I was supposed to go somewhere today at 4, and I didn't go.
Hey, got a little carried away.
And he's like, hey, Dad, I bet they appreciate that. So I want to apologize to the entire Briarwood football team that I did not do the devotion yesterday afternoon.
Complete no-show.
Oh, no.
Wow, Rick, that's not like you.
Complete no-show.
The chainsaw got a hold of me.
How was that nervous call?
Mesmerized you, Rick.
There's a sermon in this somewhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. About to join us just after the top of the hour break. It will be our golden ticket seat guest today. Our number will be 10 today as we have two guests of mine that will be joining those that have reserved their seats today. So it will be the terrific 10 today, Bubba, if everybody comes. So 8 of them will be in our nice plush seats. The guest, of course, in whatever chair we can drag up. Right. So anyway, so that coming up at the top of the hour. Also, one of the things that we want to say, and Greg, if you could stand down just a minute to ask you about the puppy, because when we say this, there's gonna be a natural reaction. According to Super P, Rick and Bubba intern and Rick and Bubba University student, a woman named Peggy.
Hey, Peg.
There it is.
There it is. Couldn't wait.
There it is. I might as well have thrown down a half a sandwich and told the dog not to go after it.
I know.
You know
I
it.
know.
But so according to Super P, and you can if you want to tell us what happened.
Come on in, P.
Yeah, come on in, P. Because I'm not sure about that mic in there. I don't trust it.
You don't trust it, Rick. Scared, a little bit scared.
You
don't trust
it. Yeah,
Come on over here.
yeah. So
You trust that one?
not really, but I trust it more than I do that one. Isn't that on?
Yeah.
Well, see, I shouldn't have trusted it. There it is.
Well, you do have to plug it.
Super P, tell us what happened.
Wait a minute.
Okay, all right. You're right, Bob. I couldn't trust that one either. All right.
So I do a lot of the phone lines,
Yeah.
and everything, and I hear a lot of cool conversations and everything. Some people want to be on air and not.
Yeah.
And so with Peggy, she's just called I'd say about 20 minutes ago. Phone lines weren't open at the time, and she was very upset. Said she's called many, many times before on the show, and always gets put on hold. I've never experienced her to call before.
I don't think I have either.
I have never. But she was very passionate about the story and saying that she's very upset that, one, she's never got on the show to tell it, and also that she has encountered a real life alien experience and is upset at people for making fun of her about it and wants to talk about it on the show. I'm very passionate about it.
Well, I think now's the time.
I can't believe anybody leave that story.
Is she on right now?
No, she's not. I think if I
We
looked
want
up
her to
ever,
call back.
if I looked up ever and saw Peggy alien encounter, very
Right.
passionate,
Yeah.
we'd have taken it.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think
We're
she's
not
ever
screening her
And
out.
listen, I'll say this: she is an open invitation to the 5 a.m. kickoff hour.
Right. Yeah.
We'll do the whole hour.
And I told her, I said, well, I can try to put you on, because y'all were about to go to commercial break whenever she called, and I said, I can put you on hold for this time and let them know, or whenever they officially open back, when you hear them talk about it on the show, you can call back and we'll definitely put you on then. And her attitude just saying, she said, okay, well, thank you. And I told her, I said, please call back then, and she hung up. And
Now, she did say something that concerned me, though.
What's that?
When she said she can't tell the story without people making fun of her.
Yes.
That's going to happen here, too.
No,
Maybe not.
we're
Maybe not.
I was very interested by the story.
Well, I
wanted
will,
to hear
too,
it.
but you can't say anything in this room without being
Maybe
made fun of.
Greg
Call
can go
back.
do something during it.
So here's what happened. We went to a break, came back with a phone segment, and Peg didn't call.
She did not call back.
Peg. Great. So, Rick, you're calling her
Well,
Peg.
you know why,
now.
Rick?
I'm trying to be. Don't you call somebody named Peggy if you get to know them?
I don't
Peg.
think, I don't think so.
Nev, you don't.
I don't
It's
think
Peggy.
so.
She obviously went to the breakfast bar. She'll come back.
All right. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
I just said,
Yeah.
we'll make fun of her, and Greg said, no, we won't.
Right.
And then he just said
Well, I'm
that.
not making fun of her alien story.
By the way, the military also said that the drone didn't attack its operator.
Peggy, we need you to call us now. We have cleared the lines for you.
Peggy,
it's wide open.
Thank you, P.
Awesome. Yes, sir. Well,
When
thank
you get back from
All right,
Shoney's.
Greg, that's just not going to help. And she might have wanted a puppy too.
Oh boy.
Yeah. What if somebody wants a puppy? Will you make fun of him then?
No, I will not.
Okay.
I will embrace them.
Do I hear right? So, Peg, if you call, we'll put you on.
Yeah, Peggy, call now. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Because we do want to hear the story. Did I hear this right? Mother told me last night that you took all those puppies to the vet yesterday for their shots and everything?
Sure did.
You took 8
of them.
Puppies.
Worked out good, though.
What?
They actually behaved.
Did they?
Well, what we did.
Don't leave out any detail.
No, it's not bad. The big totes, big plastic totes.
Yeah. Put your Christmas decorations.
Yeah.
I love big old plastic.
With no
Rubbermaid.
lid on them. Don't panic. And we split them. You could have put them all in one, but it'd been a little crowded.
Mm-hmm.
So we put the girls in one, the boys in one, put them in the back seat. Had some whining going on. But here's the best part. I think I sent a picture to Adler. I'm riding. Lisa took a picture, and I'm over. And I'm not happy about it.
Oh, please.
But anyway,
please.
Lisa put on, because they started whining at first, and she put on that white noise stuff for babies, the through her phone, to calm them down so they wouldn't scream.
Did it work?
Yeah.
It worked?
Yeah, it did. One of them kept screaming a little bit. I'm sure it was Georgie. But
why would you say I'm sure that was Georgie?
He's a little loud.
Okay.
He'll get, he gets
Needy.
upset.
Is he needy?
Yeah, he's needy.
Is he trying to sing like George Jones?
No, well, maybe. But anyway, we got there, and I was surprised it went actually pretty well. They got their shots. It's kind of funny. They'll take them out, and they take this little marker thing, and they'll mark their head so they won't end up giving the same one shots twice. That's how they separate them. So then they all came home with a red streak on their head. But
interesting. How long does the red streak last?
It was still there when I left.
Really?
But it'll wear off.
So this,
that's a pretty good idea, I thought.
For those ready to adopt the ones that Lisa's not keeping, what does this mean?
Rick, it means that we're at 6 weeks, so we got we're fixing. I'm gonna start digging more in depth, and we got to see if we can move these things.
So, are you saying?
Do we have the picture of them traveling?
Yeah, I saw Adder looking for it.
No, I was just me and her. You can't actually see them, but we
can see
the
your
plastic
attitude.
tubs work good.
We can see your attitude
because I thought it would be a disaster.
You got your glasses on.
Well, Greg, you dealing with people that handle this all the time.
Right.
Greg, big Bubba.
So I didn't know she did that because I had it. Look, they're in them totes back there.
So look at face.
So
look at face. Look at face. Look at that face.
Good night. Look at that.
Oh,
look at the difference between the two.
I know.
Look how bright and beautiful and chipper she is,
And then look at me.
and then look how mad you are.
Yeah,
Greg Burgess. You know who's driving that car right there? Shorty Burgess.
Yeah, my granddaddy.
It looks just like our granddaddy.
Really?
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
and a similar face.
And I was telling y'all, Rick, and also, like I was telling you, a weird thing because they just called about the snow game, and then we did Dad's Hall of Fame, and the girl who I've dealt with many times at the vet had no idea it was Kevin Blue that played for Dad, his daughter.
How about that?
And deal with her many times, had no idea. But it's been a JSU week.
Well, the reach of Dad's influences everywhere.
There's some cute dogs.
So there they are. So Greg, so after Lisa picks her two, then so there's 6. Greg, I'm telling you, Lisa's keeping 2 minimum. That's the minimum.
We don't need to keep.
Especially after you go through what you did yesterday. When you take that many and it goes well, it kind of sets the tone that we can.
The girls
do
were
this.
really
we
good.
can take care of them.
They didn't complain at all.
Did you know that
separated them?
I was, when we traveled to Pensacola, so I got to travel, with my nephew Greg's son. He is in 100% agreement. He goes, he said, Uncle Ray, he said, Mom's gonna keep 2's minimum. Yeah. And I said, do you agree with my 2 minimum? He said, oh yeah. He said, I think it's gonna be 3. Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Is that second one? Is that Elvis? That second one there, from the bottom up.
Bob. I think that's Bob.
Okay, so I thought Elvis was the only solid black one.
Well, actually, Bob's more silver. It just didn't look.
Okay.
Elvis has got a bigger head.
Oh, yeah. And look at her rocking the Rick and Bubba shirt too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there they are.
Greg's
made it to the doctor and back. I was pleasantly surprised. I thought we would be miserable. You can tell by the look on my face. But now I couldn't speak, and I had to listen to white noise. At least wouldn't let me speak either because she didn't want it to make them bark.
That's hilarious. So, Greg, count down to adoption day.
We're getting there. It'll be we're at 6 weeks right now.
We'll be at the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, did you know that Ace Frehley has just finished up working with Gene Simmons?
Really?
How about that?
On what?
Well, it's a little something called.
I didn't know they spoke.
Called Spaceman. Well, you're going to be surprised at the other comment here. We've got the second farewell tour that has been announced.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it's
bigger than ever.
And they said it could include former members performing on stage, and its original lead guitarist isn't ruling out the chance to rock and roll all night one more time. I'm a former member, but I'm a former founding member, and so is Peter Criss, so that kind of sounds like to me Peter might be involved. Ace Frehley hinted to Fox News. Why is Fox News talking to Ace Frehley? But I can't say anything because I haven't been asked. But he said that he would have no problem, Ace Frehley. Now, I'm trying to figure out in this story, because the headline says that Gene Simmons worked with him on something called Spaceman. Is that an album that Ace Frehley put out or something?
I have no idea.
You look into the story. Here we go. Yes, all right, that's it. Frehley admitted he's having fun on his own terms. The celebrated rocker just released Spaceman, his third solo outing in 4 years, and people are looking at it. And he worked with Gene Simmons on this project and said he would have no issue rejoining the band for the last farewell tour if asked.
Do y'all know that he was my favorite?
Oh, mine too.
Greg's
I don't know why,
but
I just
is
he
he
looked
saying
cool.
is he saying I'm gonna play a few shows, or is he saying I'm joining for the entire tour?
He just says that he thinks that they can put aside their creative differences because he's left Kiss twice, 82 and 2002. And he, as I said, he worked with Gene Simmons.
How long ago it was?
Yeah, he worked with Gene Simmons on a song that's on the album. And he says, I think now all the pettiness that I once had, I don't really have anymore.
Plus, I could use a check.
Yeah, I'll let the negative stuff go. I don't like to internalize negative energy. You can get cancer from it. He said, so if they, wanted me to be part of the tour in any way, Greg, some dates
limited
or whatever, he said I would be open to doing it. Wouldn't have a problem with it.
He looks nothing like I thought he did.
You talking about somebody totally different with their makeup off?
And plus, guys, he's what?
Well,
he's what? Bumping 70?
He's 67, I think. Yeah. Would either one of you buy the album Spaceman?
No, Rick, I would not. And I like Ace Frehley.
Wow, he didn't look anything like it.
I will probably,
out.
scan by it on iTunes and just see what it's all about.
Mm-hmm. Does that make you feel better when he shows you the young guy?
That's how I remember him.
Yeah.
I actually played one earlier. They had a little sample of
one.
It's okay. It's got that.
Speedy, back it up to where they showed him younger.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's
I'm trying to remember.
That looks a little,
I'm not
little
sure.
more.
Of course, I've read his book. They've all written a book. I like that behind the scenes stuff.
Right, but I mean, is it crazy negative on the other guys?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they obviously butted heads at some point.
But you're just talking about nothing that would be unrepairable.
No.
I figure he's so laid back that that it would be tough for him to get too aggravated at anything. I mean, he may have a disagreement, he may get mad and walk out, but he's not going.
Yeah.
He's so laid back, it'd be hard for him to hold a grudge.
Well, think about us now. I mean, think about us now. As I'm getting older, things that I would just lament over, I don't even bother me at all anymore. I just don't. I just don't spend time on things that I can't change.
No, I like the classic "Shock Me." That's one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Do you think when you have long hair, there's pressure to keep it even when you get older?
Even though it looks silly when you're older?
Right.
There is.
Okay.
Yeah. No doubt.
Where's the pressure coming from, though?
I don't know.
People want you to look the way
maybe?
you looked when they saw you in your prime.
Yeah.
Talking about if you're a rock guy or whatever. Yeah. People don't really think about what we. I mean, hey, we
saw it yesterday.
We did it yesterday. We did it yesterday. Yeah. We did not like David Lee Roth with a neat haircut.
Well, guys, Bon Jovi wasn't the same as much as he. Yeah,
it did affect the band.
It did.
I agree.
But Bon Jovi's to me is not as dramatic as
from
David
a
Lee
music
Roth.
standpoint. No, but.
No. But I'm talking about.
Look,
I'll admit,
but it still changed it.
When the band went away with the long hair, it affected it to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Kiss, they have such costumes. They put a wig on.
No, they can't.
I think that's
no doubt.
what they wear.
He doesn't have to do. Yeah, I think they do wear wigs.
Adler has. I noticed you grew your hair back out. You like it longer, don't you? I mean, because I think at his age, he goes, man, I need to have a cleaner haircut and look nice, whatever. And then he's like
now
stuck on this
long hair
thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? You like longer
in the summer,
hair?
though. In the summer, I just want to get rid of anything that generates heat.
Yeah.
Except wait.
Ain't got to that.
How about?
No, I'd like to get rid of it.
Right, but
you can't go to sports clips and get rid of that.
No, you can't get a razor out. Nothing you can do. But the thing that I was saying about Adler, though, he said openly, "I'm doing this for one last time." He knows there's a time,
but he ain't done this twice.
Yeah, but he knows. He thinks this is. He knows that. The time is running out on long hair.
I wonder if it looks like to me you might keep it this way though.
No,
I think it's a good look.
No, you got the flow going right now.
Y'all, yesterday was a big day.
Look, it's Ace Frehley.
When you grow your hair out, especially when you start short. I couldn't hear myself for a second.
Yeah.
I was turning the headphones the wrong way.
Yeah. And
I thought my brain wasn't working. I was just like, can't hear myself.
Well, 6 minutes now past the hour for the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. As you heard, the gang is all here. And Bubba, as we start this hour, we welcome even more people to the studio as the golden ticket seat guests have arrived. There they are.
10 of them today.
There
Elite
they are.
8 plus 2.
That's it. So raise your hand if you've been in the golden ticket seats before. Okay, but not quite half. So we've got a lot of new, and then all the first time. We have a lot of newbies here. I just heard the rundown that they brought a lot of gifts.
Oh, a lot of food.
I've heard sausage balls mentioned.
No, that's a good
you
thing
can
to
smell
mention.
sausage when you walk through.
I've heard that I have my special own helping of some famous cornbread.
I'd get it before Greg does.
Yeah,
well, it's mine.
I'll sniff
I know.
that
I'd
right
say
now.
that.
It belongs to me, and that was made very clear.
I thought I even saw some biscuits.
There's biscuits from Jack's, which we love, so that's there. And Greg, you got a shirt.
I sure did.
Greg
This
brought.
is
We have our shirt at rickandbubba.com. Somebody help Daddy. And Greg got one out of the golden ticket seats. Somebody help Puppy Daddy.
Is that not awesome?
I mean, how about
the day that I
Hold it toward a camera.
that's what I'm at right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
Listen, the day that I'm giving them out, I'll be wearing it.
Puppy, monkey.
Because they'll be helping Daddy.
there it is.
Greg, hold it up again. Now we've got the camera.
Now we got it. You're right there. Right there, Greg. No, you're right there. You got it.
All right.
Puppy, 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 puppy.
Yeah, that's it.
That's so good.
Yeah, all right. And there we go. Look, now we're holding up a sign, and there it is. And so there's a lot going on.
I'm telling you, a lot happening today.
Gave Hamilton a heads up on this. So all right. So we as we start the hour 2, just on the Peggy countdown, still no Peggy.
No Peggy.
No Peggy.
Well, let's see what time it is, Rick. She's just going back for a second plate.
Greg, don't do this.
She'll be.
You know what Greg said in the break? He said, "What do you think the lift capacity is on the spaceship?"
They can't handle Peggy.
Come on, Greg. All right,
If they can travel through wormholes, they ain't worried.
They ain't worried about Max.
All right, so and also we have updated pictures of the puppies.
Yeah,
Is
they're
that
in
right?
the I just hit
just sent them,
send to
okay.
Adler.
Yeah,
So
Lisa somehow. Because, I want people to
Will
see
you-
them so we can move them.
Can you bring them to
It's
the
the
show
puppy
one day? Just-
with their name above them.
Not to give them out, but
Now-
just bring them.
And these names, Bubba, can you imagine?
Bring
that?
your puppies.
Hey,
to
these
work
puppies
day.
are.
I want them up here.
The names
like,
don't
running
have
around.
to. Obviously, you don't have to name them. This.
All right,
That's
here we
just
go.
how we identify.
This is what everybody does.
Listen,
with puppies.
Greg, how many are you? Got to tell us which ones are already spoken for.
We haven't really
Oh,
decided.
Rick,
Somebody-
Rick,
Wow.
Rick.
Goodness
Maybe I should get
gracious.
Lisa to call
I
in.
think
We
so.
ain't really decided.
All right, here's Elvis.
There's
Elvis. He's
I like
Like I
Elvis.
say, some of these may or may not be available.
They're all
Okay.
cute.
Yeah, here we go.
Here's Georgie.
Here's Georgie.
Looks like a handle.
That's the one Helmsley's getting. There's Tom Petty.
He's
That's the dominant.
alpha.
He's
Yeah,
the alpha,
He's the
right?
alpha. If you like one, runs roughshod on everybody.
Mm-hmm. There's Loretta.
Yep.
And then we call her Reddy.
Yep.
All right. There's
Look at
Loretta.
that already.
All right. There
Look
is.
at that one.
There's
That's
Tammy Wynette.
Yeah, she's actually got a little different coloring on her face there.
Mm-hmm. There you go. All right. And then this is Dolly.
Dolly's
look
cute.
at Dolly.
How, is that a silver dog?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's 3 of them that are that color.
Cute.
That's a cute
There's
dog.
Dolly.
Yeah,
All right,
and
so-
then there's Daisy, who's
Daisy.
just like her
Look,
but smaller.
That's
She's
one-
the runt. of
That's
the
one
whole-
Speedy wants.
Yeah, she's the runt.
All right.
And they look a lot alike.
Mm-hmm. There's Bob
There's
Seger.
Bob.
Bob.
Seger,
Hey, Bob.
yeah.
I like Bob Seger.
And he's bigger than he's probably one of the biggest ones.
Okay.
Can't tell.
So there they all are.
Yeah.
How about
So
that?
which ones do you think Lisa's keeping?
I hope none of them.
Probably
Greg,
Dolly and
gosh,
Daisy.
Why can you not
Yeah.
just
Minimum 2.
answer?
At least Retta for sure.
Minimum 2.
If you have to pick 2 today, which 2 are you picking?
I'm not picking.
Greg,
I'm letting
pick
my
a
mind go
dang
there.
dog.
I'm not. I like them all. Whatever. But I know I'm not picking them. I don't want to get to know them that well.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
my.
So
Probably Tom Petty.
how much
Okay,
long?
Greg, here's the thing.
How
You've
much
got
longer till they are ready
Well,
to be
they're
adopted?
6 weeks old now.
Well, Greg, I
Oh.
know that, but what does
I
that
don't know.
mean? Is 6
Between
weeks
now and
enough?
the next couple of weeks? I guess.
Is it 8
Got the
weeks?
shots
Is it 6? Is
yesterday.
it 7?
First round of shots yesterday.
You didn't ask the vet yesterday why they're getting their shots. When are they ready for adoption?
They said anywhere from 6 to 8.
So you can
So
go.
you
we
can
can
go
go
today.
You got to.
When's
be able to
pickup
eat
day?
Solid food or something.
When's pickup day?
I don't know. Elvis is a pretty good choice.
Well, that's one. Yeah, Greg. If Rick has mentioned this for
He
weeks
doesn't look
now,
like
that
any
you're
of
going to
them.
end up with 2. So if you're going to end up with 2, you might as well end up with 2 you actually want.
All right, so if you want one of Greg's puppies today, raise your hand.
We're taking orders in the studio.
If anybody would like to commit to one right now, there will be a little bit of paperwork, and we'll hold you to it.
Yeah.
Nobody? No takers, Greg. I'm sorry I tried.
That's okay.
But if you're in the audience and you want one, Greg at rickandbubba.com, and if Lisa clears you, you can have
now
one.
you got to go through. She's took me off the list of approving people.
Well, Greg,
because I was just going up to random strangers and asking if they wanted a dog.
Right.
Can people start coming picking them up this weekend?
No.
Look, do you see how defensive he was?
No,
He don't
I
want to get rid of
but
them
they're not
puppies.
ready this week.
He's attached.
No, it ain't that.
Greg.
I want them to eat that food I done bought up.
Somebody help Puppy
Hey,
Daddy.
Hey, you think soft belly doesn't want one?
Maybe
He
that's
got,
what
he got a
needs-
soft spot.
Maybe Trump needs to have a bunch of puppies.
I got a dog. I got Mr.
Calm
Buddy
him
James.
down.
Yeah, but you don't want that other one.
No, the mama dog. I just seen her not. She can go on, but
Right.
it looks like
we
she's
need to
stuck.
find somebody to get Millie's. What we
All right,
need
here's
to do.
Lisa.
Are you serious?
We have Lisa.
Oh,
good, good.
This is the
Oh,
greatest
that ain't
day.
good. That ain't good.
Lisa, can you
Lisa, good morning.
please
Thank
help
you
us?
so
Hey,
much.
Lisa.
Hey.
Yeah.
How are y'all this morning?
We're great. Well, I know that.
You
that-
sound sleepy. Would you get up and mess with a bunch of dogs?
Greg.
Trying to talk her out of it.
Listen, don't start it. Don't even start it. Y'all have no idea what my life is like right now. No idea. No idea. Let me tell you something. I got 10 dogs, but I got a big butt that lives in this house too.
No, that ain't nice. I've been very helpful. Tell the truth. I've been extremely.
Honest, let me tell you something. I'm probably more exhausted than I have ever been in my life. Even bringing home Taylor from the hospital, Chandler from the hospital, that's exhausting when you have newborn babies at home. There's no sleep, no rest, just constant going. That's been my life for 6 weeks, okay? But then here's the ray of sunshine named Greg that just I mean, you talk about spreading some light down here in the valley. I'm talking, he lights up this world. I mean,
I've been extremely helpful.
dear Jesus.
Have I been?
I mean, honestly.
I don't know what else I'm supposed to do.
Lisa, are you saying now the paperwork on the last one's going to be a lot more complicated, but you really have for adoption 10 dogs and 1 big butt.
Yeah, that's good.
Let me tell you God.
I'll go first.
Honest. Listen, they are so precious, but yeah, it's just a lot. It's a lot of work because I know y'all know the story from the beginning. God love Millie. We don't know where she came from. You know, she just showed up, and yes, I fed her. I hear you, Rick Burgess, all the time talking about who laid that plate of food down. That's me. I did it.
It was a mistake. I knew it.
That would be this chick. This chick did it.
But I
sure.
Do you ever lay awake at night picturing that moment that plate went down?
I'll tell you where I messed up. When we decided that we're just going to keep that dog, let it hang around, because it's an outside dog,
Sure.
hassle-free. I said, I need to get her spayed. And then I said, when you say I'll get to that, well, guess what? I waited too long. I know.
So, Lisa.
Yeah, but let me tell you the difference in. I need to get her spayed. That falls into the same category. I need to clean out those ditches. Okay, let me
What
tell
you
you something.
what
I'm
you
looking
talking
out the window right now. The ditches. He says I need to do these things, but does he do them? That would be negative.
Hey, we're talking about dogs
That's a
right
big
now.
old negative.
We're talking about dogs.
No spade. How about
I'm
no
just-
spade, no weed eater?
No ditches.
No ditches.
I can't. I've been
Greg,
wanting to weed eat, but
I'm-
I'm too busy dealing with dogs.
Okay.
Can't get
yeah.
nothing done around
Boy,
that
you got
joint.
it rough, don't you? You got it rough, though. Poor Greg. Poor Greg's got it rough.
Easy.
Yeah, Greg gets. Greg
She's
leaves this
exaggerating.
house at 2:30 every morning.
Yeah, that
Greg
boy,
leaves
that
at
doesn't
2:30
suck at
every
all.
morning.
Who don't want to
Let me
leave the
get
house
you
at 2:30? Yeah, Dad,
Yeah,
I got it too good. That's the problem. I got it too good.
Yeah. Hey, I would hate for you to get in the truck and turn on your music and drive and have peace and quiet by yourself for about an hour and 30 minutes every day. Woo, boy, that's bad. I mean, poor Greg.
Yeah.
Oh,
pitiful grace.
So great. Yeah.
Well,
Lisa,
at least
it is early when
you're
you
talking
clean
about a
up-
truck he didn't even have to buy, right?
Exactly. I mean, just
Y'all
throw
keep
that
on.
Add
Y'all
that
just
to
stay
it.
on.
Well, life's hard. Hey, life's hard for Greg.
Hey, 2:30 comes early when you're cleaning doo-doo up at 10:30.
Well, you ain't clean nowhere near the duty.
Well, I apologize. I hate I had to go to make a living. I apologize.
Here we go. Here we go.
Well,
We have to go to break.
No.
Lisa, please hang on.
Yeah. No. Hey,
No.
good to hear from you, Lisa.
We
Lisa,
haven't
have you
got
picked
to the
out the
topic at hand.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
come back and get
All right.
to that.
We come back. We need to know when the dogs are available and how many you're keeping.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
All right, hang on.
And thank you.
Oh, Lee.
Thank you for
Who's
having
behind
But
this?
before we do that, when we come back, let's talk about how bad Greg's got it one more time.
We come back, a new country song, Puppies and Ditches.
I don't even know what she's talking about, them ditches. They
You
look
don't
great.
know what she's talking
No, I
about?
don't. They look great. They do.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What happened just now?
But I could tell that's always on your mind, though, isn't it?
You got to hear it.
But anyway.
But yeah, this is one last ride. I think, and as soon as it starts looking weird and thin and bad, then I'm going to like a shaved, like Speedy look. Honestly, maintenance
You
free.
are not.
Maintenance free.
No.
Yeah, and I'll probably be like, I don't know, maybe like 5-6 years from now. I don't know, guys. I'm just feeling it out. But yesterday was a big day because when you grow it out from short to long, you're in that terrible
stage.
no man's land.
Terrible awkward
It's
stage.
terrible. I have looked terrible for the last 6 months of my life. It's just been that's why I've been wearing hats all the time.
You have been rocking some
Yesterday I was able to move the hair behind my ear and to keep it out of my face, and I was like, this is what I've been waiting for. So yesterday was a big day. I told my wife about it. And she didn't really care. So
Really? Because I did
How
notice
does she? What is she? Does she like it long or
She's
short?
kind of like y'all right now. She didn't really care, but she's actually the reason why I'm kind of okay with, or why I kind of started growing it out. She like mentioned something, that she liked it.
That's all it takes.
If you know what I'm saying? That's all it takes, gentlemen. That's all it takes.
Well, I was gonna say
When are you
this.
going to man bun it?
Please don't.
I'm kind of there. I can do it. I've kind of been hiding it from you guys.
That's the latest thing,
I got a hair tie on my wrist right now.
Oh,
It's-
boy.
Do you do that when you
When
karate?
y'all aren't
You don't
around,
use a
yeah.
potato chip clip to hold it up.
A
do you?
potato chip. That's funny. If we have one, I should do that.
What I was going to say, this is good news for you. There's good news, bad news here. You are not, for a living, being in a rock band. That buys you many more years of long hair.
It does.
But you are in the entertainment business, so you're not really required to have a look of someone who has a normal job.
Yes.
So that does give you some room to move, some grace there.
There's some leeway.
Yeah, to have longer hair for a longer period of time because you don't do a normal job.
Yep. There you go. Plus, I mean, I'm like a rocking dude. I skateboard, cruise it. You guys know what I'm saying.
Rocking.
Right, guys?
It ain't easy being Adler.
Can I just say this as someone who has had the same haircut since I was 8?
Better known as the prisoner of war look.
Yeah, I think you ought to keep it long, to be honest. And I don't care if you're 50. I think you ought to rock it long.
All right.
Have you practiced saying Frank's name in the break?
Frank?
Frank?
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. A lot of you have been emailing, you've been suggesting, you've been calling. When can we have Lisa Burgess on to discuss this puppy situation? And today's the day. And Lisa, thank you.
The Lord has blessed us.
I know that you don't have
we got to move these things.
You don't have a day that's a grind like Greg does, but if you could, but I know you still have some things going on. I just watched Greg struggle in there and get him all the breakfast he wanted brought to him by people who are basically serving him. And again, all I could think about is I don't know how he does it.
Yeah.
How does he do it, Lee?
It's a tough job. Somebody's got to do it.
I don't know. I mean, God love him. God love him. That's all I can say.
He said the ditches look fine. He didn't know what you're talking about.
That one corner.
My point that I was making, Greg,
Well, let's move
it
past that and
goes
get
back
to the dog.
to it just goes back to where he says these things like I need to do that, but then he doesn't do it. He said I need to take her and get her fixed before she ends up getting pregnant.
Well,
okay,
you
look,
could have told me.
honestly, she can't stand Greg. Millie cannot stand
she's
Greg.
not big on that.
I mean.
Now, Mr. Buddy, he's my
she never has.
We wish she'd had the same
has
attitude
never
about
liked-
the stray male dogs.
Yeah, I'd like to see him treat them that way.
But God love her. It's just nature.
Hey, well, it is. Look, she's pitiful. Look, she's not the sweetest thing in the world, and I admit it. But for some reason, she showed up here at this house, and yes, like I said, Rick Burgess, I fed her. I'm the one that did it. I laid down. I laid down that plate of food in front of her, and it brought me so much joy watching her eat it.
I know it did. And how about that joy when she was birthing them 9 puppies?
Not so much joy. Gave her plenty of energy to go out and date.
What about when she passed out and y'all had to deliver puppies? But still,
besides that,
Look,
your heart.
that was like something off of television. I can't even believe that night actually happened. It was incredible because every time she was about to drop one, she would stand up and she would make this noise, and I would say, "Oh gosh, here comes another one," and Greg would go, "Well, isn't that just great? Is she ever gonna stop? Is she ever gonna stop dropping them babies? My God, how many is she gonna have? You know."
9. All right, Lisa.
I mean, you know.
That's
Seriously,
enough.
I mean, Greg, nobody
Let's get
could
to the
stop
dogs.
her from having puppies. After every puppy that dropped, it was just he got madder and madder
That's
and
not
madder.
true.
And I'm just looking. Yes, it is true.
I'd like to see it end at about 4.
My goodness.
Man, it was like a puppy machine.
We've never heard him say that.
Never
use that phrase here at work.
Okay, listen.
My
Look, let me tell you
goodness.
something. It started at
Get on the dogs.
It started at 2:00 in the afternoon on that Sunday. Well, at 10:00 she dropped number 9, and when that happened, she just fell over. She completely collapsed,
God love
and
her.
I thought, oh my gosh, she's just died in front of us. And Greg was like, "Well, this is great," because the puppy was still in the little sack, and he was like, "I'm gonna have to get that thing out of the sack." So he's over there trying to take it out.
Deliver it.
If y'all could have just seen it, I mean, it's funny now. It wasn't funny.
It wasn't funny then.
I was crying.
Yeah,
we ended up with a
I
pile
was
of them.
squalling because I thought she had died, and there was like 8, 9 babies just crying
my
and wanting to
goodness.
nurse. But that was when it all started of us having to bottle feed, literally on the first day that they were born. So it's been a long 6 weeks. But I'm going to tell you right now, those babies are precious. Oh my gosh, they all have their own little personalities, and Greg is giving me a hard time because I just cannot give these babies away to just anybody. I just can't because I want to know. I want to know that somebody is going to love these babies like I do and take care of them. And
Everybody
it
I've
just
talked
breaks
to
my
sounds
heart
like
to
they
think-
will.
Yeah. Lisa, which 2 are you
Let me
keeping?
tell you what Greg would do. Greg would put them in those tubs that we carried him to the doctor yesterday in, and he would go down to McDonald's in Lindlock and stand on that corner with everybody else standing on that corner in Lindlock, and he would give those puppies away in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but only to people I felt good about.
Wouldn't you, Greg?
Yeah, if I
By
felt
the
good
way,
about them.
but Lisa, he would ride on the tub, free puppies to loving families with a Sharpie.
If you're not a loving family,
Yeah.
don't bother.
So, Lisa, how many are you going to keep?
Don't start that.
Well, honestly, I mean, if it was up to me, I wouldn't give any of them
You
away.
want 10 dogs total.
They're precious.
You want us to
I
have
know
10
that's
dogs.
redneck. Hey, I'm claiming that's redneck. I know that. I mean, we got 10 dogs out here. That's ridiculous. I mean, come on. I get it.
But you want it.
You know.
Yeah.
But what I want and what my heart wants and what my mind, I know the difference.
So
calm down, Greg. I promise I'm gonna find homes for these babies.
Well, we've already got
and
some people that Lisa's vetted.
How you
that
gonna
that
give
have
Dolly
passed.
away and sleep at night?
So you're going to keep 2, Lisa. That's what I hear. You're going to keep 2.
Bubba. Yeah.
How can you let Dolly go?
Listen,
Go back to Dolly.
I told Greg. I
looking
told
at
Greg
pictures.
last night that I'm going to cry like a baby. I mean, not everyone that we
Well,
give
he
away,
will
I'm going
too.
to cry. But
Yeah. He will
let me
too.
tell
I'm
you
going to
something.
sleep like a baby. You got to admit that.
What'd you say?
I said, I'm going to sleep like a baby when they're gone. Well, you got to admit
Greg,
it.
you sleep like a baby.
That's not
You
true.
sleep like a baby the minute you sit down. You sit down and that head goes back and your mouth goes wide
Yep.
open. You are
But when
gone.
it's
Don't
feeding time, I wake up and get involved.
When it's feeding time, I wake up and get involved.
Lisa, I don't know that I could let Dolly ever go.
No way.
She's just too cute.
No way.
Elvis too.
Oh,
Elvis is cute.
They
ask Bill Bussey, just stop. Because, see, I know what you're saying.
Look
I
at
know her
Elvis.
face, all of them. Oh, my gosh. Listen, Elvis and Bob Seger, oh, my
Yeah.
God. Listen, they are precious. They will lay their head on my shoulders. And let me tell you what they do that's so precious. I walk out the door, and when I walk out, I say, there's my babies. And they just come running to me. It's the sweetest. Oh, my God, they're so precious. Yeah, it's gonna break my heart, but I will say this. I am asking people to send me pictures and information of their sale. I want to see where the dogs are going to be living, and I've got the sweetest people so far that are doing that for me.
But how many
So,
are you going to
yeah.
keep?
Yeah.
How many are
How
you
many
gonna
you
Probably
keep?
2, you think?
2 or 3?
Probably 4. Probably 4.
Thank you, Lisa.
Love y'all.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can say Frank.
Can you say Frank?
I can say Frank.
Cifalo?
Salufo, but I've been called a lot worse. so that
Salufo.
works.
Frank Salufo is here. And Frank is a former Homeland Security advisor to President George W. Bush and a member of the Department of Homeland Security's Advisory Council. He's just been named to be part of the Auburn University and the McCrary Institute director. But today we're talking, well, I guess we want to know what the McCrary Institute actually is, but certainly want to talk to you about the things that you can tell us about involving our security and cyber and infrastructure. And I mean, there's a lot of things that are concerning, and we all have talked about it as technology has gotten better. That's wonderful, but it also opens up a whole nother box of problems that we've never had to face before concerning our security here as well and around the world.
Absolutely. Well said. Well, firstly, pleasure to be here. Really
Thank you,
excited.
Frank.
Great show, and thanks for having me. So first, I'll start with what the McCrary
tell us
Institute is,
what
and then
that-
I'll jump into some of the threat environment, because I think you teed it up just right.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, no.
Andy has a chainsaw.
Sounds good. So, I mean, the McCrary Institute is named after Charles McCrary, who's a great Alabama, former CEO of Alabama Power.
Okay.
Southern Company and Alabama Power helped put that together. And it's focused on critical infrastructure, security, and cybersecurity. So basically, if we don't have lights, if you don't have power, you don't have a show, but a lot more is affected that can affect our national security and our, obviously, public health and safety. So emphasizing the need to protect our most critical infrastructures, what I call our lifeline sectors, our banks, our telecommunications, our transportation, water, and obviously the grid at the very top of that list.
Ooh.
So the idea is to sort of bring theory and practice together.
Mm-hmm.
So understand the threat environment, understand the vulnerabilities, understanding risk. But the reality is cybersecurity is everyone's business today. It's
telling you.
everyone's responsibility. whether you know it or not, we're vulnerable. We're highly susceptible to people who wish us harm. And when we talk about the cyber threat, not all hacks are the same, nor are all hackers. When you read about it in the papers, it's kind of like kids' soccer. Everyone's swarming the ball, that shiny object.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is there's some that are much more concerning than others. And at the very top of that list are nation states: Russia, China, North Korea, Iran. Underneath that, you've got foreign terrorist organizations that may not be at the same level of capability as nation states, but what they lack in capability, they make up for with intent. So we've got to take it seriously. And if you look at just how sophisticated ISIS's social media propaganda efforts have been, we gotta take that seriously. Then you got criminal enterprises, and then you got anyone with an axe to grind. The reality is it comes in various shapes, sizes, and forms.
Frank, let me ask you this. When we hear about hackers, and this has been hacked, and Facebook is hacked, and users are exposed, are the majority of those, because I know you study that, is it backdoor software? Is it technical failures? Or is it human error where people actually give away the keys to the castle accidentally? What do you see? How do these places get attacked most of the time?
Difference.
Yeah, it's a great question, and the sad reality is it's all of the above. So vast majority of hacks actually occur through phishing campaigns where people are sending emails, you think it's coming from a legitimate source, and you're unwittingly giving away those keys to the kingdom. But you also have nation-state actors that have very sophisticated capabilities. And what makes this issue different than any other, I think, how many companies, even the biggest in America, went into business thinking they had to defend themselves against nation-state actors, against foreign intelligence services and foreign militaries? So it is all of the above, but the reality I envision is technology will continue to change. Human nature remains consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anything bad that's happened in the real world, it's happening exponentially faster in the cyber world.
Yeah, which also takes us to one of these things that hasn't changed about human nature is, for some reason, people are bent on ill-gotten gains, and one of the things, and really sometimes without even any concern of how it's going to affect innocent people and mass people. Also, one of the concerns we're seeing is, when we put these people in office, and we love being a constitutional republic and having a voice, but it is 35 minutes past. Phone calls now. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and there is much to talk about. The Lisa Burgess and Greg Burgess segment getting a huge reaction from the golden ticket seats and all of you out there.
Radio Go.
Radio Go.
Yep.
All 10 lines are available. Lord of the Jacket and Super P taking those phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, so come on in. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Summer is calling. Can y'all hear it? Y'all hear Summer calling? To Greg, it sounds like the sound of whimpering puppies. But
yes.
Summer is calling. How about making sure you actually have time and some free time to enjoy it? Go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Figuring out what's for dinner, what a nightmare. It happened yesterday. I walked in, first time I saw my wife. We think first thing we say, hey, what are we going to do for dinner? And so what you can do with HelloFresh.com/Bubba, go there. Go ahead and do your meal planning there, but they don't just send you a plan that you then have to go and shop. They send you the recipe and the ingredients for the recipe, all in individual bags, and then you just simply prepare the dinners or the lunches or breakfast or on-the-go snacks, whatever. They got it all. And they come picked at peak ripeness. They travel from the farm directly to your door in about 7 days. So go right now to America's #1 meal kit and just enjoy summer without the hassle of, hey, what are we going to eat? HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. On that link and use that code Bubba, get 16 free meals plus free shipping. And let me tell you, if you're trying to do a little bit better and there's a certain diet you need to be on, boy, this really makes that easy, too. All right, to the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Chris is standing by. Chris, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Morning, Biggins. How you doing?
We're good. We're great.
If that segment is not on the Best of CD, Speedy, you better get that on the Best of CD.
I don't think it's allowed.
It will be.
It's two segments. We were talking
Greg,
about it in the
anything
break.
involving you getting hammered by Lisa, it's got to go on the CD.
Well,
and my favorite part was Poor Pitiful Greg. I mean, that was.
Y'all like that?
Yeah.
I can actually see.
Y'all like that?
I can actually see that as the title this year. Poor Pitiful Greg.
Yeah. Maybe there's two segments.
Or Puppies for Sale.
Yes, either one of those.
Two segments. Speedy can split it up, and it'd be Poor Pitiful Greg is just one segment.
There
He
you go.
cuts everything out that's just that.
I thought it'd be labeled 10 puppies in a
I thought we was
butt.
talking about dogs. I don't know.
10 puppies in a butt.
I thought that was
a good one too.
10 puppies in a butt is
Rick,
strong.
Rick,
That's excellent.
Rick, you know how we normally have to sit there and name the
Well,
each
there they
cut?
are. There they are.
I thought, well, it's got, when she said 10 puppies in a butt, I
Yeah.
thought,
Well,
10 dogs in a butt. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Cut one, Poor Pitiful Greg.
Right.
Cut two, 10 puppies in a butt.
Well, I thought we was on talking about dogs.
Right.
Not me and my weed eating abilities.
Right. She says those ditches have been.
She's incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
There's one part.
I've got another.
There is
idea
one part
for
I
the,
didn't
for the
finish.
title
Yeah.
of the CD, but
And-
I'm not going
and
to scream it out
honestly-
right now.
no, and honestly-
or if you'll cut my mic off, I'll tell everybody in the studio.
Well, and this is
Oh,
one of those.
boy.
This is one of those gray areas in life where there's a
a
phrase.
ditch and a.
There's.
Well, you're right.
Well, that phrase
That's
is
what
used.
started the whole thing.
That phrase is used in dog shows. They say it with just monotone.
They
very
do.
serious
They
phrase. Well, this right here's a beautiful little. And and you're like, I remember the first time I watched one of those dog things, and I was like, can they say
Oh
that?
yeah.
And
Yeah.
then, and they were like, well,
you
that's-
look around to see if your mother's listening.
Yeah, and they're like, well, it's dog breeders. That's what a female dog is actually called, Rick.
They
And I'm like,
also-
I think
I
it
got
was
in
that.
trouble for that.
I think it was that before it got used as
It
slang.
was.
And they
No
get
doubt.
a little handsy when they're inspecting them too.
They really do, especially on the males.
They harass
Hey,
them. Hey, ho!
Yeah, right. The 866 we be big. We continue. Let's go to Josh. John, now look at this beautiful little. Let's go to Josh. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Doing good. I got a question. I got a lot of time to think. I drive a truck. You always talk about old Sean Hannon as martial arts experts. I wonder if he comes on the show and talks about you and Big Lift. Happy Free Ball Friday.
What did he say?
I don't know, but I liked it.
I did too.
I don't know what it was.
Yeah,
You must be listening to Tom Petty. Free Fall Friday.
Yeah,
Free
you
Fall
can
Friday.
tell we're on the downhill slide to the weekend.
And he threw a little honk honk in there.
Can I tell you what? I actually heard that differently.
He did say it differently. I think Adler was trying to clean it up.
Yeah, thank you.
What'd he say?
Yeah.
We don't want to say it again,
Oh,
Greg.
Greg, I think you've done enough today. We'll never hear from Peggy, and I think you're in trouble about this ditch.
Peggy's clearly napping right now. She'll come. You got a nap after you.
We
Your big
continue. Let's go to Alexander City. It's weird. This new phone tries to figure out where people are from. I don't even know how this is possible. Let me tell you what it's calling it. And this is just for interest.
Right.
It's saying Alexander City, Huntsville.
Well, that's
those,
pretty wide.
Those are not
swath
even
there.
close to each other.
Well,
Yeah,
what's
that's
happening? I
different.
can tell you what's happening, Rick. Is we type in one thing and forget to type it, to remove the other, and so
Okay.
whatever his area code is and phone number is,
It'll
that's
come
how it's locating what the computer says.
Right.
But they tell us something different.
Okay.
Sometimes we type it up and we forget to take the other out.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when they call back, it comes up every
I see. Okay. Freddie, go ahead.
Yes, I heard the ride when y'all were coming on this morning.
Oh, yeah, man.
Talking about.
Yes. Yeah.
I was on the road with David Allen Coe for 6 months.
I bet you got some stories.
Oh my God! And the effect that song had on people when he played it live, they would go crazy.
Yep. Yeah.
And he's a fantastic songwriter.
No doubt. No doubt about
And-
it.
Went
right down that path.
Great hair.
Right. How about a little rough around the edges?
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah.
and a road warrior.
Yes, sir.
Oh, trust me, I know.
Oh yeah.
Watch it.
We stayed on the road all the time. I mean, just about all the time. And he could just write songs about nothing in 5 minutes, you know.
Oh, yeah. He's like AI.
I just thought y'all might like to hear it because I enjoyed it this morning.
Thank you, Freddie. Yeah, we love that song.
It is. It's a great
and
song.
I agree
And
with
by
you.
the way, I've been listening to y'all for years, and I love it.
Hey, thank you, Freddie.
And I said, get.
And I said, get. That's right. And
Back
back
up
out
that
on the
road.
road we go. Freddie, thank you.
And happy Bubba Day.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
Road
Thank
warrior. Donuts and leave work early to you today. There you go. Let's go to Chris, the free state of Florida that Donald Trump praised and now hates. Chris, go ahead.
Wasn't that weird?
Chris, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, come on, Chris.
Hey, man, can y'all hear me?
We can, but I wish.
Chris, are you sitting on the hood of your car?
Yeah, if you could take us off.
Hang on.
the
One
bu-
second.
yeah,
One
yeah,
second.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel like we're the hood ornament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You there?
You hear? Yep.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
All right. So, our daughter's 10. She's turning 11 in October, but she wanted a summer birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to give it to her. So we ordered this 22-foot slide. It's got a little pool at the bottom and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So my
Been there.
question for you guys, how old are you before you're too old to go down a 22-foot water slide?
You're never too old.
Never too old.
Never.
Yeah.
No
age there.
That number never comes up.
I knew I was correct. And happy Bubba Day.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Oh,
Chris.
you get on that slide and away you go.
Every single birthday party we ever had, and it didn't always go well. Many
you could get hurt.
Many times I thought there was more grass before the driveway.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize my momentum, because now let me tell you this: we big folk, Daddy's not going to stay in that pool at the bottom. You're going to go over the blow up gate that's holding it all in there, and you're going into the yard. So just be ready for that.
You know, I saw.
Me too.
Yeah.
I've mastered the sliding down, and you just legs up in the air, and you'll get right over the edge and land right on your feet.
Yeah,
there you go.
okay.
There
Rick,
you go.
I
Keep it up.
passed someone that was planning for a birthday party a couple of weeks ago. It was on a country road, and they had one of these blow-up jumpy things, and I just wanted to pull over and go get in it and jump.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we should have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of my incident, I
Now, I
stayed
might
away
have got
from the
shot,
jumping.
but, I wanted to.
There's a man in the jumpy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If I see a barn, I want to stop and walk in it.
Did that guy hang
I get
up?
it.
I was going to ask him if his daughter wanted a dog for her birthday.
There you go, Greg. A pretty one.
Could work that in.
Yeah, that'll be the new thing. After what happened to me on the jumpy moonwalk, I don't do those anymore.
You got
the
PTSD over it.
I really do.
Well, I would jump on it feet first,
Yeah.
not dive into it.
I just told that story for the first time to somebody just the other day that was doing some physical rehab on me.
Yeah.
And the look that people give you, it's like, what?
I know.
And then they kind of like, did you not go to the doctor? I was like, I didn't. I was so embarrassed by it. I just
Knocked the air out of it.
I just went home like an old dog that walked off in the wood, laid down in the pine straw, and recovered. Because every man in here knows, why did I not go to the doctor? Because I was able to get on my feet.
Yeah.
And once we get on our feet, we're like, well, I must be okay.
They can slightly catch your breath.
And eventually, I didn't catch my
Yeah,
breath.
you wheezed for a while.
You remember that time I
Till
gave
about Linlock.
the people's elbow to the beach? You remember that? I
Oh,
got
yeah.
a big air under
wow.
me.
Right.
I hurt myself. I'd lay there for a while. Couldn't breathe, couldn't move.
Yeah.
It's like it just took my frame and just
Yeah.
jarred it.
I'm
getting
real,
the
I'm real
breath-
familiar with that.
Getting the breath knocked out of you is one of the scariest things because you
panic.
can't breathe.
You panic.
It's not good.
And you're trying to
For a little
just
league
get air.
football, when you're real small and that happened, oh, it's terrible.
Do you remember?
How about the look?
And you want everybody to get away from you.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not like they're limiting the air,
Yeah.
But it feels like
they're
it feels like
stealing
can't
your
breathe.
air.
Do you when you gave the beach the people's elbow? Did you taste metal? Because I tasted metal.
Yeah, I did. You're right. It's a metallic
Yeah.
taste in your mouth.
Yeah.
Something to
What is that, by the way? What is
I thought I was afraid it meant I was bleeding internally.
Yeah, what does that mean? What is
teeth,
that?
I think slam my teeth together real good.
Is that what it
Yeah,
is?
it must be.
Something gives you a metal taste when you get jarred real
Yeah.
good.
Must be your feelings shaking.
I tasted
in
that
there.
when that bull slung me off.
Oh, yeah. I was slung off so fast when I rode the bull, I don't remember anything.
Do you realize how many times we've had accidents and had things happen to us?
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Some of these people have proven they can't be trusted with our nation's security and access to some of the things they have access inside jobs.
You're absolutely right. The insider threat is the number one threat.
Is that
because-
number
but
one?
they're trusted.
Right.
They have access. They have
Somebody has to be, right?
Exactly.
I mean, you can't have
exactly.
a system no one has access to. It doesn't do any good.
Yeah, but they're also the ones putting the rules in place to protect others. So
Right.
yeah, so obviously you've got to always worry about the insider threat. That's always been from. I mean, if you think back to Aldrich Ames, or if you think back to some of these big espionage cases, it's always going to be. It's kind of like you have the offensive and the defensive coordinators' playbooks in your hands.
Yeah.
So So obviously you got a problem there.
So if you have, say, whatever company or industry you may be in, could be the power company, could be airlines, could be banking, how can they protect themselves? I mean, obviously you have a certain level with passwords and all that kind of access, but what is the top level? How can you protect yourself? Is it to have a closed network you operate on? Is that the first step so that everybody can't have access to it, or at least you hope they don't?
You do want to bifurcate information and only have certain information available to people who have the privileges, the rights to be able to have that information. But you, I think, raised a really important question. This is not a technical issue alone. Obviously, it's not up to the cyber guy to fix everything. This is really a C-suite set of issues. It's a governance issue. It's a board issue. It's a CEO's issue. So if an incident occurs, obviously the incident responders are going to be those cyber guys. They're going to be the geeks who get it done. But ultimately, you've got a communications issue. You've got CEOs losing their jobs not because of how poorly they handled the incident or the response, but on how poorly they communicated that to their shareholders, to their clients, to their customers, to their regulators. So it really is a C-suite issue. This is no longer a cyber tech issue. This is a big policy issue, and you can say the same for government, by the way. Truth is I think there was a lot of misconception around what Russia did during the meddling of the elections. And it's not to take away from the fact that they were driving wedges between Americans, and we should be ticked about that. And quite honestly, there ought to be consequences for that bad behavior, and I think we're starting to see those consequences.
And like y'all said, it did work. What they did work.
And the fact that we're talking about it all the time means it was very effective because it's a psychological operation. The Russians view cyber as information warfare. It's a psychological operation first, tactics and techniques and cyber is second. We treat it very differently. We play by Queen's rules. They don't. And that's got to change a little bit because we got to play by the rules of the adversaries. But there was a lot of discussion about the changing of the actual votes. That did not occur as of now. I can tell you that all 50 states now are integrated into the national security community for this next set of elections. And there are other countries. So China has influence, for example, elections outside, not in the United States, but elsewhere. But that's more social media. That's driving wedges. That's trying to double down. It's public opinion. But they're doing it effectively. And we got to take that seriously. And here's the thing. There have to be consequences because everyone else is watching. It's not just about Russia. But what does this tell Iran? What does this tell North Korea? What does this tell China? What does this tell any other country that has a cyber capability, which is every country that has a modern military? So we've got to start taking these issues seriously, but we also don't want to overstate, and we don't want to get it caught up in the political spin. This is a red, white, and blue issue, not a red or blue issue.
And Frank, we've talked about it, and tell me if this is correct. Like prior to the election, they saw Trump as the underdog, so they put out stories helping Trump against Hillary on social media. Their bots relayed it. It looked like a ton of people. And then the minute he wins, then they start putting out negative stories on Trump and pushing people to parades and protests. They want what I call H&D, hate and discontent. They don't have a favorite. They just want us fighting with each other.
Absolutely right.
And that's what happened.
It's driving wedges.
Yeah.
It's driving wedges. That's more effective than anything they can do if we're shooting at ourselves.
But they can, as of right now, they cannot go in and manipulate the vote tally.
They
can influence it, but
there
they
are
can't.
some vulnerabilities. The good news is the good guys are on it. Mm-hmm. So this would not be the time if you're a bad guy to test.
Are you saying the white hat hackers are on it?
And the government as a whole.
Right.
So, I mean, here's the other thing to think about. The government's not going to get the information only through cyber means, through forensics. They've got other sources. They can use human intelligence, tech.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A wonderful wheel of canned meat is going to happen sometime today, and our golden ticket seat guests will, the ones who want to, get a chance to spin it on your behalf before we're done today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Gary Palmer, who came here hours after voting no against the debt ceiling bill that was before them, but he explains why some in the Republican Party voted yes, why he voted no, and why this all matters. So anyway, that'll be this weekend in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, so don't miss that. All right, so, Bubba, we have another reason you said that, lawyers have taken our society and destroyed it.
Well, Rick, sometimes we think we can't have any fun because lawyers has taken all of the fun away.
I mean, you can't even have anything.
Well, we got another case of this. It's going to take another, I think, fun part of an activity away from Americans.
Here we go.
A California man says he was left permanently blind in one eye after being hit in the face with a baseball thrown by a former Los Angeles Angel outfielder during a game last summer. He is now suing the team and the former player, according to a lawsuit.
So the guy was doing the, hey, man, throw us a ball.
Yeah.
And he throws one to him. The guy can't catch it, and it pops him in the eye?
Yeah, he said that he threw the ball up into the stands after making the third out of an inning, and he said he threw it at a high velocity.
Okay.
And that he was hit in the head now.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I know, and this story goes on, there's 1,000 details, but we see this every inning of every baseball game. Come on, people. What?
I saw it in the Braves game the other day. This guy, he turned around, threw it up.
Well,
stands.
I mean, that's
everybody's going,
yeah.
Well, what's going to happen is management will now say, look, don't throw any more balls in the stands.
What?
I mean, that's what's going to happen because they don't want to risk a lawsuit.
We did the story years ago. Josh Hamilton, the guy died.
Yeah.
He threw it, and the guy reached and fell over the rail. I don't guess he got sued.
Did he? How'd that ever
I don't remember
work
hearing
out? I
anything
don't know.
about it.
Did the team settle or something to give his family some money?
Feel bad.
And by the way,
no, it would make me feel bad. Yeah. It made me feel. I know that feeling.
Yeah, he did.
And I don't know if you've ever thrown. I mean, it would have to be thrown kind of hard to get up to the stands.
Yeah. And I'm sorry the guy lost an eye in the deal. Okay, but at the baseball game, it's possible to get hit by a baseball.
Yeah, that's true.
In the stands in several. I mean, they've even extended the netting out now.
Yeah,
which I hate watching through netting. By the way.
Well, this one gets specific about the player throwing it. Into the
well, and here's what I want to know, and Bubba, you probably unfair question, but was the guy one of the ones going throw it to me, throw it to me, or was he just sitting there having his beer?
Here's the word.
And all of a sudden get hit with a ball.
Here's where I think where that question is answered, which means they won't let players do it anymore because of this.
Yeah.
I noticed the word that his lawyer chose carefully. Randomly hurled the ball into the stands at high velocity. Randomly, meaning I think he just threw it into the crowd. Anybody want this?
Right.
And I'm just guessing. You think that's what that means?
Well, I just wonder if it's one thing if I'm standing up, and I would obviously the organization, Major League Baseball organization that's going through this could go back and watch video. But if I'm the one going, hey, and it hits me in the eye, I can't sue anybody.
Right. Well, here's what
I envision. The fact this guy's suing, I envision him sounding like.
Can't do anything about the Josh Hamilton thing because that's horrible.
But if this guy is sitting down, and having a hot dog and a beer, for some reason that's what I've got him doing, and talking to his wife.
I don't think she's there.
Whatever.
Okay.
And it hits him in the eye. I don't think he'd be sued, but he may have a decent argument.
Meaning
instead of me going
foul
throw
ball,
it to me.
foul ball, I can't do anything about that.
Correct.
Player randomly throwing it into the stands, I didn't expect that. I'm just playing both sides of it. Now, what I would send him is I would send him a patch with the Angels logo on it. I would say, what about this awesome patch?
Sorry about your eye.
For the bad
Look,
eye.
I'm sorry. Accidents happen. At a baseball game, you assume some risk when you go in the gate.
Yeah. It says
the
on
guy
back
didn't
of the
run
ticket.
over to his house and break in his den and drill him in the face.
No.
Well, this guy evidently has brain cancer. And his friends took him to the game to try to lift his spirits.
Dang the luck.
And he already has limited vision in one eye, and then the baseball hit him in the other eye.
Now you're trying to tie the baseball to what the cancer's doing.
And his father just died before the game, too. We can put all those details.
Well,
It really doesn't matter.
You know what that falls under? A bad day.
And he went to Pleasant Valley, and the last puppy was already taken.
And his lake house was hit by a tornado.
Yeah. Good night.
He's going through a rough patch
right now.
Things happen.
That's
man.
not a lawsuit.
You can't even go to
By
a
the way,
game.
the brain cancer now, it really gets complicated now because you don't know. Wait a minute. Is his sight problems caused by the baseball or by the fact that brain cancer is also?
Well, I got to blame his buddies for not taking care of him. They don't see it coming,
Right? They're saying,
I got you.
They're saying the ball hit his face, crushed his eye socket.
It's an awful deal. I mean,
nobody's saying it's a good
I think the
situation.
cool patch is a nice gesture.
Here's a video package if you guys want it.
Okay.
Just real quick.
How long is it?
According to a
sorry, here you go.
complaint filed this week in Orange County Superior Court, it happened nearly a year ago during a game against the Royals. Mermelstein was sitting in the outfield when he looked down to eat some peanuts.
There was a roar from the crowd, caused him to look up just in time to see a baseball careening towards his face at high velocity.
Okay.
He tried to get a hand up to stop it. He wasn't able to do it in time. It smashed into his face, and it hit him so hard that it crushed his eyeball. Kind of like a grape being hit with a hammer.
Okay, Marcero says then Angels outfielder Juan Lagares, one of the defendants named in the complaint, threw the ball to the crowd during a warm-up.
You don't throw it overhand at high velocity randomly into a crowd.
Okay, lawyer guy. All right, buddy. We've heard.
Sometimes you got to get it there.
Well, I wish the lawyer guy was hit by a foul ball.
To be honest, in the Josh Hamilton situation, I wish he'd have threw it a little harder, and the guy wouldn't have
That's
fell over.
right.
Thank you. You lob one, the guy falls to his death. You throw one hard, the guy's eye pops.
And velocity
You
is
can't win.
relative. I'd like to see footage of
Just
how
quit
hard he
throwing.
actually threw it.
Yeah, you're right. I would get up. I go, guys. I'd be talking to all my players. Like, here's the thing, Josh Hamilton, that's too soft. Busted eye, that's too hard. Let's try somewhere in between these two.
Yeah. Hey, y'all get in the parking lot and throw it halfway up a pine tree up there and see how hard you got to throw it to get it there. I mean, that's where if they're down in the outfield throwing it up, that's
Y'all,
pretty good distance.
we can't live in this egg society like this. This is so ridiculous. I'm sorry the guy had the problem.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, it is awful.
We're going to change. We're going to change baseball probably over this.
No heads up from a buddy
for thousands of people.
Well, I think everybody was
every day.
screaming.
I get
That's why
that
he looked up.
Yeah, I
He
get that
never
he
looked
lost
up.
concentration because he was trying to get peanuts. I get that.
Can I tell you this? Can I tell you why? This is why I've never understood it. We talked about it on the show. I don't know who came up with this. Heads up's the wrong thing.
It is.
That's
It
the
really
wrong-
is.
It's
Yeah.
heads down.
Should be.
Heads up, bam. No, heads down.
I know.
I never looked.
You'd
up
like
when
to look
heads
up and
I
find
looked
it.
up.
If
but
a
I
ball's in the air, heads down.
Yeah.
Not heads up.
Cover.
You know, now then your eye gets burst like a grape.
Where
Heads
did that
down.
come from, I wonder?
I don't know. You know, I almost named one of my bands that Heads Up.
Oh, that'd have been a good band.
I thought it was a great band name.
Yeah.
For some reason,
I see that
think,
on the billboard.
I think it started in war.
Possible.
Yeah.
Military.
Know what's
I don't
going
know.
on.
I'm just guessing.
Heads up, find it.
It's as good a guess as anything. You know?
Yeah.
Of course, Simon Birch killed his best friend's mom by hitting
Sure
her there,
did.
You know?
He sure did. And that was in a ball game too.
It's tragic.
Yep.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Means signals intelligence. So, but we've got to focus it on this cyber issue. In other words, historically, we haven't treated cyber at the level we are now.
A couple of phone calls, and then I'll let you talk about how you ended up at Auburn. We got to talk about that.
Awesome.
Let's talk about Cam.
War Eagle.
Look, he's already got it. He's got it. Cam in Prattville. Cam, you had a question for Frank. Go ahead.
Yeah, could you get Frank to explain VPNs, their value? Does the average Joe need one, and how do you find a good one?
VPN. Do you need one? What are they? And does the average Joe need one?
No, that's a good question. So if you're traveling and you're using a laptop a lot and you're at a hotel, a VPN really can provide some value because it basically masks your ISP, so you don't know where that data is coming from. Long-winded way of saying it's not a silver bullet, but I actually think VPNs, just know who your VPN provider is. Some of them are not legitimate themselves. You gotta look into who the provider is, but I think VPNs do have a role to play, and especially if you're using laptops and you're traveling quite a bit.
What if you don't know what is a VPN?
So this is it basically would mask, so you can say that your ISP, where your coordinates are coming from Australia, for example. So when someone is trying to identify who you are, they're not going to think you're in the local area, so they won't necessarily steal your credentials as quickly.
One more question, Brad. Brad, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
What's your opinion about the software that remembers your password?
Yeah, To be honest, I use it all the time just because
convenience.
We're human. It's convenience. I think if you're working through Apple and some of the more legitimate entities, it is a function, not from a security standpoint, but purely from a convenience and remembrance standpoint. So I'm not necessarily the right person to follow necessarily on all this, but I use them.
You do?
I do.
What kind of computer you got, Frank?
So I got a Mac.
Okay.
I'm all Apple.
Right.
Could you get Hillary's emails?
So Frank, tell us how you ended up at Auburn.
And what's going on? If you're interested in this field, how does this all tie in?
You know, I am thrilled to be at Auburn. I was excited before I started, even more so now. So I happen to have worked pretty closely with General Burgess, who is
so do I.
So does Bubba.
Yeah. Love that man. Worked with him in our national security kind of environments in the past, and we'd been doing a lot of work together. I was running a great think tank at GW, which I loved to death, so I had a great job. But I was missing that tech bench. You can only do so much policy, hand it off to someone else, and then they mess it up, or at least that's how I feel. So the reality is I want to marry up the theory and the practice. I want to marry up technology and policy. It's at those edges. That's where the cool stuff is occurring. And Auburn University has a massively deep tech bench. If you think about the space industry in terms of what's going on in Huntsville, if you think about the computer science program, David Umphris is running there. They've got some massive capability, but it's not always targeted right. My idea is not to be too trite, but I try to break complex issues and make them simple because I'm a simple guy. But ultimately, I sort of call it breaking it down into my 3 C's. And this is what I see the McCrary Institute doing, is serving as a catalyst for all the good work that's going on campus. Not only in the College of Engineering, which is awesome, but beyond, because you have behavioral science, you have the economic component, the national security component, but also to connect with the right actors in D.C., in the government, but also the private sector. The private sector is on the front lines of this war. They have to be at the front. They need a seat not only at the table, they need to be at the head of the table. And then ultimately build a community, because there's lots of good work, but the whole is less than the sum of its parts. So how do you bring all of that together? And I'm really excited that the College of Engineering, run by a rock star dean, and Chris Roberts is doing great things, and it's on a really good trajectory. And my hope is to bring that theory with that practice, make sure that we're arming tomorrow's workforce with the right tools and the right arsenals to get stuff done.
There it is. Well, Frank, thanks for being with us today. It's been a pleasure.
It's been a real pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Here we go, a brand new hour from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. Our golden ticket seat guests are here. Welcome from all over Rick and Bubba land. Everybody here ready to go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Super P, Lord of the Jacket, Rick and Bubba University interns, earning their degree in common sense at now Superpower. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being here. And, you know, Rick, all we ask is for 5 hours each and every day.
You know, Greg's had a rough day.
Yeah, he's been in the bucket. We need to let him up.
Yeah, come on now. So I'm going to kind of give you almost something almost like therapeutic for you, and that is the ability to look back on some of the looks that Bubba and I have taken on over the years.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
And rip us to shreds. And I think that you want that.
Oh, yeah.
So I got an email yesterday. It was interesting. I go to a church in Birmingham called Valleydale Church. Well, Valleydale Church is about to celebrate their 50th anniversary as a congregation, okay? 50 years. And so apparently, and Bubba will remember this, I don't, apparently back in 2004, they asked us to do a video for them. I was not going there then. I was going to a different church then. And it was about them moving from the current location they were in to a brand new facility.
I mean, big, nice, new setup.
Yeah, and they asked Bubba and I to cut a video congratulating them on the new facility. Well, she said...
What year?
2004.
Okay.
And she said, so I want to send you the video so you can remember what y'all did for us. look how excited he's already
It's gonna
getting.
be good.
Now, let me tell you something. There's plenty for you to go.
Did I comment on paying the bill for it or something?
Yeah, no, you did have a comment that was funny about tithing. Yeah. But anyway,
Bill.
I want you to prepare yourself for the look of one Bill Bubba Bussy.
Okay.
Now, there's plenty to get on me about. Plenty. Okay, these are the Fu Manchu years. Okay.
Do you know what year this was?
2004.
2000.
And of course,
that wasn't that long.
Yeah, and you're gonna see. But now this is when Bubba
20 years.
Bubba had come all. Bubba was like, we're on Turner South now, so I got to guide my hair just like I like it.
Oh. Does he have the Tuskegee airman jacket that he used to wear?
No,
Remember that one?
Maybe, but it's that hair. It's
But
that,
we're short and spiked.
Greg, let's not go overboard. We're letting you out from under.
right.
I love the jacket.
Greg,
I was just trying to comment.
Greg
We'd still
Spike.
call Lisa at the bottom of the hour.
No, she's on her phone. I quit paying it.
Greg Spike in color all around. Here we go.
Hey, Valleydale. Rick and Bubba here. Hey, first of all, wow, what a nice new big screen.
It is, Rick. I'm impressed with this.
It's called the Grace Adventure, which means, this we need to be thinking of it like this. This is just equipping you, the congregation, to do the job that God has called you to do, and a nice place to play basketball.
And more people can pack in here for those sermons we all love about tithing.
And remember, this is only
the beginning.
Oh, gosh, that's so
Look
good.
at them youngsters.
Look at them youngsters.
Good night.
Greg.
Bubba, what shade of brown was that? Beaver brown?
It was darker than it is now. I'll say that.
Mine too.
That's that counter that we had so close to the wall that because you had to get behind that to get to where they sit.
Oh yeah,
and we were always bumping into each other.
There we are.
Look at them. Goodness.
Man.
Young.
What's that watch you got on, Bubs?
I don't know.
Greg, let's introduce you to our new youth pastor.
Will.
That's a good look.
That's a good look.
And didn't you tell me that the effort was just too much? You couldn't keep up with it.
Too much product.
Too
much product.
There we are, right there.
There they are.
Yep.
Styling.
Looking sharp.
You know, I thought maybe for my birthday next year I might come back with that Billy Idol blonde.
Oh,
yeah.
Blonde look.
Back it up.
Or you could just wear the visor that already has it built in.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So there it is. So Valleydale, thank y'all for that.
That is.
And
wow.
Look forward to celebrating 50 years with you. All right, some other sports stories today. The SEC, Bubba.
The SEC, they've had their big spring
Southeastern
meeting.
Conference Commissioner Greg Sankey.
Yes.
He says when we get to the 2024 season, right?
Yep.
Correct.
And Texas and Oklahoma will join.
Right.
We're going to be done with the East and West.
Yeah,
Right.
It's going to stay with an 8-game conference schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Won't be 9, will be 8. But there will be no East and West. So the teams with the 2 best records, I guess, will play for the championship.
Yeah.
Which means that some of these rivals that everybody says, please don't let them play each other again, could potentially end up playing each other in the regular season and playing each other for the championship that at one time were in the same side of the conference.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, it would be difficult, but I mean, there is a possibility you could see a team play another team 3 times.
Yeah.
You could play during the season. You could play in the championship, and if it's a close game, say it goes down to a field goal to win, both teams with a 12-team playoff could be in the playoffs.
Says the 8-game conference schedule that they've agreed on will feature one permanent opponent, meaning they're always there, and 7 rotating opponents.
Yeah.
I like that better. You're going to see a matchup against teams that don't play enough more.
Right.
Well,
'cause right now with the 8, you have 6 that are always the same, and 2 that rotate.
Yeah. I want to see some of these teams that never play each other in the regular season play each other more.
Right.
Yeah. So I like this better.
And we're going to like it even more when they move to 9 games.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Kirby Smart had a comment here in this on the 8 and 9. He said it's really not an issue. He said the way it is now, like when Georgia went to play Mississippi State, he said the last time they had played was like where is that at in here, 2010 or something. With this home and home rotation, you will play every team every 4 years.
See, I like that a lot.
So before, if you're an athlete and you play 4 years, you will play everybody in the conference at least once.
Yeah, one of the I hate that we hardly ever see Alabama and Florida play and Alabama and Georgia play.
Right.
In regular season, and this will solve that problem. You know.
Yeah.
So
I'm just thinking about teams that I can't remember the last time they played, like LSU and South Carolina.
Yeah, there you go.
Or Florida and Texas A&M. I don't know. I just can't remember. Somebody's probably screaming. They just played each other.
Right.
But you just don't hear that a whole lot.
I think this is much better, and I'm like you, Hams. If I could get that 9-game schedule now, it really got me something.
Well, think about this. You got when they go 9 games, you're going to have Oklahoma and Texas.
That's right.
Also added to the mix. So it's going to get exciting here in the next couple of years.
Well, think about this now. The Red River, they used to call
Rivalry.
it shootout. They can't say that anymore, right?
Bubsy.
No,
That will be a big SEC showdown now. You'll have Texas A&M playing again as an SEC game.
Yeah.
No, those are games we need to see.
Yeah.
Those are good games.
Yeah, they are. So this has been decided, and then of course,
and they'll do that for 1 year, and then in
Yeah.
2025 possibly take up the 9 teams, but they're not sure.
Yeah, they'll reevaluate.
Hopefully they will. Also, if you are a college baseball fan, here we go.
Boy, this is a great weekend.
Starting today,
You got all the baseball you can stand for the next few
we
weeks.
are going to push our way to the college World Series. So they are underway. The Division I baseball championship starts today, all over the place. Now,
So you have regionals this weekend, then super regionals next weekend, and then you're off to the World Series.
Omaha.
Yeah, road to Omaha.
There you go.
And the girls softball is going on right now. The World
Correct.
Series.
Yeah.
Saw some of
It's,
those games. Some good playing.
Yep. So there you go. All right, we'll come back. Your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. Whatever's on your mind. Super P ready to go. All 10 lines available, and we'll chat with you and find out the topics you want to discuss. Respond to anything you've already heard. Bring up your own topic. All of that coming up. Also, don't forget, if you haven't shopped for Dad for Father's Day, hit rickandbubba.com. The store's got some great ideas.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, I hope you had a great weekend. I know for those of us in the Deep South, a little cold snap has arrived. And, I went outside, and you know how dogs always get excited because, they wear a fur coat year-round.
Yeah.
So, we've drug a lot of these dogs down to the Deep South and have them in their fur coats at, 98, 99 degrees. And when that temperature drops, I noticed they'll just start jumping up and down. I mean, you hadn't seen any kind of energy out of them, and you don't know when, and they just start looking at you like, can you believe it?
I know.
Can
Just
you believe it?
hopping like a jumping bean.
Yeah, and I saw fat people outside I haven't seen in years.
I know.
I just started saying to I jumped up and down. I did. I started jumping up and down because I was so pleased. I was so happy. And so I'm loving this break, but throughout the weekend, I know, Bubba, you got to do a little hunting.
Yeah, I got out in the woods a little bit.
Yes.
I didn't hunt that much, but I just got out there and enjoyed it.
Yeah, I was in the woods most of the day Saturday just piddling.
Yeah, one of our guys took a doe and got on the scoreboard, so that's good. And
I just piddled.
Yeah, I had a lot of things. You know,
I loved it.
I was behind, and I had some cameras that needed updating and putting some batteries in, and I had a feeder stuck up, jammed up and all that. So
I did. I had a can't have nothing happen. It was awful. Had one of those. It worked out, but I had to sadly pull Gary into, and he just. Well, at one time, all we did was scream at each other on the phone about what you can't have. And I mean, it went on for. But got my machete back out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, sure. I'll tell you, I'm a menace with that machete until it gets dull and I don't really want to fool with sharpen it, and then I'll just kind of be done with it. But right now, I'm just having a blast with it. Saplings have no chance with me.
I mean, they're gone.
They're gone. I mean, it's and there's just something about it. I tell you what I've got to do, and I almost did it for you, Bubba, and took a picture. But
I wish you had.
I got to put it on my belt loop, don't I? I mean, I got to put it on my belt.
Oh, yeah.
I got to have it hanging off on the side. I mean,
do you want it over here, or do you pull it across?
Boy, that's a good question.
You know, you need
one
of those where it's mounted.
I kind of because it's set up for that. It's got the holster and everything, but I don't have a.
What do you call it? A sheath?
I guess
something like that.
Sheath.
I
don't know. I call it a holster.
Be
for
careful
a machete.
putting it back in.
I
there.
know.
You miss that. It could
I
be
want
bad.
all of you to know that all your voices are in my head. I'm being very careful with it.
Rick, does it have the little rope thing on the end of it? That's what you need to be careful because it'll fly out of your hand.
I know. I think
that's the one you don't want.
Your voice goes with me. I want you to know. Every time I get it out, it's like you stand there next to me and you walk around.
Does it have a hole for a little cord on the end of it?
No, this is old school.
You know, a lot of them have that old leather strap.
I know what you're talking
It just
about.
keeps it from flying out of your hand.
I want you to know, though, you stay with me. I talk to you. You sit over in your car. I'll say, I'm cutting away, Bubby. It's good. Every now and then you go, Rick, watch out now. And I'll move and go the other side.
Well, speaking from someone that has a shin that is just skint right now, that's probably wise.
Yeah, it's just man, it's like because what's happened. I'd never had this before. I've got what I call a hacksaw.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about. I got that, and now I've got a chainsaw. But then there's that area that really I didn't realize it's filled with machete. There's machete stuff out there that I've never had a machete for. But buddy, I got it now. Hey, you won't sit in any place on my place and not be able to see. I promise you that. You can see clear as a bell. There ain't nothing in your way. Because the machete's been there. I cut a tree down Saturday that I don't think machetes are supposed to cut down. I just got carried away to see if I can do it.
It's fun, isn't it? You
Pretty big one.
You start cutting shooting lanes and stuff like that, and even with a limb, like a, the little chainsaw on the end of I call it a limb saw.
Oh, a limb saw's fantastic. I don't have one of those yet. That's next. Get that, Rick.
Rick, let me tell you, it may be more fun than any of it.
I know. I'm watching limb saws, and I think that may be my next
because you can
move.
do bigger things than you can machete.
Oh yeah.
It's not as heavy as a chainsaw, but you can go down through there and make some time with that thing. Now, you got to be careful, and this is my problem with limbing things.
Yeah.
I get to looking up and not paying attention to the ground.
Easy.
And you got to be careful.
Well, I also found out, too, that phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you. And there are lines available for you to join us. Let's get started. Tim is out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Tim is standing by, and he'll get this phone segment started. Tim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, sir?
I'm good, guys. Long-time listener. Love your show.
Thank you.
Hey, before we get too far off of the SEC conversation y'all were having, is Auburn or somebody from the West going to have to move to the East to equal things out since they're bringing two teams from kind of far West?
No, there won't be any divisions.
There won't be any divisions.
That's what we're just talking about.
It'll just be one conference with all the teams in it, and you'll get your schedule and who you play each year. And the two teams with the best records will play in the championship.
I didn't know that. Thank you. I guess I wasn't listening close. And Rick, I'm looking forward to hearing you at the gridiron.
Thank you, man. I'm looking forward to being there. That's a great conference, and man, there's already over 4,000 men that are coming, and So hopefully we'll even have more here as people are continuing to buy tickets. I look forward to that opportunity. Thanks. We continue. Let's go to Nashville, Tennessee. Mike standing by. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, I just wanted to give a big yell about just marriage humor. I mean, it just freaking haunts me. I don't know about you guys, but we've got 4 kids, and when my son moved out and got married and everything, I called him 2 weeks later and I said, you got to move back home. And he said, why is that? I said, because your mother needs someone to mother, and now it's me.
That's there's a gap that has to be filled.
Yep.
That's why you wait on them grandbabies. Let's go to.
I wish Greg would get that ditch cut.
I know. Will you look
There's
at that
like
today?
one tiny section, Greg, that I got to get.
Just go out there and burn it.
Have you? Why not? What's wrong with that tiny section?
It wouldn't bother me enough at the time until she pointed it out.
On that note,
You know what I'm saying? I was going to leave it.
Okay.
I think where you mess
You
up.
thought you had done enough.
Here's where you mess up, Greg, is you tell her you're going to
Been
get to it. That's what she said.
She-
I'm going to
I
get to
probably
it. I'm
need-
going to get to it. I'm going to get
Mm.
to it. That's the point.
She needs to remind me.
Did I tell you about? I hadn't told you about the slight little victory I had over one Gary Spurmaster Vines.
No, I have not. Rick.
Gary has
Not
done nothing but ridicule me about the battery operated chainsaw.
Yeah.
So I took it home for a home project. I get a text a couple of days ago on the show. Hey, where's that battery chainsaw?
Wait a minute.
And I said, well, you don't need that horrible thing. I said, won't you use all those you tell me are so much better? Don't you have those? Well, it sure would be nice just to grab it real quick. I said, yeah, that's what I like about it too. I got some limbs here. It'd be perfect for. Right, I bet. But it's at the house, so go get one of your good ones.
Yeah.
You know it.
Go get that gas pile.
Go get it. I said, suddenly somebody loves my old battery-operated chainsaw. Where'd that come from?
They're a little too much fun to play with.
Eddie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm sitting here on Greg's Facebook marketplace page, and there's some good stuff on here, man. There's a weed eater, new in box, never used. Some slightly burnt peanuts. Some extra sheetrock used for a roof ceiling project. And and a slightly damaged couch.
Yeah, that's true, boys.
This guy knows his stuff.
He does.
And there's of course, you got the Succomatic 4000, which price is negotiable. I think,
Oh, we lost. Good delivery, Eddie.
Rick, God got tired of hearing it.
That was good.
Threw him out.
Yeah. Doug, welcome to Rick and Bubba. I've never seen you in the bus this long.
Good morning.
I know.
How you guys doing?
Good.
There was on the news the other day, there was a clip of her having a Senate hearing of why child care costs so much.
What?
And they had
what did you
senator
say?
from Oklahoma speak. The cost of child care was so much.
Okay.
Cost of child care. Okay.
And you have an Oklahoma senator was speaking. I can't remember his name, but he was sitting next to Tuberville, was like right behind him in the photo.
Yeah, we saw that
video.
Yeah, we saw that.
You mean
Was he
Kennedy
sleeping, or was
from
he?
You talking about the guy from
No, it
Kennedy?
wasn't Kennedy.
Kennedy from Louisiana?
No, this guy from Oklahoma.
Okay. Well, maybe there's been two different ones. We saw one today, another clip.
I'm nervous.
And it looked like Tuberville was sleeping behind him. I don't know if that was. Maybe he's just reading his phone.
Well, if a Democrat was talking, he might have been asleep. But if it was one of the Republicans, he was probably just looking at his phone. Probably Bubba had just texted him saying, how'd you vote on the debt ceiling? Yeah. Tubbs, how'd you vote on debt ceiling? By the way, that was a big no.
That's right.
Jimmy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Jimmy, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. Just couple questions here. Y'all had your big 100,000 prescribers.
No, I'd be subscribers.
On the YouTube.
We don't have 100,000 people handing out drugs, but subscribers. You're right.
No, I said subscribers. All right, Phil. All right.
It's okay, sir. Take a breath. You got it.
Hey, couple things. Just wanted to check. I want to see if Speedy is completely okay after he did the worm across the desk.
Yes.
Right. Did we suffer any after effects?
He really got
all right.
You were okay on that. It's the coyote. He got injured on the coyote.
And then I want to know is the coyote still? Is he out of the picture now, or Did we wipe the coyote completely out?
No, the coyote is actually Greg has adopted it strangely, but the
at the house.
you were actually not injured doing the worm, but you were injured riding riding the
the coyote bit me, cut my ankle up.
Yeah,
that's quite a story though.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Let's go to Pam in Mississippi. Pam, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, guys.
Hey,
I
Pam.
wanted to ask you if you've heard Colin Stow from our area. He's from a small town, population of 77 of Gatman, Mississippi, and he was the number 3 on American Idol. His new single is "I Still Talk to Jesus." Have you heard that?
No, I haven't. I know that there was somebody in the finals from a small town in Mississippi, but I didn't watch the American Idol, and I have not heard that. Anybody else heard it?
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't there 2 guys from Mississippi?
They're from the same town.
Yeah. But no, Pam, I haven't heard that.
The puppies have gotten away of our
no, it's corporate
correspondent.
Greg.
Yeah,
corporate Greg.
Well, you know when I get stuff at the last minute.
Eric in Mississippi as well. Eric, go ahead.
Morning, boys. How are y'all?
We're great.
Good.
All right. With all these falls Joe Biden is having, do you think he will be the first U.S. president to be on a walker?
He ain't far.
Well, he's not. He can still do his little jog. Come on now.
He's
get them knees up.
He's a lot older now. Jerry Ford fell a lot because of an old knee injury.
He did fall,
but he was a lot younger. He could take the fall a little better. I mean,
when Jerry,
Biden's very
his
frail.
mind was
Mine's
really
hips at risk.
Yeah. Ford had his mind, and you said it was just a physical deal. And when he would fall, it looked like somebody with an injury falling.
Right.
Like y'all said, when Biden falls, it's like watching a frail old man who's shuffling his feet and not picking his feet up.
I'm surprised
because
he
you know what you're
break
watching,
something right then, a wrist or a hip or something.
Rick, you know what you're watching? A frail old man.
You're right. That's why it feels that way.
That's exactly why it feels that way.
That's it.
Yeah, that's the reason that it feels that way, because that's actually what is happening.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so, Speedy, did you get your cut looked at? That the
No.
coyote got you?
I didn't know if I needed a tetanus shot.
What cut you on the coyote? One of his claws?
I think it was the base of it when I was riding it, and I was.
So
I looked up and he was riding it.
Yeah. Well, that you do
I know
understand.
that sounds terrible, but
you
kind of had to see it.
Terrible.
I'll be honest with you, it was better than what I thought you were going to do.
Right.
Yeah,
I felt better.
You thought I was going to do that?
Well, hey,
well, you were fired up.
You were excited.
You remember Adler at that time with the trash?
You had to see it
off.
from our position, Speedy, the way you were lining up on it.
Oh yeah, well I had to get it over in front of
Did you
him.
remember when Adler was so happy when I cut myself and him in that trash can? He was celebrating for some reason.
I did get to bleed, but look, Rick, you can see how it's bruised all around it. It got me good.
Well,
healing up.
I think the look on the coyote's face has changed. He's look like he's been through something.
He's like,
it really does. And picture this. Hey, what happened to your foot there? Well, I was riding a coyote.
Rick, I was celebrating 100,000 listeners.
Well, I just actually prescribers. Yeah,
Prescribers.
And I was I just heard the story about somebody's daughter eloping, and I was riding a coyote. When we come back, the wonderful wheel of canned meat right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I learned a lot about cutting trees down with a machete over the weekend. I learned that you can, if you don't lay a tree right, and you're out there by yourself and the tree's kind of big to move around, you can lay a tree and the person can now see worse.
Yeah.
Because now you just knock the tree down.
Now you put the limbs that are sticking up right in the way. Yep, I know the feeling.
And then you start talking about how you can't have anything if you just waited a minute and paid attention.
And Rick,
now you're dragging.
Rick, and I got to talk about how fulfilling a bush hog can be.
Oh yeah. That's down the road for me a little bit, but that day's coming.
Oh, where was that bush? Where'd it go?
Rick and Bubba.
By the way, I have to correct that. I went back and looked at my notes from yesterday. It was actually, if you make $25,000 a year, you make more than 90% of the world. If you make $55,000 or more, you make more than 99% of the world. And where I got the 50% was half the world lives off of $2 a day. That's where I got the 50%. I had that confused. So I checked those notes. Wow. But anyway, all right. So I started getting this email, and then some people trying to, whatever you do on Twitter when you try to get somebody to see something. I don't know what that is. What do you do on that? Hey, I want you to see this on Twitter, and they there's a word for that where they pull me in and let me see it. They like copy me on it is what I'm looking for. Tag me, that's the word. So anyway, there's a Ford commercial.
Direct message you maybe?
Maybe no, I can't remember.
Okay.
They put me on there so I see what they're doing.
Yeah,
It pops up on your feed. Yeah.
So
they tweet you.
Yeah, I started getting this Ford commercial. Now, look, this has nothing to do with products. This is just something to do with how funny it is. And people were asking the question, as Bubba and I were talking about in the kitchen, is this a shout-out to the Rick and Bubba Show? Now, I don't know why the Ford company would be giving us a shout-out.
Rick, I think this is definitely a shout-out because there's more than one thing here that would make me believe this. I think someone at a national Ford agency is giving us a shout-out. I think that's what it is.
That's the way I see it.
Because they got a group thing going on. They know they could work different things in there. And there's several things there. If you look, it ain't just that. There's several.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything but this. But those of you that are new to the program, and I realize
we just slow it. Yeah.
Listen, what I'm about to say now.
One of them's directly to me.
But listen, if you look now, picture yourself right now, guys. Here, I want everybody to picture this. Picture you just now started listening to the show. You don't even know what's going on. Okay. And by the way, I got an email over the weekend of somebody who woke up and I guess they were listening to the station. We're on there, but they normally don't listen to us. And we were in their world, and they didn't know what was going on. It was very funny.
Okay.
But anyway, so you don't know anything about the show. Think about what I'm about to say now. You don't know the history of the show. Think about what I'm about to say now. When we sent Speedy and Don Juan DeMarco Williams, who used to work here with us, we sent them to go get a big boy statue. Now, some of you may be saying, what are you talking about? I know across the country, it's what's that, starts with F, Fritz or some restaurant. We call them Shoney's.
Yeah, they were Shoney's in our part of the world.
We call them Shoney big boys. And that's the little Shoney boy that would stand out in front of the restaurant, holding on a plate or not. They have two different ones, holding on a plate a hamburger. And he was in his little checkered overalls, and his hair was perfect.
Had a little black hair with a little swoop on the end.
Bubba and I were talking about how good it made us feel every time we saw him. Mm-hmm. And so somebody let us know that you could actually buy these things. And we had a listener that says, "I will get y'all one, and I will lead Speedy to Michigan." Is that where it was?
Mm-hmm.
And back with the big boy in tow. We had to get a trailer, which goes to this commercial. And we brought the big boy back, and we placed it outside our studio we were in at the time on what we then called Big Boy Bluff.
That's right.
Okay, so
and it had its own theme music, which was Smokey and the Bandit.
That's important for this commercial
because somebody let us use their Trans Am.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
So we sent it.
That's what I was in.
You were dressed up like Burt Reynolds.
Yeah,
I was.
Speedy dressed as the Bandit.
Picture it.
And then we went and got this.
And
Big
Don
Boy
Juan
Roy
dressed up like Sally Fields.
Right. And Big Boy Roy, well, I guess he was Jerry Reed.
Yeah.
But anyway, the listener who got it for us, it's still a friend of ours to this day. So they go up there, they get the big boy on the trailer, they bring it back. We're playing the Eastbound and Down. We do the full-blown Smoking the Bandit, go get it, and bring Big Boy back. Then, look at that.
I got to tell you, that right there for the city of Birmingham was like a tourist attraction.
It was.
People would come and take their pictures on the bluff with Big Boy.
Yeah, you do see the flowers at the base. People would come by and drop those.
Our current location doesn't feel that way.
No, it doesn't.
No.
And I probably get asked about that 5 times a year.
Well, they don't allow that unless it's a temporary decoration.
What happened to Big Boy? Our only hope would be bring him in here and set him over there.
Yeah.
But he'd be big in here.
Boy, he would be big. That hair.
The gravy, please.
It is 35 minutes past the hour, and there she goes. We have illuminated the wonderful wheel of now canned meat. And so if you land on meat today, various canned meat options, including delicious Spam.
Come on, give it a try.
The processed meat of the new millennium. So other goodies are on the wheel. We got a dog bandana for you dog people. Maybe you're going to adopt one of Greg's puppies and you want to have a Rick and Bubba bandana. There you go. We've got sunglasses. We got T-shirts. We got coffee mugs. We got sweet tea glasses. We got Bluetooth speakers. We got apparel. I mean, we got it all. And Moultrie has provided us with a Moultrie Mobile Edge cellular camera as well. From the golden ticket seats, hand-picked today, they will be spinning on your behalf. Up first will be Shane Peacock. Shane, are you ready to go? He gets over, and Shane, wait till you hear from the audience. We will start. We have them from all over Greensboro, North Carolina. Robert is standing by. Robert, what do you say to Shane Peacock to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Spin that wheel of meat.
No, Robert, that's not what you say. Robert, that's not what we say. We say, wow, what a wheel.
That's right. I forgot. Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Shane. There we go. Rock and Roll City. They also...
He spun it proud as a peacock, Rick.
Are ready to go. He really did. It almost looks like the peacock.
Look, I am a peacock.
Here we go. Come on, Will. Come on. Oh, so Pippet. I mean, you were so very close to winning one of Greg's puppies. I mean, so very close. But Pippet means that you have been eaten by Jaws. And nothing there. We'll go to Susan Peacock next. Susan, how are you? All right, were you ready to spin that wheel? Let's see if we can't find. How about John and Texarkana, Arkansas? John, what do you say to Susan to get her to spin that wheel?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. There we go.
And a big spin.
Mrs. Peacock lets it rip. All right, let's see what happens here. Texarkana.
Oh, yeah.
Give me spam.
You got spam, John.
It's fuel for the brain.
You got spam.
Make it fry.
Everybody, spam it is.
Cause it eases stomach pain.
Everybody.
Or on the grill.
Served with candied yams.
I don't care what else you give me.
Give me spam. There we go.
Give me spam.
Oh, there you go, my friend. John, you will be the envy of friends and family everywhere. How about a go for John? Can we get a go in there? Go! Go!
Almost as good as one of Greg's.
Go, 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 go! But you know what? It is processed meat, so maybe it is one of Greg's puppies. Just a little fun, a little puppy fun. That's all that is. A little insensitive, yes. Funny, I think yes, too. All right, we'll put you on hold, and we'll send you an autographed can of Spam right to you. All right, how are we doing on our Spam supply? How are we doing on Spam?
Well, this is not the winning Spam in the drawer.
No, I'm just wondering, do we have a Spammed autograph to send to him, and I need to get some more Spam?
Yes, we're good.
Yes.
Inventory's
yes,
good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
For both.
We just lost John.
What?
No, they're talking to him. Okay, never mind. I see. All right, so let's go to Wesley out of Decatur, Alabama. Wesley, spinning for you today will be Kelly LeMay. Kelly, you ready? All right, listen up. What do you say to Kelly, Wesley?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, girl. Yeah. So there we go.
Rick Kelly had a tough trip here. She wrecked her car.
Oh, really?
Totaled it.
Are you serious? Well, maybe you could win something. Dog bandana. Dog bandana. It is a dog bandana for you, Wesley. You got the Rick and Bubba logo on it. Maybe you're one of those families that sends people family pictures with the dog in it. This is for you.
Yep.
So we'll put you on hold, and that dog bandana will come to you. Kelly, I didn't know about that. I didn't know what happened. It was a couple days ago. Okay.
She drove in from Orlando, Rick.
Oh, from Orlando.
Gracious.
You know, most people go from here to Orlando. Fort Bumby. Okay. All right. So Leanne Bivens is up next, and Leanne Bivens will be spinning on behalf of Liam. Liam, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, Birmingham, Alabama. ZZK, the station. What about it?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it go, Leanne Bivens. Wearing her Rick and Bubba University. Look, Rick and Bubba University shirt on. She's an alumni. Here we go. She has
Can I get another Moultrie?
Let's see here. All right. Blaze TV. Blaze TV. Are you a Blaze TV subscriber, Liam?
We used to have it.
You got it
back then, but now I watch it on YouTube.
Well, you got it again, my friend.
Yep.
And you get all the other programming there on Blaze TV that is fantastic. Glenn Beck, of course, part of that. So I'm going to put you on hold and a free subscription.
Hey, man, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Liam. Appreciate that. A little bit of an interrupter. All right, so let's.
I'm pretty excited about that Blaze TV.
A little bit anxious. All right, let's go to Jim in Georgia. Spinning for you, Jim, is the one and only Rod Gillespie. What do you say to Rod to get to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. A reverse spin. Don't do it. Don't do it, Rod. Watch out. He's done it. Some of you remember Rod from Tuesday's program when you saw him get baptized. He got baptized this past Sunday. Here we go. All right. Here we go, Jimmy. Let's see. Henry
the horse.
Henry the horse.
Oh, he's out in the back pasture, Rick.
Here he comes.
He'll have to trot his way in from the back 40.
Here comes.
There he comes.
There's Henry. Hey,
Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
How are you, Henry?
You know, if anybody could tell me if they see I'm missing a sandbag. If anybody's seen it,
You misplaced it?
let me know. I left it laying around somewhere. Hopefully it doesn't cause some international embarrassment, but let me know.
Thank you. Wait.
There he goes.
Get up away, Henry.
There goes Henry.
What a horse.
Of course.
What a horse. Everybody. But I think we can get one more.
Let's
Shane,
do it.
Shane
Let's do it.
Peacock gets to spin again.
Come on, Shane.
All right, here we go. Let's go to Heath. Heath, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say to Shane Peacock to get our final spin today?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Shane. A two-spinner for Shane. Let's see if we can get something for Heath. Well done, Shane. All right, that's a good spin. Let's see here.
Oh, another one.
Oh, the dogs are going to be well covered.
Dog bandana. Dog bandana. Heath, for kind of enthusiastic pet owners everywhere, the Rick and Bubba dog bandana, not quite big enough for your head, but perfect for a dog. Okay, we get a go for the dog bandana. Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Now there is an unspoken obligation with the dog bandana. You're committed to one of Greg's puppies.
Now, Rick, it would go around my head. It's big enough to do. It was.
Let's not get carried away.
I got it and tried it. I don't think so.
Depends how you do it.
Did you actually put it on your head?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I wore it around for a little while.
You sure it wasn't Speedy?
I tied it.
Oh, you tied it? Okay. Oh, so Speedy made sure it fit. Yeah.
Well, he tied it real tight.
I bet he did. All right, let me put you on hold.
Contusion.
And we'll get that to you. Congratulations to all of our winners today. And let's give it up for those who spun out of the golden seats. Yep. We'll say hello to all the golden ticket seats when we come back. And we'll hit headlines that we may have missed today. Somebody's going to win a $50 American Express gift card. Hey, YouTubers, Rock and Roll City is ready for a concert in the break. So that's coming your way during our commercial break. The rest of you, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. What's up? What's up, YouTube? Yeah, we're Rock and Roll City. Check this out. Go for it, Greg. Well, our president got beanbagged. Our president got beanbagged. Yes, he's sad because he got beanbagged. The president got beanbagged. The president got beanbagged. He got beanbagged. Go, Greg. Welcome to Rock and Roll City, ladies and gentlemen. Watch your step. You don't want to trip over a beanbag.
And he
wasn't get him in the door.
We had the one where he's not holding up the hamburger. We had the one he has his thumbs and his his overalls. Yeah, and his overalls there.
Yeah.
So anyway, suddenly this Ford commercial comes out of nowhere, and there's a lot of things in here that are in line with this trip to go get Big Boy. And somebody said it was one of the greatest moments in Rick and Bubba history when it arrived.
And Rick, if I'm not mistaken, there's also another visual here. On one of the trailers, it looks like there's a giant donut.
Well, you know who that's directed at.
I'm afraid that's a shout out to us too. Maybe more me.
So here it is. For those of you watching on CRTV, for the rest of you, you're going to hear Jerry Reed sing. So there's a bunch of Ford trucks hauling stuff. Why would they randomly have a Big Boy?
I'm telling you,
if you're
there's
hauling
somebody in that production group that is familiar with this show. That is a shout out. There's no way around it. Jerry Reed was big friends with the show, especially the last few years of his life.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
So, Rick, I mean, there's just too much coincidence there.
This is Jerry Reed, the one snowman. Don't you touch that dial. I'll come get you. Because you're listening to my two buddies, the two sexiest fat men on the planet, Rick and Bubba. Come in there, son.
It made me cry.
Nobody says son better than Jerry Reed.
God rest your soul. All right, and see, look, this is what used to go on at the Bluff. We found various pictures of people coming to Big Boy Bluff.
Y'all makes me want to bring
I
it back.
know, it's rejuvenated in me as well. That we just have to put him somewhere.
Well, it had that backdrop too. It was on the side of a mountain where there was a cliff that you had a view of 60 miles. I mean, it was just unbelievable.
We didn't quite. I'm sure we did that and didn't quite have all the permission we needed. But I got to tell you something.
But you know what we did?
Boy, it looked good.
We just did
We
it.
brought hope,
and we just said, "Hey, here it is," and just asked for forgiveness afterwards.
Oh my goodness! Look what Adler's given. Look how many of these we've gotten over the years.
Yeah, we got a bunch.
Guys, but let's talk about this for a minute as Adler hands out the little Big Boys. Thank you, Adler. Can I have one over here? Because I just want to look at it.
This is our guy right here. This is what ours looks like.
Yeah. Now, Bubba and I have to admit, we love the one with the hamburger the most because of the fact it has a hamburger.
Right.
But this guy's going to sit here today and keep me company.
Okay.
But
You remember, though, didn't Shoney at one point change to Shoney Bear?
Yes, Greg.
Mm-hmm. Thanks,
Yeah.
buddy.
That's why to take the air out of the room.
But they actually
Always
replaced
do.
Big Boy with Shoney Bear. What was that all about?
I don't know, but you just took the air out of the
Because
room.
you're listening to Rick and Bubba.
Let me
That's
say,
my Jerry Reed.
Yeah,
That was
That
pretty
was
good,
not
by the way.
bad.
Yeah.
Greg, be real careful.
Who's that?
This what?
That's old Jerry Reed.
Do that again.
You know I'm an old Jerry Reed.
You can't make him do it. You have to do it whenever he feels. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. If anybody calls you out when you're radio show, say I'm still working on it. All right, let me
Call
say
Rick,
this.
and then Rick, you screen him out like you did Jerry.
I did not screen Jerry out. He started calling me more than I thought he was going to late years.
Correct.
And we're very busy people. I had little kids. In.
Rick,
There's a lot going
I
on.
love Jerry
Hold
Reed.
on,
Love
Rick.
him,
Rick,
so
this
he
is
was
good.
funny.
I had some very great, deep conversations with Jerry Reed, and I loved every second of it. Let me say this before we go to the break.
Ask him why he's screening him out.
Listen,
Rick, why are you screaming?
Y'all are awful. Let's go to this before we go to the break. That's good. Guys, listen. Y'all, I think we do have to ask this question.
Take your country.
If you're going to do a commercial of pickup trucks hauling stuff, I can't imagine. If you want to reach us by phone, we may get some in at 866-WE-BIG Super Peel Ticket. A couple of things. If you're ever thinking about coming to beautiful Sweet Home Alabama, go to this podcast. It talks a lot about the beauty, especially of North Alabama, and that's his Alabama Mountain Lakes Association. They've just started a new podcast, Adventures in North Alabama, and you can get it wherever you get podcasts, Adventures in North Alabama, or you can go directly to northalabama.org/podcast. And, that way you can do some background, do some educating yourself on North Alabama, make some plans, and come see us. So you can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, golden ticket seats today.
Here they are.
There they are. Bubba, say hello to Rod Gillespie. He just spun the wheels, got his sign up right there. Thank you. Also, Natalie Ledbetter here today. Now, they are my special guests. We go to church together, so they will not be in the drawings, unfortunately, but they are here today. Now we move on to those who reserved and were ready to go. Susan Peacock and Shane Peacock are here today. We also have another Rihanna Lime is here today. The odds of two Rys, I don't know what those are. Kelly LeMay also here. Hey, Kelly. She's the one that had the automobile mishap coming from Orlando. Glad she's here. Casey and Cassidy Lipscomb are here. There they are. Hey, they are. You're not. Oh, okay. I see. We also have Kurt Lipscomb right there. Now we got it. I got it. Leanne Bibbins also. Hey, Leanne. She's got the Rick and Bubba University alumni shirt on. So here they are. They're in the golden ticket seats. Bubba, can I have a number, please? Between 1 and 8.
1 and 8. What about number 2?
Number 2, Shane Peacock is going home, baby. Yep. Shane, lunch is on you, my friend. $50 gift card from Dr. Dudney from American Express. Use that however you want to. Bubba, give me today. We have a special bonus gift. A DVD Blu-ray version of the movie Jesus Revolution. Right here. Here it is. Somebody's taking it home. Give me another number. It's not 2.
7.
Number 7, Kurt Lipscomb. You're taking home the DVD Blu-ray Jesus Revolution, courtesy of the Irwin brothers and everybody who sent that to him.
Throw a catch there.
He can lean and catch.
But that was a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Didn't hit him in the eye. So
goodness. Bubba, calls are drifting in. One thing we did not get to, and we've been meaning to for days now. Now, I'm not going to go down this road because I don't know if this is tied or not, but I am going to say it looks like, unfortunately, that Jamie Foxx, whatever happened to him and whatever may or may not caused it, I think that's a better way to say it, has been left paralyzed and blind.
Now, Rick, do we know that for sure? Because we heard he was in the hospital about to die. Then his family said, no, he's at home with us.
Yeah.
I mean, do we know?
He's been in a rehab facility.
Some kind of rehab.
We reported in Chicago that deals with stroke victims. So everybody was assuming here or there. Then Mike Tyson in that podcast came out, said that's what he thought it was.
Yeah.
Then yesterday on social media, this rumor went around. But then some reputable reporters started reporting what they were saying. Mm-hmm. And so it's all lining up, but we do not know for sure.
Yeah, now this is reportedly that they're saying that this is the end result. Now there is also another, path that people are saying it's tied to complications involving the COVID-19 vaccine. That, of course, is unsubstantiated, but that is being discussed, saying that he had a pre-existing situation that he wasn't aware of. And the combination of it did not go well with his body. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But we do know that there's some mysterious thing going on with Jamie Foxx in his health. And unfortunately, it doesn't look good. So, but, he's alive, but it looks like that he may have some serious end results.
I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, well, let's hope that's not true. Anything else that fires you up at all? There's a few other here, but nothing really.
Adler's got something.
Adler does. Okay, there he is.
I don't know if there's any truth to this blind thing, but I found this picture of him online.
Okay, that's when he played Ray Charles. Okay, that's when he played.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's
horrible.
We had
horrible.
We had a few of those jokes in the break, but we thought we would not air them.
No, it's not.
Chris Eagle.
I got confused.
Right. Shouldn't you be driving your van somewhere?
Scaring kids.
All right, here we go. I'm moving the mic away. Go.
Ever since he's got this van.
I know. The van,
something's up.
It's giving him a boldness.
It has.
I love that van. I just cruise around like I'm just cool.
By the way, we gave away the gift card. We gave away the DVD Blu-ray of Jesus Revolution. I didn't want to give this away because I didn't want the excitement to mess up the last 5 minutes of today's show. everybody gets a ride in Adler's van.
Let's do it
all at once.
You know, he could take them a spin around the complex here, all three buildings. That'd be a pretty good little lap.
Let's do it. You guys have to come too, though.
Let's go to Iowa, Des Moines, and Rich is standing by. Rich, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. Hey, first, can I call shotgun?
Absolutely.
Hey, I saw something on Twitter, and I know we can't take everything at face value, but hey, what's going on with The Chosen? I love that show.
Yep.
And I hear they're kind of going woke.
Well, there is, and I don't think it's a rumor. I think it's been confirmed that this actually did take place. Bubba, help me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I was reading on it this morning.
Yeah, but they're apparently on the not movie set, I guess you would say, where they shoot the series that the month of June, which started, there was a pride flag that was there, and from what I've gathered, and we keep seeing, is that the people with The Chosen are not denying that it was there, but what they were saying, it was there just because there's an individual that is working on the production, and I will break it to all of you out there. Now, we all have a right to how we would say it should be handled, which we can be very opinionated about that, but I think you need to understand that just because a production may be presenting a biblical story or presenting biblical history, the actors they use, the cameramen they use, the supervisors they use, the craft services people they use,
all the support people.
They don't vet all that, and all of them are devout followers of Jesus. They're just trying to get the best people that are good at what they do, and sometimes with that, you deal with people who say, to us, this is just a story, and it's Pride Month, so we've got our pride flag up. Now, if you want to be critical that they shouldn't have allowed it to be on the set and say, if that's your personal belief, that's fine. You can certainly keep your job, but we're not going to be down here shooting something that features, God's standard and Jesus as the Son of God and have that flag out here open on the set. I think that's a reasonable critique.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
And I agree with you on that. But you need to understand that just if you start going down the road that everybody who puts these productions on, and what The Chosen people are saying, why don't you let our content be how you judge if we're doing a good job with this presentation of Scripture? And some people have been even critical of the content.
Yeah.
And some of that has. Let me tell you what I'm afraid has happened, and I hope it doesn't. And it's you see it with Christian music, you see it with a lot of things. You see it with big time evangelists, you see it with mega churches. Is that all of a sudden this thing starts becoming so big and so popular that the things that would make what you're doing not that popular, you start compromising because you're kind of enjoying that it's become popular. Now, I'm not saying that. I don't know these people's heart. I'm saying that's a legitimate trap that people have been caught in many, many times. Suddenly, I was out here singing for the Lord, but now I kind of like the packed arenas. Mm-hmm. So anything that I might say or sing that might keep the arena from being packed, I kind of shy away from that. And then before you know it, you've gone from I'm here to present Jesus unapologetically to I'm presenting a more palatable version so I don't make anybody mad that may not watch us anymore or don't want to work for us or that kind of stuff. And Jesus said, no, I'm pretty divisive, and if you're not willing to take that on, then you're not really truly following me. Now, I'm not accusing the people of The Chosen of doing that, but I'm saying I think it's legitimate to say that's bad judgment on allowing that to be there openly on the set.
I think where there may be an issue is some of the actors on the set are now defending the flag and being critical of the people who said something about it.
Right.
That may be where we end up with a problem. Hopefully not. I think what they've done from a production standpoint has been very good.
Yeah, but it's concern because now it seems we're hearing one thing after another now, and it's a hard line to walk.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.